So I forgot to mention this until literally the very end of the podcast, but the patron poll is now up. If you're a patron, go ahead and go vote for what fan-picked series you want us to check out after the next episode. Thank you. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the podcast where we read a little bit and say it's good, and then we read a little bit more. And we're going to do a lot about that this time. This is your host, Craftsdwarf, here with my co-host, Mathwiz. Say hello, Mathwiz.
Craftsdwarf. I spent the better part of this last week. I bought into my own theory that Yamato was going to become a Straw Hat. I had really I had spent the better part of this last week thinking it was going to happen. And then I was getting closer to the end of the reading, kind of in the 1040s maybe. And I'm like, oh no, it's not going to happen. I got my hopes up for nothing. And then in the last couple chapters, I was like, wait a minute, hold on. He's just saying he's going to join the Straw Hats. Is this actually going to happen? And I'm like, part of me buying into the hype is I'm like, yo, it would be so cool if the Straw Hats had a trans dude on the crew. That'd be so fucking cool. It didn't end up happening though, and joke's on me.
Yeah, you hit 1056 and Yamato's like, I've made up my mind, and you're like, let's go. 1057, I've made up my mind. I'm gonna join Luffy later. And it's like, fuck.
Yeah.
Once you said Yamato or started talking about it, I was like, right. Because that was what it was like. I literally told my friend after 1056 who doesn't read One Piece, the Straw Hats are finally complete. They have their 10th member.
Yeah, then a week later, it's like,
Never mind.
Yeah, I had been thinking, because I thought of it on the fly during the last discussion where I was, piecing a couple things together, and I'm like, wait a minute, this kind of makes sense. But then, I also had in the back of my mind, I'm like, what does Yamato bring to the crew? Because I'm like, well, my thought was okay, Whitebeard's crew had a samurai, Roger's crew had a samurai, so it's if they're going for some kind of parallel there, but then I thought about it more, and it's well, Zoro kind of already, especially with some of the reveals in this reading, Zoro kind of already fills that role, so I'm like, what utility would Yamato have served on the ship? And it's just yeah, no, I'm a little bummed that I got myself so hyped up about it, only for it to not happen. But at the same time, it's nah, I get it.
Well, it was funny last reading when you brought it up, and I had to be do one of my hit panic button, don't react in a way that just explains what happens, because luckily it's too complex to just explain in a single reaction. But I was like, oh yeah, that'd be a neat idea or something like that. Just one of those moments that I do. Oh boy. But anyway, so yeah, I guess aside from Yamato being cool, overall thoughts on, I guess, now Wano that they're finished with it.
I don't think I can confidently add this into whatever arc rankings we had before, because I feel I'm years disconnected from all that other stuff. I feel even if this arc, I think there are some maybe structural issues I have with it, little nitpicks here and there that I think kind of add up. It's just it's such a sheer concentration of so many moments and details that are why I love One Piece and why I keep coming back to it. So I feel it's got to be at least top 5 somewhere for me, because it's just it's just the sheer density of all of these. We talked about how many hilarious jokes pop up over the course of the arc, and some of the character stuff, and just and there were some really cool fights in this arc as well, and just I don't know, it's hard. Part of it is also I'm not sure if I'm just kind of on that recency bias, I'm getting back into One Piece, this is so exciting, One Piece is so good, and it's we're really starting to get into setting up the end game, it feels so it's just I don't know, Wano's good. I'd probably put it somewhere in my top 5, but I'm not confident to give it an official rating at this point.
Yeah, I'm also, again, for similar reasons, not quite confident, because since finishing One Piece, I have reread several arcs for videos. I reread Thriller Bark for the Brook video, I reread Fishman Island for that video. But, I even reread, I kind of skimmed over the Luffy Katakuri stuff, because I didn't want to, because I had already reread that fight so many times, but I did reread Whole Cake Island for the Sanji video. But, like, so it is a little bit more recent for me, but even so, like, with Wano, like, the levels of excitement I have, like, even, like, I was just telling you right before we started recording, is that I was literally just, like, rereading my notes, and I could feel my heart fucking racing as I'm just getting excited to talk about it, and it's, like... So yeah, I'm also not confident because, like, you know, how am I going to feel when the series is over? How am I going to feel after reading it all back to back, you know, versus, like, because One Piece has so many fucking phenomenal arcs, right? Like, you know, and Water 7 has, like, my favorite moment in all of fiction, right? And it has a lot of good stuff into it, even if it's, like, a bit less consistent than some of the other arcs that I really like. The Paramount War, fucking phenomenal. Fishman Island, Whole Cake Island. You know, like, there's so many good things in all of these arcs. Like, Dressrosa, really good. But then, like, with Wano, it's like, yeah, it's basically 150 chapters of concentrated fucking cool shit.
Yeah.
With, like, yeah, some hiccups here or there for sure, as we've talked about. You know, and it does have, like, I will talk about, you know, this, like, one of the things I like about Wano is, like, I was even thinking about, like, the side cast. I really like, you know, like, a lot of the samurai and Yamato, and I got cool things out of, like, really minor characters, and then, you know, we got something coming up that I would say is my favorite in anything, but I'll talk about why that is when we get there. Like, Wano might be my favorite arc. I don't know if it is, but oh my god, it's so fucking good. But then also, like, I guess another thing I was going to bring up is ranking One Piece arcs is also kind of like ranking, like, Pokemon generations, where it's not as though it's about what's better or worse. It's that, like, each one does different things, and it's a matter of what you like the most, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So in the case of Wano, I think one area that I guess in a way it's weaker is, like, because with the Straw Hats, we do get a ton of good moments with all of them, for sure, and, you know, we get some exploration for a few of them in particular, but as far as, like, density, like, especially coming off of Whole Cake Island, where it's like, okay, here's some really good fucking stuff for Luffy, and here's the most exploration a Straw Hat has ever gotten outside of their, like, original joining arc with Sanji.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so if you really like those characters, then you're probably really going to love Whole Cake Island. Where with, you know, Wano, relatively, yeah, we don't really get anything that big for any of the Straw Hats, you know, even Luffy to a degree. Like, we probably get the most out of him, but even then. But so, like, you know, but we also, you know, and because there are so many other characters and stuff, so if you really, really, really like the Straw Hats, Wano kind of has less of that in that way, for as far as, like, per chapter density because of all the other characters. But, you know, so yeah, I just had that thought as to why one of the reasons people might not like Wano quite as much, you know, but which I understand, but it's also got so many other good things for me that I'm just like... Yeah,
like, another tricky thing about it is that, like, as much as it is a culmination of, like, little bits in all these different arcs leading up to this point, and, like, you know, the whole, like, Luffy Law Alliance type thing,
yes,
and the stuff with the samurai, it's also, like, in a unique place of being largely, well, maybe not largely, but, like, it is definitely in a way disconnected from everything else that's going on in the outside world, to the point that,
deliberately,
like,
right,
yeah, deliberately, like, in between we are getting flashes of other things that's going on, and I might have cheated and read ahead a little bit, but, like, you just get the characters kind of like, oh shit, a lot happened while we were busy doing this thing, and yeah, so it's I think it's unique in that way, I guess, just per the setting of, like, being a closed-off island nation. But yeah, it's I'm fully expecting this to be another, like, 4-hour discussion, because, like,
we were 10 minutes in and we haven't even talked about the first chapter. And I have more to say, Mathwiz, because you brought up structurally and how Wano is in a unique place, and I think I kind of brought it up with the first episode about the act structure, where Wano is 3 acts from the Kabuki play, but it's not the beginning or the ending act, it's just the increasing ramp up in, like, tension and build up. Because even though Wano ends, like, yeah, shit's going on. Like, it's not gonna fucking stop. It's gonna get more and more crazy from this point on, right? So Wano, you know, even if it is kind of, a side adventure while the rest of the world is going to fucking shit. And, you know, we know it's gonna be important. We don't know we have some details, but we don't know exactly why or how, you know, and we don't know where the story is gonna go, even, because, like, I was gonna point out, is when we've caught up to Whole Cake Island, you were about, I checked, and you were about 30 chapters behind. Because when the last episode came out, so a week or so after we recorded it, Luffy was in the Udon prison. Queen had just arrived. He'd gotten the collar put on him basically. So that's how much of Wano was out when you caught up to when you stopped reading it basically. And now you're only like 20 chapters behind, if that. And you've read a few more actually, so you've shrunk that gap even a little more. So you are literally closer to one. Even excluding the chapters you read already, you're closer to being caught up than ever. So
I think even aside from like the specific number, like chapter count, I think as well. Really, I don't think we've been in this position kind of since. I don't exactly remember how Fishman Island ended, but like once you hit Punk Hazard, it's like there's constantly like these little threads where it's like, okay, we at least kind of have a vague idea of where the story is going to go from here. That like eventually things are going to lead to this point. And it all really was building up to Wano. And so now it's like, I don't know what the fuck's going to happen. I don't know where the story's going to go, like what the next big conflict's going to be. And it's really cool. But also it's really weird to be done with Wano because like years and years and years of leading to this point, and it's like, oh, it's over, but the series is still going.
The fact that like here's a manga, it is 1,057 chapters long. 1,000, or it's over that now, but 1,000 chapter. The title of that chapter was The End.
Yeah.
The series is still going. Like the fact that you have a manga with a chapter at 1057 and the manga is still ongoing after it hit the end is just so fucking like. It's still not over after 1,057 chapters. Hello. I don't know, something about that's funny. But anyway, oh boy. So yeah, we'll talk a little bit more when we get there, probably about like cause the future of the Nen Show discussion, especially on One Piece, just because literally my answer would have been different if we talked about this a week ago in regards to like, are we going to talk about One Piece again this year? But we need to get in this discussion because we're going to be here for a few fucking hours, apparently. So yeah, Luffy just beat the shit out of Kaido. And, God, I fucking, when Kaido's like, hey, how the fuck did he hurt me? How high will your ceiling go? Like the fucking panel with all the fucking Shanks and Roger and Rocks and, oh God, it's so good. Then the fighting starts and we see, Luffy gets hit by the Thunder Bagua, but he's able to, like Kaido even says, he learns from battle, so he's not gonna get beaten down the same way twice.
I gotta say, just like off the top, I think this is probably my favorite fight in the arc. This little like
the team
scuffle between the new generation or the worst generation and like and Big Mom, and the Emperors, kind of the old versus the new generation. And it's just like you get all these different abilities playing off of each other, as well as like the character dynamics in between all of that. Like, there's that fireball coming at them, and it's like, it's like whoever reacts first is the loser. And it's just like, why are you doing this?
I do love Luffy versus Kaido, but I think that this is also fair because there are a lot, like, again, going back to like why people like different One Piece arcs. There's things unique to this part of the fight that I just fucking died when like Luffy's like, whoever reacts to the fireball first loses, and they're like, I'm not gonna do that. That's stupid. And it's like, okay, you're a loser. And then they like. Even Law, like, and they all do the fucking dumb face as they dodge the fireball at the last second. And Zoro's just like, what are you assholes doing? Like, it's fucking funny. And yeah, they're all teaming up on Kaido. And Big Mom literally just, like, sits back and lets Kaido fight for a little bit. Because he wants to. He likes this fighting. Oh yeah, I forgot. Fucking Big Mom. It's like she's always been just like kind of a dumb brute, but then you get like I'll hit Luffy with lightning. That's gonna work. But he's rubber. He's rubber. But then and then Kaido hits him with the. I love how he's like, I'm rubber, because after he gets hit by lightning, then Kaido hits him with the blast breath, and he's like, what? How were you into that? And it's just like guts.
Yeah, that was so cool.
God, like the way Luffy, because the Emperors are these just terrifying forces of nature, right? Like I think at one point they're even just likened to gods because they're just so far above humanity. But the way, Luffy's just like, I'm not gonna, like, our attacks have to be doing something, right? At the end of the day, they're still like, he's seeing them as human, and because after taking such big damaging attacks, they just don't fucking stop. And well, like I remember I compared because when Luffy fought Kaido. way back in Act 1, people were like, oh, Kaido looks so weak because Luffy's keeps knocking him down. And I sort of, like, one thought I had regarding that is, like, yeah, that's kind of what it's like to fight Luffy. Because, like that was the whole point of Luffy versus Katakuri, where, like, Katakuri just keeps knocking Luffy down, and this motherfucker just keeps getting back up. And so Kaido is kind of like, where Katakuri was someone who, he had to learn that lesson that, getting back up is a strength in its own rather than a weakness. Where Kaido kind of already has internalized that lesson because, like we learned about his backstory even back when he first was introduced, about how, like, he's been captured and tortured and people have tried to kill him so many times. Like, he's already experienced a lot of, like, defeat, basically, and that's why he's, like, so he's like Luffy in that way. And so we see that in that he just does not fucking stop. He just keeps getting back up, just like Luffy. And it's kind of neat because I feel like we haven't had an antagonist quite like that, like who just does not fucking stop like that. So God.
I guess maybe, like, a reason why I like this fight here is that there's more, like, strategy involved with the way that, like, characters having to cover for other characters while they recover and, like, combine their powers in a way to, like, and then there's the part where, they, like, trap Zeus off in like a cube, and they're trying to, like, knock Big Bomb off the side, and it's just, I don't know, like, it's just, like, for those few chapters it's just, like, nonstop, like, what the fuck.
And
so
then,
cool.
And then of course there's when Kaido and that's a little bit later, but when they do their team up attack is big. But no, yeah, it's cool. So anyway, Sleepy Zero is scheming, talking about, they sort of, like, do their instead of their chess master thing where they're using a chessboard to represent the conflict, they're using a Go board. Because it's a Japanese arc. So that's a framing device.
Yeah, I guess it's also an interesting visual because, like, a lot of this arc is, like, turning the enemy against themselves. Yes, so by like visualizing it through, different colored what are they, stones? I don't know, like tiles flipping over.
The ghost stones. Yeah, they're only one color, but he's swapping them out off screen. But yeah, but no, you're right. It does fit, like, the actual conflict better than a chessboard would have. So
my dumb brain is like, oh, that's Othello. Not quite the same.
Not exactly. No. Anyway, we see Speed came in with Tama, of course, as we know. And then, like, they're sort of, like, passing out the dumplings, and Tama's helping. She's so good.
Let's go.
Oh yeah, so there was I don't know if it was you were able to read it, but there was an SBS during this reading that explained how the smile fruits were made. And basically, because they're not actually devil fruits, like, it's possible that the smile users might be able to swim. I don't know if that's confirmed or not, but basically how Caesar made them is that he made the sad chemical is made with animal DNA, basically, and that those are used with a plant that grows on Dressrosa, which is why the factory had to be there. And so basically what's the smile fruit users are basically incorporating animal DNA into themselves through the weird fruit. And so that's why Tama's power works on them, because they're not actual fruit users in a sense. They're animal. They've become more like animals, literally. So he just explained, like, he didn't explain that part, but I just pieced it together from, like, the SBS answer about how the smile fruits are made through, and then just how Tama's powers work. So that's why they don't work on regular zones, because zone fruit users are just, like, they become like animals, but they're still human, I guess. So just a, I don't know, neat little detail. So yeah, as Tama's trying to turn the small fruit users against the crew, we get some brief, like, Franky versus Sasaki, and
it's so funny when, like, Franky's doing that fight, and then Nami and Usopp come in, and it's like, oh, good timing, like, help me get these people off, and it's like, help us, and it's like, oh. Like, it's just making the situation worse.
Yeah, it's just so, like, there's so many moving parts here. Like, it's just really, yeah, rereading it, I at least wasn't confused, but generally it is a very chaotic and, conflict with a lot going on. But, I think it worked out pretty well as far as, like, readability, for me at least. I know, did you, because my concern going in, as I brought up last time, was, when there's a lot of fighting going on, you tend to, like, disassociate from the reading a little bit, especially when there's so many chapters. But I don't know, how did you feel about, like, the general, like, readability of this stretch specifically?
I mean, I don't think I had too much issue with it. I think it was cool. More just like, when it's like, I guess maybe it was just how things were laid out, where it's like you get that conflict with the worst generation and the emperors, and then it kind of cuts away for a bit. And then so like while it's doing the side character fights, I'm just like, I want to see Luffy Kaido. I want to see Luffy versus Kaido. Give it to me.
That's fair. That's fair. But yeah, so anyway, Black Maria has strung up Sanji, and she wants him to call Nika Robin. Jack's gonna go fucking kill the samurai. Oh yeah, I don't know if anyone hasn't, because I'm just bringing it up because I can't easily show you right now unless I literally take a picture. But volumes 199 to 1001 actually like go together. Like if you set them next to each other, the pictures line up, and create a 3-volume spread basically. So it's really cool. Like all the Straw Hats are on it, and Big Mom, Kaido, Luffy, Ace, and Yamato. It's really cool. So anyway, then we get a scene where Black Maria's beating up Sanji, and he calls Robin for help. And how did you think about this? If you had any specific thoughts, especially coming off of Whole Cake Island, even though that has been a while for you.
So wait, I'm sorry, I got distracted by the popularity poll. Run the question by me again.
How'd you we can go back to the popularity poll if you want, because we do usually talk about those. You're right. But my question was like, what did you feel about Sanji calling out for Robin for help?
I mean, I guess I thought it like I guess I wasn't sure how they were gonna handle his conflict after the last reading. So I think like the fact that because usually he's he strives to like protect all these women, and like he'll be the one to fight for them. So this is a situation where he's kind of put in that position where he has to like and I guess maybe it kind of ties into the whole thing with like the Germatech, where he has to like set aside his pride for the sake of like getting things done. So I think that was kind of cool. I don't know. I don't feel like I had a whole lot to say about it.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, the moment was controversial in that people were mad because they think Sanji's arc, he needs to hit women, I guess. And even though
I thought maybe that's where like this might go, but I felt like this was an all right, like if that's not how Oda wants to do it, like I thought that this worked well as still like some sort of progression in his character in that way.
Yeah, well. Yeah, because so to bring out the hitting woman thing is because what the view on that seems to be is because like there's also in Dressrosa there was Riku who is pacifistic. Wow, words. Right, which I don't think that the series like espouses that ideology when it seems to be building up where like under oppression like revolutionary war is the only like at a certain point becomes the only sensible thing. Like that's a pretty radical stance to take. Right, and I think that's what the series is saying. So I don't think the series agrees with Riku's pacifism, and I also don't think it agrees with Sanji's like way of not hitting women. But it also like the series, like having an ideology that you stand by to the point that you're willing to die is in itself a strength. Right, so like when Riku, the Pika's literally going to kill me and a bunch of my people. I'm literally not going to fight back. Zoro protects him, right? And he even says something like, don't go after. Like I feel like in my brain he calls him stupid, but like, or but I don't think that doesn't seem right thinking back to it. And yeah, so with Sanji, it's like, it's stupid, but he cares about it this much, and that in itself is valuable. So I really don't think he's going to change on that because of One Piece's stance on like holding to your ideals, even if you'll die.
See,
basically.
Now I just made like a connection in my head from another part of the reading, like the whole theme of like, like humans versus animals type thing, how like Kaido uses all these smile fruit users and treats them as animals and is very much like survival of the fittest, law of nature type thing. But like with Sanji, he kind of has this conflict where like, he has his connection to his family with like the technology, and he doesn't want to become like cold, heartless monsters like his family. So like there's even that little moment where he's like, what's going to be better for the king of the pirates? You know, the more human side of him, which is like, you know, yeah, he's going to just crumble anytime he has to fight a woman, or, you know, just giving over to the technology and just fighting anybody and being like a destructive force.
Right.
And ultimately he sides with his humanity and he discards his family's technology. And so I guess like the connection I just made with that was like, yeah, it kind of ties into the whole theming of like humanity versus like the animalistic type stuff. And it's a cool little moment.
No,
like the way that they connect in that way, I guess.
Yeah, no, I hadn't thought about that. It like that. That's good. As you were speaking, I remembered a quote where it's like, I forget where it's from, but like it's our flaws that make us human. I don't know where that's from or what context it was. It sounds familiar, but I just can't remember what it is off the top of my head. And you know, in that way, like I think One Piece, like the Straw Hats, you know, their flaws are covered by the other members, right? Like Luffy is a fucking disaster of a human being, but you know, he has his crewmates to, like, you know, like we see it on Amazon Lily when he's like, he tries to build a boat and he's like, I'm gonna sail off this island, and he nearly fucking dies. And it's like, I wish Franky was here, you know, right? Like, and he's, you know, so yeah, just like, yeah, Sanji is able to like he's now able to rely on his crew because, you know, back on Water 7, when he fought Khalifa, or Enies Lobby rather, he fought Khalifa, right? He was also trying to save Robin. You know, that's almost a reverse, right? Like he's trying to save Robin, but he can't fight this woman, so he basically like tries to intimidate her and take this all on himself, and then he gets his ass beat. And Nami comes in of her own and fights Khalifa for him, right? Where in this case, him sacrificing himself and letting himself get hurt, well, he realized after Whole Cake Island that that's not what he needs to do, right? So like he started displaying his growth there, and that like, you know, instead of like every hit Black Maria did on him is going to make it harder for him to fight whoever he needs to fight, right? So he's swallowing that pride and being less stubborn and showing that, you know, he's valuing himself, right? Like you know, and so he calls Robin, and you know, don't underestimate Nika Robin, you know, and it's it's just I think it's really good for his character, and you know, just knowing what One Piece is doing and saying, you know, it's I like it a lot too. But we can go back to the character popularity poll if you want, because I did forget about that, and we haven't talked about one in a while, I feel like.
I don't remember when the last one would have been.
But yeah, I mean, like Luffy at number 1, of course. I think the for me the weirdest one that I'm looking at is probably Carrot at number 8. Like, is she cute? Yes, but I don't know about 8. I don't know about 8th place. Like above Ace? Hello? Like Ace.
Yeah, because this one, it said it was a worldwide popularity poll.
Yes, no. So I actually voted on this poll. How it worked is basically like you'd get like 3 votes a day for a month. So that, which is why there's so many votes, I believe. So it's not just like that. It was for a worldwide poll. It was also that you had multiple votes. So that's why there were 12 million votes. So I'm pretty sure.
I feel like I remember seeing Shabe's tweet about like voting for Hinata. Like there was recently like a Naruto, sort of thing like that, where you could like vote every day, and he was just like, I'm gonna vote for Hinata every day.
Maybe it was one a day. That's right. So obviously, like, not everyone necessarily voted every single day, but you know, they got a lot of people did vote, and
okay, yeah, I don't remember this happening, but that's because I'm not in the One Piece scene at all.
Because I remember I voted for Luffy and Robin for sure. I think I even threw a few votes in there for Hody Jones because I think he's a really good antagonist. I was probably working on my Fishman Island video around the time, or it had just come out or something. So I was thinking about him and how, Tohime, I know I cast some votes for her. Like, I don't know, there's too many fucking characters in One Piece to vote. Fuck.
I feel like if I had voted, I probably wouldn't have voted for Luffy because it's a given he would get first place. I probably would have voted for like Nami, right. Yamato, you know.
Yeah, for sure. And Yamato did really well too for a character who's
basically
just shown up at this point.
I saw that like 11th place, and I'm like, let's go. Not quite top 10, but that's, you know,
I'll take it.
He's not gonna get any higher, I would assume, because like whenever the next popularity poll is, he'll be less relevant in the story.
I mean, who knows? But also,
I guess that's fair. That's fair. Yeah. You never know.
Like, I mean, because like Ace did really well in like the past poll, and like we got new Ace content with Wano for the first time literally since the Paramount War, right? So you never know with popularity polls. Like, I always like to point out with Naruto is, like, Iruka always beat Rock Lee, right? Like, the Japanese opinion is just very different from, and this one is a worldwide opinion, but, like, it's just, like, you never know, I guess, because the online space is only just one part of the whole, people who like the series, I guess, so.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, I don't see any other, standouts as far as, like,
I was surprised that Oden was only 24. I thought
that's a good point. Maybe,
yeah. Like, I just thought his flashback was so impactful that he would have been higher, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there were too many like things to comment on. I guess, like, the merry go being 32nd.
Let's go.
Or the going merry. I just read it how they translate it in the biz, but, like, yeah, like, man, this the ship that hasn't been in the story for over at least a decade.
Right?
I think that was maybe...
Yeah. Though it is funny, if you want to frame, like, Yamato versus Oden in the poll, it's like Oden and the better Oden. I don't know, it just came to mind. I had to say it. But yeah, alright, I'm ready to move on. Because neat poll. No weird, like, meme pics. Like, I remember, like, Farafra, who is, like, the guy from Alabasta with, like, the hippo face, who, like, or, like, the underbite, and a missing arm, who, like, made it, like, 56th place or something, and someone suggested that was, like, 2chan or something, like, voting for this literal... Like, he was higher than, like, Koza and Pell, or something like that, who are actual characters from the Alabasta arc. Like, I don't know, just weird shit like that happens, but I didn't notice anything like that immediately.
I see at number 89 we have Kung Fu Dugongs.
There we go. Yeah, there we go.
Panda Man at 97. The dog from one of the East Blue arcs at 100.
Yeah, from fucking... Yeah. God damn.
Nothing quite as iconic. Nothing quite as iconic as Aizen's glasses, unfortunately.
No, One Piece has never had something that funny. God. And I was actually gonna, like, I had the thought is, like, I want to go back and re-listen to the first Nen Show discussion, because, like, that was you getting into the series for the first time.
Oh boy, that was also the one that we did a video
live. Oh god.
I will not be going back to that one.
Understandable.
Or I'll have it up in another tab.
just don't watch it. Like, well, then you'll miss the part where I noticed that my, like, little Chica Nesoberry is, like, askew, and you like zoomed in on as I like my head. I whipped my head because I saw it in the in our the and then I like my head whips over and then I fix it, and you, like, zoomed in on that because it was good. It was important. God. Yeah, it's good. That discussion's gonna be an hour long because we can't talk about the actual reading, or 4 hours long rather.
But also, I guess, just getting back to the Sanji and Robin bit, like, yes. I did really like the panel where she shows up, and it's like, when someone does something horrible to my friends, the demon part of me starts to emerge, and you just get that, like, intimidating, like, shot of her eye, and it's like, God, let's go, so Robin. Good.
Oh, God. This is Mathwiz. This is her first one-on-one full-ass fight, literally since Skypiea. Okay, like.
Oh my God! Yeah, I knew it had been a while, but that
800 fucking chapters since this woman, 7 to 8 since this woman got a really a fight, and it's fucking good. Like, I really like Robin versus.
Well, yeah, because, like, I guess in Dressrosa, like, someone kind of steps in to take over that fight for her.
Yeah, she spent it.
She wasn't in Whole Cake. Yeah. So
yeah. At Fishman Island, she fought, like, Hammond or something. Like, the one, like, fishman guy who stopped them outside of the and she just she just fucking broke his ass. Like, he was a move.
Yeah, because that's kind of just what the conflicts in Fishman Island were, aside from the main fight. It was just, like, the Straw Hats showing off their new powers and stuff.
Right, exactly. So yeah, yeah. The biggest spread relevant to her powers it wasn't even, like, her beating up that guy, like, where all the other Straw Hats got their, like, big 2-page spread for which is their whole fight. Robin's big 2-page spread was when Sanji went to, like, go hug her, and it was like a clone, and so, like, Jinbei, Luffy, like, punched Sanji and each other, and that was the biggest display of her powers in Fishman Island.
I also really like the panel where she's just like, "Are those gonna be your final words?" And then,
yes,
and then just followed up with a really wholesome moment, where it's like, "Thanks for relying on me for help." God. And then there's a gag with Sanji where it's like, "Oh, watch out! I froze the floor there," and he just wipes out.
Amazing page, where it's like, yeah, you got the dark Robin, edgy Robin, demon Robin, and then wholesome, precious, cute Robin, and then Sanji's like being a dumb. Brooke's like, sorry, like even Brooke is just, Brooke kind of like, he doesn't, he's like a support for Robin's fight, which is fine, but it's Brooke is so good.
Yeah, I think something also about like just the way that this page is structured, like it really feels like the panel where she's like, "Thanks for relying on me for help," really is like her acknowledging like how much this like means for Sanji to like rely on a woman for help.
Which she's
it's
God.
Cool.
Yeah, and the way the Sanji panel is drawn reminds me of that one from the last reading where he's like gliding over to the
but this time he's like going further away
and into just eating shit. Just oh man. Yamato goes out to wreak havoc. I like the panel where like we see Momo hiding in his clothes, and he's just like, he's so small compared, because Yamato is huge, right? Like Yamato is like closer to like Brooke and Franky in height. Even though proportionally he looks like, at a glance, like, normal, I guess, like proportions where, but I don't know, just Momo's so small. Just the way that there he is, and it's just little samurai of Wano, General Momonosuke, and he's just small. I don't know, something's about as funny to me. Okay, that's a brutal couple of pages where Pro is beating up Carrot. Is just like, no. Because he's such a piece of shit. And Carrot is good.
I think that was also like just thinking back on the whole like Yamato straw hat thing. I think part of it is also like because there was so much building up to, like, I was thinking of it in like a narrative sort of sense of like, this was all really building up to like the worst generation kind of overthrowing the previous generation. And so I kind of thought like, with so much culminating here, like maybe this would be where the crew was fully like solidified, and then they kind of went on to so I think that was also kind of maybe what I was thinking of, because then like I'm also just considering like I guess Carrot's role in the story. Like I don't know if anybody maybe considered that Carrot would become a Straw Hat or something.
That was, I think people just, there were definitely people who, that might even be a part of the reason why she was voted so high, because as far as
she has been around for a while as well, like since
because my stance on it was like, I felt like if she was going to become a Straw Hat, then I feel like Whole Cake Island would have like pushed that, right, and giving her like more Straw Hat worthy like stuff going on, I guess, but like because she was really popular. So I know people really did want her to join for sure, and she would have been fine as a crewmate. I think she's definitely like cute. She offers something. She's different than the other Straws. She has a different fighting style. She's cool, but at the end of the day, that's not where the story went. So, we do get a bit of a fight scene where Hyogoro has buffed himself up. Marco's sort of fending off Queen and King single-handedly. Marco's cool.
Yeah, I did like how Marco was carrying himself in this arc, where it's like he's not here to finish the conflict. He's just kind of here to set the stage for the Straw Hats and, everyone who it actually concerns. He's just kind of here to make sure that, like, things go okay.
Yeah, right. I think he has a line later, but I'll get to that because it definitely fits, like, because, he's kind of letting himself be a support, right? Like, because this isn't his fight at the end of the day. Like, he's he is a friend of Oden, but he's not like and Oden wanted to do this alone, but he's like letting the samurai and the Straw Hats and the next generation and the people who it directly concerns sort of do the legwork, and he's just like his fire is helping out with the ice or anything. Like he's support and good dude.
Yeah, I think also something that maybe at times I found like a little annoying in this reading, but I can, like rationalize it as like, no, these are just really tough dudes that like King and Queen were doing so many different things and in so many kind of little fights but they just wouldn't go down.
Yeah, that's fair. They are, like Kaido's 1 and 2 guys, so like it makes sense that they'd be fun. Because you're right. They just keep taking hits, and they just like the Queen is literally like, I mean, like how many characters have taken multiple hits from one of the fucking emperors and got back up, right? Like even during the war, I know you're dying over there, but I'm just gonna keep going.
I don't know what's happening.
While you recover. Like, even at the war, I remember noticing that the only characters who took more than one hit by Whitebeard direct hit were fucking Blackbeard and Sakazuki, who are literally like 2 of the most important fucking dudes in the series after the war. So it's like, you gotta be fucking made of something else to fucking fight with an emperor, and Queen is one of those guys. Like, he's he fought with Big Mom earlier. Didn't do very well, but he did. So but anyway, we get a bit with the Yakuza, where they're kind of like, they're sort of samurai pride and honor, where like Hyogoro's like, kill me before I become a monster, and they can't do it because they have humanity, and Queen's trying to reduce that by making them into these beasts through the Isoni disease. And he's also just like, oh yeah, all you waiters, you're what are you waiting on? Nothing. You're not getting your fruits. You fucking pleasures. You just dead weight. You just laugh. You're all expendable. And really just like fucking him over.
It was very much like the contrast between Queen and Chopper, where Queen is like, we can find more soldiers. Like, we can replace you. But Chopper being like, no, I will heal anybody regardless of if you're enemy or ally. And Queen's like, well, why would you do that? But it's like a really cool, like, they're on opposing ends of the spectrum in that way.
Yeah, I love, like, because, the Yakuza guy finally drops his sword, Chopper comes in and blocks it, and we just get that big ol' face. Look at Chopper, look at him, he's adorable. Yes! He's so happy that he, and yeah, obviously it's showing that he's cured of himself of the Isoni stuff, but it's also just, like, I remember when I got to this page, I just fucking, like, laughed for like a good while, just because it's just so, the timing of it is like, because we got this deathly serious like samurai comrades of a long time about to kill each other, while Queen is calling his men expendable, and then we just get like Chopper being fucking adorable. And
I only just noticed that like the thing he fires out of the cannon forms like a chopper cloud. I don't know how I missed that the first time.
He's so cute.
It's very good.
Even his medicine is adorable. Like, hello? And then, of course, I also love when he goes monster form and he just punches Queen in the fucking face, and he's like, I'm not a Tanuki! And we get the, like, Marco and Drake and and all the Yakuza are, like, covering their mouth. I'm like, sorry, I didn't mean to. Fucking funny as shit. Like, just...
Yeah.
The so fact good. That, like, because they're all, like, relative, like, the Yakuza have some, goofyish designs, and, Hyogoro definitely has some humor to him, but, like, Marco's got, like, a kind of cool senior vibe to him, and Drake is a pretty serious character considering like, so I just love it when the serious characters get into the goofy shit, and it's just it's such a good chapter. So yeah,
moving ahead, I do think it's funny that like when Momonosuke kind of like transforms into the dragon, and Yamato has the same reaction that Luffy does, where it's like an eel.
Oh yeah, I think Luffy did say the exact same thing.
I only caught that because they flashed back to it later.
Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot about that little tidbit. Nice. And then we do get a little bit of CP0 talking about the fruit that Vegapunk made, which, because, like, apparently the government wanted it, but Vegapunk didn't give it to him because it was a failure. See, damn it, there's like a tidbit I can't say, but it comes up later, but never mind. But anyway, we go back to Samurai, and Oden, look, he's alive. Look. And see, one thing I think that happened, because I remember people initially had a freak out about this, because, what? Oda, you can't keep doing this, not with fucking Oden, and, but I feel like relatively, compared to the time travel shit, there was a bit more people who were like, let's just fucking wait a week and see how it goes. And sure enough, it's not actually Oden, it's fucking Kanjuro being a piece of fucking shit.
Yeah, like, I feel like I didn't even have to read the next chapter to know that it's, like, something fishy's going on here.
Right? Like, it's just... I don't know. But yeah, fucking Kanjuro. I have some shit to say about him, but I'll wait for a bit. But we do get...
just the way that, like, Kanjuro is able to use the image of Oden to just manipulate the samurai and, you know, get them to, like, you know, like, there's also kind of a moment with Kiku later where she's like, I can't, no matter what, like, I just can't cut him down. Even when she knows that it's not actually Oden. It's just, like, there's too many, like, too much honor and respect for this person there to even, like, harm their image.
Right, like, and the way, like, Kanjuro is so, like, hollow, right? Where it's like, he spent so many years with these people and he legitimately just feels absolutely nothing, right? Like, he's you know, he's an actor, he completely fell into his role, but at the end of the day it was just you know, a hollow image. And that's like, even like looking at this you know, where Oden's cut and you know, he's not bleeding, right? Like, he's just empty. It feels so like fitting for him. But god, like, I will say, like, Kanjuro being the traitor makes this like silly little like samurai dude, like, I definitely think it makes him more interesting. Like, it was the best choice, I think, as far as like the samurai goes, for sure. But and then we also get what, you know, retroactively we could see as like Ashura Doji's death, where he you know, grabs you know, Kanjuro, and there's the big ass explosion. Because, yeah, Ashura Doji goes down, and he does not get, you know, he's one of the two characters we see who's just fucking dead. Which I think is also interesting because, like, character death usually has, like, such a big weight when Oda does it, right? To the point that, you know, and then he also brings a lot of characters back. But, you know, with Ashura Doji and Izo, he's like, no, these two are dead, and they just died in the war. Like, I don't even, like, Ashura Doji's, I noticed rereading it because I remember that he died. Where Izo, I remember that he died, but I, off the top of my head, like,
when Izo went down, it was pretty much off screen because it's like he runs up against Cypher Pole Zero, and they're like, "We're gonna let you go for now," and he's like, "No, you fucking aren't." And you just kind of cut back, and he's down, and
I kind of even just knowing that he dies, I was even thinking like, wait, when does he? Because at least Ashura Doji gets this big scene, but Izo doesn't even get that. So it's just like, I don't know, which I definitely think. Even if they are, you know, at the end of the day, they're not major characters, but, like, the fact that Oda is going, you know, making a point of it to kill even minor characters, like, definitely makes this feel like a war, right, I think?
Yeah.
So, because, and even on the enemy side, we have Kanjuro and Orochi, like, bad guys are dying, too. That doesn't happen. Like, you know, so, like, I don't know, it's definitely interesting because that is kind of different as to how One Piece usually handles things.
Yeah, I know. I've kind of just gotten to the point where, like, if a character goes down, I assume by default that they're going to get back up. Except for, like, the rare occasions where it's like, you know, usually if a character goes down in One Piece and they stay dead, like, there's a lot of weight given to it. And, you know, like, I even had that moment last time where it's like, wait, okay, how's Orochi going to come back from this? And sure enough, he's not dead.
Well, as I alluded to, it's like it's kind of hard to come back from having your head chopped off unless you have 7 more. I didn't say that part, but you know, I kind of alluded to it.
Yeah, and I think like I remember when we did like the Alabasta discussion, for instance, like we had kind of talked about
yes,
you know, like I had felt there was some disappointment that like Pell didn't actually die in the sacrifice. But I think now that it's like we're this far into One Piece, you know, I feel like I can't. Well, it's not that I can't be complaining about death fake outs, but it's like it's just so expected at this point.
Right.
Because
yeah. Because I understand people being bothered by it if they, you know, really care or value character
especially
death.
Going through weekly, which I wouldn't have considered because I'm not used to reading this weekly, but like, you know, I'm trying to think of a character where there's like a decent gap between chapters so it's like, you know, if you're reading it weekly, it could be months where you think this character is dead and then they come back. Right, so I guess I can kind of understand it in that sense. But yeah, I kind of just expect it at this point.
No, yeah, that's kind of my state where it's like, you know, if a character quote unquote dies, I'm just gonna like shrug and wait until I see the fallout. Like one of them this reading was Kinemon when he got squashed by Kaido because people were even pointing out like, look, he was flattened to a pancake, and you know they explained it, you know, because he was cut in half for so long that it just, you know, sure, you know, a little hand, sure, it's hand wavy and it's not, you know, the tightest writing, but, you know, it like, you know, and then there's the whole thing where it's like, these are weekly chapters made to appeal to an audience who's reading them weekly, and having shocking or dramatic things happen. Like, yeah, there's like, you know, at the playground, the kids are gonna be freaking out because they think Kinemon's dead for a week, and they're gonna be like, oh, he's not dead. Whew. Like, you know, One Piece has different shades of its audience, right? Like, people get different things out of different aspects of One Piece, right? So but yeah, no, it's I know it's definitely, it's just, you know, something to think about. But yeah, as Jack faces down the samurai and they sort of split up to deal with that, fucking Orochi's still alive, of course, and he's lighting everything on fire. Yeah, fucking God, Orochi. So anyway, yeah, then we're back to everybody versus the two emperors, and God, the page where it's just Kaido and Big Mom standing side by side, and it's like we're in hell, and Luffy's like, all right, that's home territory for me, let's go. I love Luffy. But yeah, well, God damn it, it cuts away again. So yeah, Orochi runs into the samurai, and they just fucking go to town on his ass. It's so good, where they cut off most of his heads.
Yeah, so, like, is the thing with Orochi's ability that, like, because he has all the different heads, he has, like, a limited amount of times he can survive, but...
I'm pretty sure, like, because I counted the heads in the top, like, I did not count more than 7 heads, so I'm pretty sure it's, like, he could, like, you can cut off his head and he will survive 7 times. It's the 8th time that you have to, like, and, because I think when he faces down Komurasaki, or Hiyori, rather... he only has 1 head because he's had all the other ones chopped off, basically. So I'm pretty sure that's it.
Yeah, because I remember getting confused, thinking that like this was also a dragon fruit, but it's not, because it was like Yamato no Orochi.
Yeah, I think it's.
So I'm like,
snake,
I don't know the lore with that to fully understand. So that was just something I wanted to get clarification on in the discussion.
That's fair. Because all I remember from the myth of Orochi in, you know, the folklore aspect is that basically he's an 8-headed snake who was killed by a guy named Susanoo, who got him drunk and then was able to cut off his heads, I believe. But I might be getting some details wrong. But I do, you know, Naruto drew on the same sort of like types of folklore myth legends, like, you know, because Susanoo is obviously like what happens during Sasuke versus Itachi is Orochimaru comes out of Sasuke and Itachi kills him while using Susanoo, right? Like there's you know, the myth legend reference thing going on there. So
we might have talked about that during the discussion
probably.
Before,
yeah,
but like I didn't.
It was
I
only
forgotten
5 years
so
ago.
I feel like so 5. Oh, I guess not quite 6.
Because we'd been doing the Nen Show for like a year when we finished One Piece, so 5 or 6. Yeah, I don't remember exactly. Yeah, it was like September, 5.5 probably. So because I think we started in September, so literally half a year. You know, so yeah. From where we are now is what I mean. Anyway, also I think someone pointed out, because we also get Raizo versus the fucking ninja guy, which I think is technically. Oh, excuse me. I think it's technically like the longest fight in the series, and that like the start chapter and the end chapter are the farthest apart. I don't know if that's true, because like, you know, where do you start Luffy versus Kaido? But
yeah, but it's also like they don't show a lot of it. It's kind of just like they cut to it and cut away.
Like they do like a one beer fight, and then they're like standing there doing like their paralysis jutsu for like, you know, a big. So it's not a major fight in the first place.
Oh, but the way that it concludes, where it's no, I'm just gonna keep burning until you die.
God, yeah, no, it is good. You know, it's got stuff going for it, but it's just interesting to think about, like, because I'd have to double check that, but I just remember that was just one thing that popped in the discussion that I just remembered for some reason, of like, this is the longest fight in One Piece, which is, I don't know, funny to frame it that way. Oh yeah, and then we get the fucking what I brought up earlier, where Kaido and Big Mom do Conquest of the Sea, where they just fucking nuke Onigashima basically, and fucking Zoro like just takes it for like what is it? He blocks it for a second, and he's just like broken on the ground, and like he's like ow. Ow. Like it's cool, but it's also funny, and it's just like it's so One Piece, right? Where it's like, because yeah, like I know a former coworker of mine who I still talk about manga with, especially One Piece, his Zoro's like his favorite character, and yeah, because he's so fucking cool, like I absolutely get it. And he loved this moment because it's like, who else but fucking Zoro could block an attack from two emperors, even if is he broken on the ground after? Like, I love that panel where he's just like, are you still alive? I think so. God, like, it's so good. And then, Luffy's fighting with Kaido, and then, they get the cool team-up attack where they capture Zeus and, cut Prometheus and drop Big Mom off the fucking island. Rest in peace, Big Mom, if only. But then we got more, Law goes in to fight Kaido to keep them back, but unfortunately Prometheus escapes, and they're able to save Big Mom.
And just more cool, like, action paneling and moments. Like, I remember, like, you get Zoro doing his big, like,
the Ashura,
his big attack, the Ashura.
Which, to remind you, we have not seen this since since Sabondi. He did use it briefly against the Pacifista, but, like, this is, like, the third time he's used it, I think. And this is the first time he's used it since the time skip, so it's really cool to see it again. Because it's so rare, even though it feels like a signature attack of his, but,
Yeah, I think that's also part of what makes this fight really cool for me, because it's just like you also get these moments where, like, each person is kind of doing their, like, big all-out attack, and it's like Kaido, it just keeps getting up.
They just keep fucking taking them, man. Both Big Mom and Kaido are just intense, where they just, like, refuse. Oh, God, I really like it. Like, they feel
where
like
it's
emperors.
Like one and. I guess it's also kind of like that on the side of the worst generation, too, where it's like a character blocks an attack or does an attack or takes a hit and goes down. And then it's like, the other ones get wiped out. And then, like, you have this moment here where, like, Law and Zoro go down, and then Luffy stands up and Kaido's just like, what the fuck? Like he's just swatting flies.
Right.
And then the moment where, like, Luffy blocks the... or is it a strike? Well, no, he blocks it. Yeah, he blocks the club, and they're not touching.
He figured it out. He with the flow, and the panel where he, like, punches Kaido and he knocks his head up, and he's like, "Okay, I figured it out. I'm fighting Kaido alone. You guys can go." And it's like, "Oh, let's go!"
Yeah, like, I remember looking at that panel specifically where, like, Luffy uppercuts Kaido. And it kind of reminded me of, like, I don't think it was a direct reference because, like, it's not an exact, like, one-to-one, but just, like, that one panel that Kishimoto did a few times in Naruto where, Lee kicks Sasuke and then, like, Naruto punches Neji.
The Leaf Hurricane or invariance, right? Or,
yeah.
And
Naruto's
was
like, different,
but yeah.
Because I think it comes up 3 times. I think it's Lee does it once, I think Sasuke does it once, and then Naruto. But yeah, it's just like, even if it wasn't meant to be a direct reference, which I don't think it was, because, like, the positioning is different. But
in this case, but even though
it's
we
a
know
really
he's
striking.
Yes,
yeah, like regardless, it's a really striking image.
I think I actually used this one in not my manga 3x3, but my 4x4. I used that uppercut because it's just like. It just really fits with, like, Luffy is overcoming this old generation. It's really cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, Zoro's down for a minute. Big Mom's coming back.
Oh God, and she just creates a new power and just blasts the fuck out of them.
Well, like, because I think we also see it when she's using her soul to, like, increase her strength, where it's like, as the user of her soul fruit, she's, like, her soul has the most value, so she's probably taking, like, part of her lifespan to make these really powerful homies. But, it's worth it to win this fight, apparently. So, she could just, she'll do it. Then we get, so as everyone's splitting off, Kid and Killer run into Hawkins, the traitor, and Killer squares off, which is cool. And then right after, like, Killer's being cool, we have Usopp and Nami literally fucking crying as they're trying to get Page 1 to fuck off. So yeah, in a sense, Page 1 is like Usopp's foe, but Usopp unfortunately doesn't get to finish him off because Big Mom comes in. Like, that's what they need right now. And oh my God. And she recognizes Tama.
Oh yeah, I thought this was so cool.
God, because yeah, like she which and like because yeah, we get the little like flashback with her as Olin. And like yeah, even just like Kaido's guys attacked us and destroyed Okabore town, and Kaido's like hold the or no Big Mom's like hold the fucking phone. There's still a fucking code of honor, you bat. Like god, yes, Big Mom. So the fucking rescue.
I also like the kind of contrast between like when she had her memories lost and like here where she's like, oh yeah, I'd never forget how Otsuru from that grimy little Okabore town took me. And so she's like, and that tiny serving of Oshiruko. So it's like, she is, right. She's still appreciative of what happened and still like looks back on it fondly and thinks of Tama as a friend. But also like now she's Big Mom. So it's like, yeah, she's also like, at the same time, like, undercutting what she's saying with these little insults.
She's used to the opulence of Whole Cake Island, so Okabore Town is grimy, and yeah, like, the Oshiruka was, like, literally a regular human-sized bowl, where she eats fucking her body mass in food every hour, like, right? So, yeah, God, because that is good. I didn't know, because I noticed, like, the kindness, obviously, but I didn't notice the, like, snidness to it there. That's a good, yeah, I don't know how I missed that. It's great. Because, like, yeah, the way she is, like, she's smiling. Like, she does have this sort of, like, mother, she's Big Mom. She is a mother figure, as twisted and horrible as she is, but she can show, like, legitimate kindness at times, and you've got that here.
I think it's a really good moment for showing both sides of that, where it's, like, they have a moment where it's, like, oh, yeah, Big Mom goes into mother mode sometimes with children. But then also, like, when Tama's trying to get away, with the Straw Hats, and Big Mom's just like, no, yeah, so she's like, I'm just gonna set you aside, and you're gonna stay put there. So it's like you're getting both, like, you have the moment where she's able to like beat up the other guys because like she does care about Tama, but at the same time she's doing it in her own twisted way, and that's not getting lost in the midst of that. And so I thought it was just like a cool little scene for, I guess, just kind of. It definitely, like, looking back with the Big Mom memory loss and how it kind of pays off here, I think it works in some interesting narrative ways.
Well, what gets me about it, is that, like, she's conscious about it. Like, she because I saw her, like, oh, here's an alternate way. Here's how Big Mom could have been, right? But, like, she's still, like, appreciative. She's the same. She still feels the same way. She's appreciative of what she got. And, but, like, because, like, the fact that she's aware of it and she's still willing to discard that when it's convenient to her makes her worse in my eyes, I guess, if that makes sense, right? Where it's like she saw how things could have been, and instead of going like, I should change, she dug her heels in deeper and just refused to look at herself and change in even the most slight of positive ways. Like, she's still herself in all the worst ways, and even if there are like those moments of positivity or kindness where she's like literally going against her alliance because of this thing that she cares about, like, I received this kindness, there's a fucking code of honor, she defeats page 1, like, here's one of the Tobiropo, just boom, gone, out of the rest of the fight, he's out of there, so it's like, God, I love
Big Mom. When you put it that way, I do think it is really cool that she gets an opportunity where, like, here's what it would be like if she was better. And she's like, no, I don't want that.
Yeah, because why does she need to be nice when she could just use her insane brute force to get everything she wants, right? And it's like, she's horrible. God.
She's horrible, and that's why she's great.
It's real. I'm sorry. I like her a lot. As an
antagonist. like bad person, good character type situation.
Exactly, right? Like, that. Yeah, she just has. I really like. I think she might be my favorite female antagonist in like fiction, or she's up there for sure. It's like, because I could think of a few others, but like, maybe she is number one because it's fucking One Piece, of course. But she's really good.
There's like a page I'm looking back on now. Where you get like a brief little reunion where it's like Izo and Kawamatsu and is it Kinemon and Kiku, and like you get the little panel of Kiku where it's like, oh, is your arm okay? And she's like, why would you ask a samurai that? And you see like and off to the side just like that little panel of her crying as a kid. Because like obviously it's kind of from Izo's perspective where it's like, oh, I haven't seen my sibling in years and years and years. Right. And so, like, kind of having that flat, but also, like, coming back to it knowing that Izo dies later, and this is like their last interaction, and it's like, no.
Oh God, you're right. Ow. No, I didn't think about that. It hurts. It hurts. And yeah, because like, we do see the juxtaposition between, baby Kiku, crybaby, and here's Kiku growing into an amazing samurai, and like that Izo's like, yeah, she's grown up, she's strong, she can fend for herself. Like he's not being like overprotective or anything. Kiku's a samurai all her own, and it's good.
Yeah, I think when I was reading this the first time, I kind of did have like I guess because it's at the point where, we had just seen Ashura Doji die, and so I'm like, okay, this probably won't be good. Like, how many of these characters are going to die? And so I kind of got the feeling when they split off here that it's like, something's not gonna happen here. And sure enough.
Yeah, unfortunate. But we also get a little bit of, Cat Viper finding out about Pedro.
Another good panel of Yamato.
Yes.
Of, like, I'm gonna be a decoy, and he like holds up like a little doll thing. I'm not sure what that is, but it's just like
fake Momonosuke. It's like,
yeah. Yeah, this is you, and it's like you just want to fight. Like it's clear on your face, you just want to fight.
Look at his fucking face. It's so good. I love him. Then we get Sanji with the big cross. God. I don't know. Am I thinking of Trigun? Why am I thinking of Trigun? I don't know.
No, yeah, I was thinking that too, because of Wolfwood has the big cross in it.
God, that's what I'm thinking. I haven't seen or read it, so I was even just like, hold on, why am I thinking of Trigun? And then it's like, so thank you, I'm not crazy. I haven't watched, so that.
No, yeah, it's a very iconic part of his design.
Thank you. Okay.
That he just walks around with a cross on his back.
All right. That's probably symbolic, but I have yeah, anyway. But yeah, then of course like it's Zoro, and he's just chilling, sleeping, and the way he'll like wake up to order Sanji around is, I don't know, it's funny.
Yeah, and also just, like the way that Law pops in and just kind of tosses him to Sanji, like, because Law in this arc often has a lot of moments where it's just like he's the one getting ordered to do stuff, and he's like, I don't want to take your orders, so he finally gets an opportunity to just be like, here, bye.
Poor Law, like he gets so, because his powers are so like useful, but he's not at the, like, obviously he hasn't spent years with like Luffy or Kid, so he can't like just he doesn't have the inherent teamwork to just do shit that'll work out. So they have to order him
even on his way out, he's like, he's got 20 or 30 broken bones. Keep his head up, make sure he's conscious. And it's like Sanji's like, I'm not a doctor. It's like even when he's on his way out, he's like, hey, do this, do this, do this. You're good. Bye.
Yeah. I actually, when reading this, I just had a moment of like, oh right, Law is a doctor. Because I feel like I know it's true. Like I just, it's been a while since I like read Dressrosa, and it's, it hasn't come up in Wano before this point. So I'm like, right, Surgeon of Death. That's his whole thing. God, and the way Zoro and Sanji are like, Zoro's like, yeah, Luffy figured something out. He's gonna win, and Sanji's like, I already knew he would. Like they're just like, they trust Luffy. I love it.
Yeah. Oh, I also like this character moment kind of for Nami where, like Big Mom does show up and she takes out page 1, and then like Ulti's still there. And initially Nami's like, it's her, she did the thing. And Big Mom's just like, I'm not taking orders from you, Straw Hats.
You fuckers are next.
Yeah, and then Nami spins around and it's like, Ulti, get her, girl.
She's so fucking terrible.
But then I do also like how where that leads, where, Ulti gets a strike on Tama, and then at that point Nami's like, fuck Big Mom, I'm gonna take care of this myself. God, well, so yeah, that's really good, because like, so I was even thinking about it like before I just, recording of just how like,
because she's good. God, that panel where she's like, I'll crush her myself with Ulti. And it's like, damn, Nami's so cool. But like, so, because I was thinking about like how Nami is kind of like, she's kind of like a big sister figure to Tama in a sense. And I was even thinking about how like, as far as like opposing, like not, because Nami is kind of the character set against Big Mom a lot of the time, even though she's not the one to defeat her, obviously. But like with Zeus especially, you know, Nami is sort of like, and what I remembered is that if you go back to fucking Kokoyashi and Arlong, a big theme of that arc was sort of like, you know, blood relations or lack of thereof with her family, right? So like that was the arc that really goes like, here's One Piece's stance on family and how blood doesn't matter. Where Big Mom is obviously, she's the culmination of like, as a pirate, she's the worst of like, well, blood does matter because she has this toxic family environment of people who are stuck with her because they're related to her. Where Nami is, you know, like her strength and her motherliness is like the way she's like back on Punk Hazard, where she's like, I want to protect these children. Like she cares a lot about kids and protecting them. And of course with Tama is like, well, here's another baby that I just met. I'm her mom, or I'm her mom now, I guess. You know, and so you're sort of juxtaposing like Nami, who's sort of like, yeah, she's always kind of being the big sister / mother figure of the Straw Hats. You know, the naggy one, the one who's sort of keeping all these fuckers in line because they're goddamn monsters. And, you know, with Big Mom, who's, like, legitimately a horrible fucking mother figure. So the fact that, you know, Nami is the one who's, like, you know, mending ties with Zeus rather than cutting him off completely. And, protecting Tama is just, like, really good Nami content. It's very good. Nami's good. I love her.
I just like the little panels of Zeus and just the expressions in the interaction with Nami.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, you know, Big Mom won't take me back, but there's Nami, and Nami just looks away, and he's a sad cloud.
Sad little cloud man. Poor, she's so sad, and he's so small now because he got cut up, and I don't know, he's cute. We get the moment you talked about earlier with Big Mom, you know, ordering Tama around. You know, you stay here, obey me, right? And Zeus sort of gets drained, but you know, obviously as we find out, he sort of merges with Nami's weapon later.
I do like the little moment where he's like, run for safety, this is how I want to be remembered, and just, you know, just snatched out of the air, and it's like, oh, okay.
Rest in peace.
That was it. All right.
Anyway, then Kid comes in because he's gonna go up against an emperor, and then it cuts to Luffy fucking lost. Like, damn. Just the way it's so abrupt, I guess, because like literally last we saw Luffy, like literally Zoro and Sanji were just like, yeah, he can beat Kaido, and then like the amount of negative space on this page, like I have not seen Oda use this much negative space in a long fucking time. Like there's a huge part of the sky that's just completely blank, and it just makes it's pretty stand out, and just the abruptness of it is just like, obviously, you know, narratively it's like, it's Luffy, he's gonna get back up and he's going to beat Kaido because the story just doesn't work otherwise. But still, it's just, I remember just having this, like especially reading it weekly, just the, like, holy shit moment of, Luffy's down.
I also like Kaido's dialogue, where he's like, you know, human beings don't give up hope. And it's kind of like, oh my God, I'm missing it. It's right directly in front of me. You know, like, I should have just cut your head off because now they're going to keep believing that you're going to win.
Yeah.
So it's like, even in this moment of defeat where there's all this negative space and Luffy's down, it's like there's still that little inkling of hope that it's like, nah, the fight's not over.
Well, I even just thought about how, like, just that line about, like, because he says that, you know, humans don't give up, they can't give up hope, is even what he, like, you know, he reiterates himself. I just think that, like, because I was even thinking about how, like, Kaido, like, again, he was introduced, you know, his hobby is suicide. Like, this man wants to die, but if he's, you know, he can't give up hope, like, well, and we learned this arc what he was looking forward to, and he wanted to fight Joy Boy, right? So, like, you know, even if, like, you know, his sadness here is like, okay, Luffy wasn't the one, and but also, like, the fact that, like, I guess I was seeing it as, like, the way, you know, his suicides always fail because, like, he does have a smidgen of hope left. Like, it's not all gone. He has something that he's looking forward to, so he sort of, in a narrow sense, he can't end his life, basically. I was, you brought up that line, I was like, oh, shit! So, yeah, thank you. So, yeah, Momonosuke is reading his father's journal, and,
Yamato just running through the crowd. Yeah, I am Oden.
His other father is, also fighting. Other Oden. Apparently Momonosuke cannot die for some reason. Also we get I love fucking Chopper fucking just tossing Queen. God, because Chopper, he's one of the weakling trio, but here he is fucking holding his goddamn own against one of the lead performers, right? Like, Chopper, he's so cool. I love him. Oh, and then we get the little bit where it's apparently Caesar is, like, making fun of him. It's like, oh, you call that medicine, you little bitch? Your weak-ass rumble balls ain't shit. Fucking... and, Caesar helps him make his rumble balls stronger, but, God, he's such a piece of shit. Well, not stronger, but they last longer. But yeah, Kaido comes down, makes his announcement. Luffy's defeated, and anyone who joins up with him, he'll let them join, because, that's just how he works. And immediately Zoro and Sanji are like, fuck off, screw that, no. Love him. Oh no! So, Lord Oden comes in again, this time to Shinobu and Momonosuke, and I just... Obviously, Kiku's like, not again, but poor Momo, he's like, he's happy, oh no. He's glad to see his dad again for the first time in ages, and it hurts.
Yeah.
And of course, yeah, like you brought up earlier, Kiku just can't bring herself to cut Oden, and Kinemon finishes the job, and we get the little flashes to them meeting and being friends, and it's because Kanjuro was the first one we were introduced to after Kinemon, so it's rough. Oh yeah, then we get the panel that like I brought up earlier where Kaido hits Kinemon and he just looks like his body's gone because, well, it was. He just wasn't dead. I'm laughing at the panel where Sanji fucking is using Zoro as a club.
Yeah.
And he's just snoozing away. Doesn't give a fuck. Sanji comes in and he's like, Chopper's like, what do we do? And don't cry, idiot. How many miracles have you seen? The Straw Hats are so good.
I also like when he hands Zoro over. He's like, he's got the strength of 10 when he's healthy, and Zoro's like 2,000.
And he just like kicks him over, and just, oh god. But yeah, so Kaido's information network works against him when Momo announces that Luffy is alive and he's going to return. And of course, he's not even lying because Luffy has also the voice of all things, and they're communicating. And the morale's boosted again, and it's yes. Then while that happens, Yamato faces off with Kaido. Father and son reunion.
Did I fall behind somewhere?
Oh no, I jumped ahead a little bit, a few pages.
Oh, okay.
Because there was some other stuff in there, like I guess there was Kaido stabbing Kinemon.
Well, yeah, and there was also kind of the flashback of like Kinemon having to like act as Momonosuke's father, right, and it's like he's struggling to just say Momonosuke, and like I don't know, that was pretty good, yeah, because like they wanted to hide, so that's true, it was good.
And
also just Kaido, like, what will these extra seconds buy you? And then it's just
Kaido's right, people can't give up hope, and God. But yeah, Shinobu escapes with Momo. Then Zeus appears in the... I did skip ahead. Why did I skip ahead so much? But yeah, Law's crew finds Luffy, and Zeus, he's like, hey, I'm a climate baton now.
And then, Yamato showing up, and Kaido's like, I think you mean father. And he's like, no, I've come here to cut those chains. And it's just, it's a cool moment.
So, cutting away from the Onigashima for a bit, we go back to the flower capital, and we see Otoko and Hitetsu, talking about, I wonder if my dad's watching right now. And so Prince, someone I know, pointed out that like the way, because like I remember one theory I had was that like Onigashima would fall and it'd be sort of like a low point, and like all of Wano would have to unite to fight Kaido, which isn't what happened. But like what he pointed out to me was that how like the way that the fight is sort of specifically like they're trying to avoid getting the flower capital into it and almost like kind of protecting the peace and innocence that's going on with the fire festival is maybe they just brought up the Kuro arc and how like there's also like here's this village that's about to be attacked by pirates, and they kind of like wanted to keep it in the dark, right? Like protect the people basically, and make so they don't know about the violence going on. So I don't know, just an interesting connection I hadn't thought about, so I thought I'd bring it up. But yeah, the tides of the battle are shifting. Usopp and Nami talk about the whatever, and Zeus explain what the fuck happened. Ew, I don't want an annoying weapon like this. And Zeus is like, oh shit, you haven't forgiven me, that's right. So yeah, Ulti comes out and grabs Otama, and Nami gets to show off her new weapon.
Oh, I like the gag where like she summons the actual like Zeus cloud out of the baton, and he's like, technically I'm not the same thing, give me a new name. And she's like, Fluff, and he's like, I'm the mighty Zeus. Just completely just ignores it.
Just not that one, like piece of shit. But yeah, and then oh man, the look on Nami's face when her attack misses, and like Nami's just like the look of fear on her face, and then Zeus comes to fucking clutch and just this lightning can redirect itself. It's got a brain now, and Zeus is dead. And now that they've protected Otama, she's able to turn all the Smile Fruit users against Kaido. So yeah, Yamato faces off with Kaido, who still wants him to be Shogun of Wano, but Yamato ain't having that shit.
And his fucking lies about going out to sea with Luffy.
Who hurt you? I know who hurt you. It was Oda. So yeah, cuts away to some of the other fights going on before Otama's able to turn the tides. And yeah, because I some of those weird ass fucking smile designs that just got the shit kicked out of him. Like Hamlet in particular shows up a few times. He's just like silly giraffe man. And so okay, here's what they were introduced for. Sanji faces off with Queen, who shows off his half Brachiosaurus form, and he's like, I'm a cyborg. Oh, was that a secret? Like and as if Chopper couldn't get any cuter, after his Rumble Ball wears off, he's now a little baby who speaks like an old man, and he's so small. It's just, I don't know.
It's really funny.
So anyway,
yeah, and like when they like occasionally like will cut back to Chopper doing something, and it's just like in the palm of someone's hand is just and just speaking. It's a really fun gag.
Like doesn't even fit his helmet anymore. So, but yeah, we get to Jinbei fighting Who's Who a bit, mentioning that he was part of Cypher Pole, but apparently he made a mistake when the gum fruit was stolen from his ship, and he was thrown into fucking prison for it, which is what's so important about that fruit? We find out, but it's we'll get to that. Oh yeah, I like the little action where because Smile Fruit users are fighting, and Daifuku protects Tama, Nami, and Usopp, and
just gives Zeus a thumbs up.
Yeah, and Zeus is like, "Hey Nami, can I be your servant?" And she's like, "No, you can be my sidekick though." Or she's like, she's putting him on a higher, like, instead of like a controlling relationship like Big Mom had with him. Yeah. She's you're an ally of mine. She's good wink, Nami.
I also like the joke there where I forget what her actual name was, but they're calling her Horselina, and I like when she comes over
Speed,
and is like Speed, yeah, like when she's just like hop on, and then Usopp's like, hey, what about me?
Bozo. And yeah, Cypher Bull Zeros talk about their schemes where it's like, well, they want fucking Who's Who to die. So yeah, then we get the rest of the fight, a full ass actual fight between Jinbei and Who's Who.
Just that little line where Who's Who is like, I'm surprised to see how quickly you can move on land, for a fish man. And it's just like, this fucker.
Yeah, like
fuck him up, Jinbei.
I thought casual racism was out of style. Like, just fucking. I think as far as Peros Pro also has a line about like go nibble some grass, rabbit, or something like that. I'm like, damn, y'all evil fuckers need to stop being racist. Like, I don't know, it's just. Oh god. I mean, yeah, he's a government piece of shit. So of course, in Who's case. So
And then Jinbei beats the shit out of him.
Like, it's actually interesting that he's the one who displays racism in Kaido's crew, and he's the one coming from the government. Yeah. And yeah, there's also, of course, we get a very important drop where in prison, who learned about the sun god Nika, who was worshipped by slaves for being someone who would bring smiles and deliver them from suffering.
Yeah.
Well, also, that silhouette, did you notice anything about the silhouette? I mean, again, it's been 800 chapters, so I don't blame you, but
no.
So during the Skypiea celebration, after they decide to go find the City of Gold, there is one panel that has Luffy silhouetted where you can really see his smile, and immediately people were picking up on how like that silhouette and this silhouette of the sun god Nika were pretty similar. So, yeah. Yes, just wanted to point that out. I'll bring up that party again because there's another even more specific one that is lost in translation, but it's good. But yeah, I guess because obviously he's questioning Jinbei because hey, sun pirates, sun god, the slavery, like what the fuck do you know about this? And Jinbei, I feel like he sort of implies that he might know something about it because he says, like, I have nothing to say to the likes of you, which is, like, maybe he has someone to say to the likes of someone else, right? But, like, I guess what I took from the fight is, like, how... Because who is looking for for Luffy, right? Like, he's,
Yeah.
In his moment of desperation, he looked to the sun god of salvation and smiles, but then once he was out of that situation, he just went back to who he was. Like, he's not evoking this god that he looked to, even though he's curious about it. He wants to know more, but he joined up with Kaido. He became a pirate that he doesn't seem to be a good person at all, right? Like and where Jinbei, even regardless of what he knows or not, like he's following Luffy, he might not even know anything. I read it as like based on this wording, he might know something, but he might not. So like Jinbei is actually like evoking the sun god and actually following Luffy, where who's who isn't, and he's just sort of being resentful and angry and just I don't know. It's good.
Yeah.
I just saw the title for the next chapter and I'm fucking oh my god. Well, okay, even then the first page has like Zoro getting his injection and he's just his fucking face is like, these bandages are so thick. Let's just do it. And he's like, are you sure about this? Ah! Zoro's afraid of needles.
I was more thinking on the next page when, it cuts to Luffy and they're trying to revive him. And then he wakes up and it's just like, meat.
Yep. Pills? Injection? No. Meat.
Just feed the man and he'll be good.
But anyway, then we get Sasaki fighting up with Franky. And so I think before you mentioned something about like how like Oda just takes something that's supposed to be common knowledge and makes it stupid. I forget what it was, but you said something that reminded me of this running gag in this part where we get the fucking dinosaur devil fruits and
yeah.
Sasaki using the ridge of the Triceratops as like a fucking helicopter, and Franky's like, huh? Is that how dinosaurs work? And he's like, yes, this is what Triceratops used to do in the past. And Franky's just like, wow.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I had no idea. Like, it's just so fucking stupid, but it makes me laugh every time because we get it with Queen when he like launches his neck, and then King will do the thing where it, like pulls his back of it. This is how the pterodactyl used to hunt, and like shoot his beak out. Like, it's so stupid. It's
yeah.
And the part I also like about that one is where Zoro's like, "Are the flames coming out of your back part of the pterodactyl too?" And he's like, "No." It's like, well, how the fuck is Zoro supposed to know that? Like, this is so stupid that, like, of course, I'd believe it at that point. It's just such a silly gag. But yeah, as far as the fight between Franky and Sasaki, I honestly, like, as someone who is considers I tend to get some good stuff out of One Piece and pull, you know, like big things out of littler things, but I honestly just did not get that much out of Franky versus Sasaki.
Yeah, I also didn't really have a takeaway from it.
Like, it's fun, it's funny, and, you know, Franky's cool, but, like, the best I could get is, like, here you have a robot fighting a dinosaur, so you have, like, a future versus past thing, but that really doesn't, like, we don't get enough context with Sasaki, where, like, Who's Who gave us the context of, like, the sun god, and how, like, the way he cared, like, you know, so there was actually something I can get out of that with Jinbei, where, like, you know, I can't do it with Franky and Sasaki, sorry. It's fun, but it's, you know, probably my least favorite fight in Wano. Unfortunate. So anyway, then we come back to the rooftop where, Yamato has a devil fruit. We actually kind of saw a tidbit of it in the last reading where there's like one panel where Yamato gets like sharp teeth that he doesn't normally have. And I didn't point it out because I figured you'd see it when he went full wolf form. But
it's so cool.
Yes, the guardian god of Wano, it's cool for sure. And even though like you get those sort of like, I like the panel where it's like where Kaido and Yamato do like their breath weapons, where the Glacier Fang and the Blast Breath, and it forms like a dark and a black and white like sort of spiral kind of. It's just a cool visual.
Yeah,
because it is kind of like. Because you have, like, Kaido, who's, like, this he's sort of praised as a guardian god of Wano, when obviously he's a dark and evil god, and so the wolf fruit kind of works as a sort of antithesis, I suppose, because it's the actual guardian of Wano. So, I don't know, they just have their fruits have a cool contrast, I think. Oh, shit, and then we're getting, probably my favorite of the Toby Ruppo fights, in Wano, where, oh no, the gas, we see Robin, and we see Olvia, and Clover, and Saul, and
hurts just a little bit.
God, because she just immediately sees through it, and it's like she's so used to suffering. Like, God, and Brooke, because Brooke's the same way, and they even talk about it where they're just like, oh, you know, I've been used to getting hurt by illusions, and it's like Robin and Brooke bonding through like the suffering they've been through and being able to like see through the like, you know, good things don't happen to us. Like, they're kind of used to that in a sense, and it's rough. But they're good. And also the Black Maria's weapon with the fucking like pug smile guy who's just like a dog running in a wheel is so fucking weird, even for Oda. It's like, I don't what are you doing? But God, yeah, when Robin is like Black Maria's shitting on Sanji, but Robin's like, you don't know what it means that he relied on me for help. And it's like, God, she's so cool.
Yeah, especially when it's like Black Maria's trying to twist it to be like, you know, you're just baggage to your crew. And then it's like, you know, you have that contrasted with like Sanji asking her for help. So it's like, no, that's not true at all.
Right, and it even works because like, you know, sort of like how, you know, Sanji's stuff with Black Maria sort of goes back to Khalifa in Water 7. I also felt like the way Black Maria is specifically like, you're only matter for your brain, no one cares about you. Like, she's sort of reducing Robin in the same way that Spandam was, where it's like, you know, we need you to activate the ancient weapons. We just need you for your brain. And only valuing her for that aspect where, you know, the Straw Hats value her as a person, and, you know, she's already internalized that, and so she's able to, like, you know, she doesn't even blink anymore. Like, she's just, Robin's cool. Then there's a little bit where Luffy and Momo are talking, and Momo's crying, but Luffy's like, this isn't done until we, you know, don't cry until it's over. That's right, okay, yeah, and he wants Momo to take him back up to because Momo can fly, and Luffy could ride on him a little bit, but Momo is afraid of heights, so it didn't really, like, work, even, you know, with small Momo, but, God, I guess I'll bring it up here because, like, one thing I realized reading this is that, like, because Luffy even says it at the end of the reading is like, Momo, you're like a little brother to me, right? And I was thinking about how, like, you know, like last reading we especially saw it where Luffy's kind of like stepping into Ace's shoes and doing what Ace wanted to do and saving Wano and making it a place where people wouldn't go hungry. But with Momonosuke, Luffy's sort of stepping into Ace's shoes as an older brother, because Luffy's always been the little brother. Like, even on his crew, he's like, even though he's the leader, he's, you know, and a protector in his own way, he's like, the way he's treated, like, he's definitely still like kind of a kid in a sense, like alongside Usopp and Chopper. But with Momo, he finally has someone who, like, he's the older brother figure too. So like I sort when I clicked that, it's like, oh shit, like Luffy's grown up and being an older brother now in a way that like Ace was to him, and it's just with Momo, and it's good. But yeah, Robin tussles with Black Maria. We get a little flashback to her training with Sabo and Koala and Hack, and turns out Jinbei is not the only Straw Hat who knows a little bit of Fishman karate. So that's kind of cool. And then yeah, she has her fucking demon form.
Ooh, it's so good.
Yes, and she just takes Black Maria out, and God, what was that about not having arms or legs? And she's like, hold on, that wasn't me. And then Robin just fucking ruins her. Awesome. And then Brooke takes out the rest, and yeah, awesome. It's cool. They're good. Oh, and so I was sort of alluding to it back in the Act 2 reading, but fucking Caribou, like, continuing to be this, like just the fact that he's, like, you know, he has all this food that Luffy needs, and here he's just, like,
yeah.
Fucking Caribou is just, like, the most, like, I don't know, he's just such a minor fucking piece of shit that just keeps coming in handy for just... Here he is being, like, critical to the success of Luffy getting back up to go fight Kaido again. It's like, fucking Caribou.
Yeah, it is interesting how a lot of these post-time skip arcs, which, I mean, I guess it's nothing new because we had Vivi back in Alabasta, but, like, you know, really post-time skip, we get a lot of, like, non-Straw Hats on, you know, working with the crew or on the ship, you know, between, like, the samurai. Don't they have Caesar Clown at one point?
Yeah, no, Caesar was with them on their way to Whole Cake Island. And no, Dressrosa, that's right, because he was a prisoner of theirs, and then, you know... and even then, with Whole Cake Island, you know.
Yeah, and like they pick up Carrot and Zoe, and you know Caribou now still being around, like even at the end of this arc.
What hit me was that Caribou was literally fucking. He was with the Straw Hats before Kinemon and Momonosuke, like.
Oh yeah, like that's just context. I forget because it's been so long. Because
yeah, he was there on their way to Fishman Island because he was when they returned to Shabondi Archipelago, and I'm just like, motherfucker, like he's still here. This piece of shit. Oh my god. But anyway, then Momo asks Shinobu to turn him into an adult with her devil fruit. Oh yeah, and I guess that's right. This is where I got that because so Raizo's fighting Fukuro Juku Fukuro Kuju, excuse me, I mixed up the syllable. And like I guess, you know, we sort of again see the humanity and you know aspect where, you know, obviously you know, because like we even I think we discussed this like Naruto. It's a very, very major thing. It even shows up in Gintama with the idea of like ninjas sort of cutting off their emotions and stuff, where, you know, the Ono Abanshu are that ideal of, you know, shinobi, where Raizo is, you know, he cares about Oden as a human being, and so that's the sort of conflict they've got going on. So yeah, it's cool. Killer's fighting Hawkins, but Hawkins has kids, a doll of kids, so Killer can't beat Hawkins without attacking his captain.
Yeah, I like how that pays off later.
I love it. Yeah. So yeah, Sanji is going up against Queen, King, and Prospero. So until Cat comes in to fight Peros, and Zoro finally comes out, and Marco's like, it's time for the stars to take the stage, and
yeah,
let's go. And so also, I think it was this chapter where it's like, it was, because sometimes with the weekly chapters, not in the English versions, but the Japanese versions will have like editor comments or notes, and this one, because so earlier there was actually when Robin said called Sanji one of the wings of the Pirate King, the editor note said something in this chapter about how, like, you know, Sanji and Zoro, like the wings of the Pirate King take flight or something like that. So basically, you know, so yeah, like Luffy is the one who will be Pirate King, but Zoro and Sanji are like his strongest supporters basically. So they're the way, that's what Robin was bringing up basically, and these Sanji's one of the wings, and here's Zoro the other one. So
yeah, and they even have a little interaction where it's like, once we conquer this battle, we're gonna catch a glimpse of Luffy as the king of the pirates, and it's it's so good.
There's so many moments in this arc of like like obviously Chopper was full of fear, and Zoro was kind of like or no, it was Sanji who was reeling in, but like so many of them have that moment of like, Luffy's gonna be fucking king, and I love those moments so much. But yeah, Hyogoro recognizes that king and queen are for Zoro and Sanji, and they don't want any fucking help. They're gonna take on these lead performers alone. I like the interaction where Marco's reminiscing about a land of gods atop the Red Line, while looking at King, which we get a little bit more of later. And then Izo just comes in to grab him. I was just waiting for you to save me. Izo, do you believe in gods? And it's like, why did you turn into Whitebeard when he's drunk? Like, just, I don't know. Their camaraderie as Whitebeard pirates is good. I like the interaction where Sanji's like, my body feels a little weird. And Zoro's like, your eyebrow? And it's like, it's just silly. We have been almost going over 2 hours, or almost 2 hours, so God, I'm not. I still have. I still have so much left. But yeah, we sort of get built up into the Zoro, because like Sanji is talking with Queen, and like Queen mentions like the Vinsmoke and the German technology, while with Zoro and King, there's sort of like Zoro's like, oh, I might tear out your throat with my teeth if it means winning. Oh yeah, and Hyogoro is like, hey, that guy looks kind of like Shimotsuki Ushimaru, huh? Weird. Dog tussles with Jack, while Cat goes with Pearl. Law's crew freaks out because they see Kaido when it's actually Momo.
Yeah.
Do love Dragon Momo. Big ass god. It's cool.
The gag and at the start of the next chapter where, like, is this color the Supreme King hockey? And it's just like Usopp, but it's like Big Mom's fighting on this floor.
Oh god. Like, so even though the rest of the fights are sort of taken care of, there's still so many of Kaido's men that and they're like, don't they're just still organizing and trying to keep things from going wrong. The fire that Orochi started is spreading, and that becomes a big problem going forward.
So does there's a little panel with Brook, does he make a skull joke and then like refute his own skull joke, because there's no one else around, or did I
No, I think you're right, because he says, too bad, I've already been cremated. Wait, who are you calling cremated? Yeah, I think he is refuting his own skull joke.
It's like he's just making his own banter because Robin's out, and
he's so silly man. So yeah, Yamato's fighting Kaido, and we get the Yamato flashback. Look at this little baby. He's adorable. Well, unfortunately, he's gotten the shit beat out of him by Kaido. But yeah, he's he's locked up with the other, as we find out, they're the daimyos of Wano. And Oda in the SPS, because he's like, man, I just wanted to let the story speak for itself, but a lot of you were asking, so I got to explain it. Because he explains how because there's a guy here who looks kind of like Zoro, and as it turns out that he was the daimyo, the Shimotsuki daimyo. And we find, a relative of his ended up going to the East Blue, that the Shimotsuki village, like I talked about last time. And so yeah, this guy is related to Zoro, probably like an uncle or something, or grand. I don't know. They're in the same family tree. So
yeah, I think it's really cool how in this flashback, Yamato is like, I'm Oden, but I'm also the son of Kaido, the man who killed Oden. So it's like, these samurai are gonna, beat me up, and then they give him the food, and there's that line about a samurai does not feel hunger, but then also really shapes it just feeds into the whole thing with Yamato and Oden and like admiring the samurai and
well, God, the way he's like, do you think I can be a samurai too, even though I get hungry? And it's like, well, you're Oden, so like, God, and they read the voyage log and they ultimately decide that like even though Yamato is the son of Kaido, but they recognize that they don't, even though, because like I mentioned, like before we had Orochi's backstory, where like part of the darkness of Wano is that they still really value birth, to the point that they were willing to execute the entire Kurizumi clan because of the one person, basically. But here, it seems like even that, if that's like the whole of Wano still believes that these individuals aren't, they don't hold the darkness of Wano, like even though that their fathers were the ones who would have been responsible for the Kurizumi clan massacre, basically. But these guys don't hold Yamato to that, and so they protect that future. And here's this person who idolizes Oden, and they're going to protect that, and they're good. It's good.
Yeah, I do like how there's kind of they both kind of feed into each other in that way. Kind of, I guess, like how there are certain parallels between Momonosuke and Yamato, despite them both being like, or maybe not parallels, but like they do like kind of contrast each other. Yeah, the inversion. And so kind of like getting more of that connection between like the like breaking through the blood, like you said, and just like treating people as people.
Because how that
so
works,
it's like I don't know.
Well, I was gonna say, because like how that kind of works with Momonosuke is that like, because he was kind of burdened for his whole life of like Odin's, or or I guess for him it's more been the last few months, but like he's always known how great his father is. Like they're huge shoes that he knows he can't fill, and he's just kind of been burdened. Like, okay, you got to be as great as Oden, and he's just, but like on his own, he probably never would have done that, but because of Luffy, like, sort of looking after him and sort of pushing him as an older brother figure and helping him along, Momo's able to, like, fill the shoes in his own way, because, like, the stuff he does with the flame clouds, like, Oden could have never saved Onigashima like Momo did, right? So, Momo's able to find his own path to strength, right? So, it's cool.
Yeah, and I guess, like, there's kind of some things like that with Yamato, too, where it's, like, even though Yamato can, like, use some of Kaido's abilities and definitely like got a lot of
the fighting style,
strength from the fighting style, but like also taking after Oden and kind of adopting Oden's principles, and so like again kind of like with how Momonosuke can be different from Oden, it's like Yamato really, I guess it's more pronounced, like Yamato trying to separate himself from Kaido, but it's still cool.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's also while that's happening, there's a chapter that starts with like because Momono, I brought up we saw last time where Momonosuke is afraid of heights because of Kaido, even though with Oden he wasn't afraid of like the heights with Skypiea or coming down from Skypiea at all. But like now that he's a big dragon, he's like, why do you think by keeping my head low to the ground, like even just from my head being raised as a dragon, it's fucking terrifying. And Luffy's like, come the fuck on, we gotta go. So he's just gotta
that gag comes up in a lot of interesting fun ways, like definitely at the end as well, where it comes up and it's like, why are you on the ground? Don't question it.
God, the way fucking, because like Kaido and Yamato keep fighting, and Kaido just drives in that like everyone that shows you kindness like dies, and like just sort of beating it in that nothing good is ever going to happen to you, like just accept it. Where again, like Kaido, I think is maybe like even forcing, because I don't think anything good has ever happened to Kaido either, so he's kind of forcing that onto Yamato as well. Like he's just being what the world was to him, like, and that's kind of like his whole thing, like equality and freedom, right? Where it's like he wants to bring everyone down to the same level, and so he's just continuing to be as bad as the world was to him and enforcing that on Yamato, and Yamato is challenging that. And God, the panel where it's like, that is your fate, Yamato, like he just looks so monstrous. It's God. So yeah, Momo flies up to Onigashima with his eyes closed. no, that's not the roof, and it just busts through the wall. It's like, everyone's like, what the fuck is going on? Oh god, I can't open my eyes, there's something stuck in them. And it's like, that's because you keep smashing into shit. He's such a god damn it. And I like there's the panel where like Yamato's fighting and you see Momo in the background, and it's like, ah, like the big dragon back there, and and then Luffy comes back in. You get the face down between Kaido and the two dragons, which I think Oda also mentioned in the SBS. There's like a famous piece of art which is like two long dragons fighting, and Oda apparently saw it in person. He was like, I gotta draw this. And yeah, you get Luffy once again saying he's gonna be king of the pirates, and then you have Momo proclaiming his, I'm gonna be the Shogun of Wano, like both of them to Kaido. Yes. God. Okay. The fucking chapter 1026 cover page where Nami is like being a tailor to the lions, and it's the I Am Lion shirt that Belmare made for her. It's just like, God.
I wouldn't have caught that.
Yeah, no, I understand, because obviously, yeah, it's been a while for you, but just thought I'd point that out. So yeah, we get a little bit of Hitetsu thinking of Tama. Okay, Momo's trying to be like, I'm not here to fight, but Luffy has different ideas, because he's like, he told Momo to bite down Kaido so that he could get a hit in. And
yeah, I do think it's interesting how Momo factors into the fights, because even though he got aged up, he is still a kid, and so he has a lot of these moments where he's like, I can't do this, I can't do this, I can't do this, and then he kind of has to just grit himself and do it, and it's cool.
God, when Luffy's like, you've taken a bite out of one of the emperors of the sea, what do you have to be afraid of? And it's like, God, yes, because Momo is kind of being thrown into the fucking deep end, but he's not going to drown because Luffy's there, and he's sort of because it works into the growing up aspect, because Luffy's being a big brother / parent figure to Momo and guiding him in a way that a lot of these antagonists, they've had bad parent figures, so they've gone into bad directions, and and the way we see Kaido being terrifying to Momo, but he's pushing past his fear, even though he's still afraid. He's still fighting, and God.
And then I like the line from Luffy where it's like, as long as I'm alive, I have infinite chances to beat you.
Yes!
And then they split the sky.
And the fact that how that works into because we also have Jack and versus Inu, and Neko versus Peros, where it's Peros is like, oh yeah, the moon's gone. Guess you're fucked because you're bad luck. Or no, you're not. You don't have bad luck. I just have good luck. And then, but Luffy, stepping into the shoes of Oden is also because he even says he has infinite chances as long as you don't give up. And in doing so, he also carves a path for victory, not just for himself, but also for his allies, right? Luffy's splitting the clouds and doing what Shanks and Whitebeard and Kaido and Big Mom did before him, finally being an Emperor of the Sea, is also able to help his allies and carve a path for them too. It's oh yes, it's so fucking good. Oh yeah, and Yamato's remembering back to the journal when Whitebeard and Roger did the same thing too. So it's man, God. So yeah, Kaido goes after Yamato and Momonosuke, and Luffy drags him back because he wants to take care of it alone.
And I like the interaction where it's just there's just that connection between Luffy and Yamato, where it's Yamato just kind of gets Luffy. He doesn't even have to say what he's thinking. Yamato's just you want to take this one yourself, don't you? And it's go kill him, dude.
Yeah, that's a good point, because obviously Yamato's seeing Luffy even before he met Luffy, he understood that Luffy is kind of like Roger, and he's probably fucking memorized Oden's journal front to back. So,
yeah,
there's just like, there isn't, because, I hadn't thought about that, where it's like, because, like, it's even interesting, because in comparison, like, Jinbei, kind of does, like, even though he's been with the Straw Hats, and, like, he's fought with Luffy since the Paramount War and Impel Down, right? So, he's been with Luffy for a good while, but, like, he doesn't think the same way, because he has a brain cell, so he doesn't get head empty, monkey and meat, right? He doesn't get it. Where Yamato kind of does, because he has followed Oden and worshipped him for so long that he kind of, and Rod thought about Roger. So I hadn't thought about that, about how Yamato kind of gets it in a way that even Jinbei doesn't. So neat. But then Kaido is sort of showing his fatigue in that the island's starting to collapse because Kaido isn't able to just casually keep up the flame clouds.
Yeah.
Which, so on one thing, good, because Kaido's he's taking damage. He's, like, Luffy is right, like, it's having an effect. But the island's gonna fucking fall, and that's gonna suck. So Momo is sort of, like, again, thrown into the frying pan, where he has to, learn how to use his powers immediately, or people are gonna die.
Yeah, and I think it's just, an element of One Piece that this arc, just kind of reminds me of and uses really well. The whole thing of, like, Yamato has the line of, like, or because Momonosuke is like, we have to tell Luffy, and Yamato's like, you really want to tell Luffy, the man who's putting all of this, like, on his back and fighting Kaido, like, he needs to be able to just focus on that. And then, like, you obviously get the lines from Luffy later in the fight where Kaido's like, oh, aren't you worried about your friends? You gotta help them. And Luffy's like, nah, they're good. I just have to focus on you. And it's just like I like that really strong level of trust where there's, like, not even a moment of doubt in Luffy's mind. And I guess it's another moment where it's like, Yamato understands the situation and understands Luffy. Like, it's our job to take care of the other stuff so Luffy can take care of Kaido.
Yeah, no, that's because, the Straw Hats learning to rely on each other has been a big thing, and now it's like, they're also working with this other group. Like, even Law and Kid, who are, rivals, like, when they went up against Big Mom a few chapters ago, they were like, all right, we're going to make an alliance so we can take care of this. And they're like, they have a mutual understanding of, like, okay, we need to just fucking bury our hatchet for a goddamn second here because this is fucking Big Mom. And, like Momonosuke, you're right, because Momonosuke has been so used to relying on others that, he hasn't quite learned how to, like, be confident enough in his own power to, because he's like, I gotta go to Luffy. But, Yamato just clicks immediately, and it's, God, good. So Zoro is fighting with King, and King gets pissed off because apparently Zoro cut his mask, and no one's seen what King looks like. There's even the SBS. You might not have seen this, but or someone asked, like, how does King eat? And because, like, we got one with Katakuri earlier because it's like, he hides his face, so, like, how does he eat in front of people? And it's apparently he just does it so fast that no one can see it, and he also can see the future, so it's like, he just waits for the ideal moment. Where King, what he does is he just transforms his mouth into a pterodactyl beak and just eats with that. So it's just silly. Also, I love the cover spread where it's like Usopp and Nami are gaming, and they're playing One Piece Smash, which One Piece actually did years ago have a Smash Bros. Tie-in, so there's actually, like, some art of, like, Luffy as Mario and shit, so this is, I don't know, fitting. Though even it's like, I mean, it's part of it's Smash, but also, like, Brook and Robin look more like Darkstalkers characters, so it's not even just that one specific fighting game.
I didn't know that I needed gamer girl Nami with the fucking cat ear headphones, but now it exists, and I'm not complaining.
It's very good. Also, we get the part with Spectral Zero where the way the sort of lead guy is sort of talking about how, like, like they've already got a bunch of fucking battleships ready to swoop in when the conflict's over. And he's like, man, what we do isn't that different from pirates. Like, he's a government agent through and through. Like, there's an exchange he has with Drake later, but, like, there's a cynicism he has towards the government that I think is also kind of interesting. But even so, he still, like, completely faithfully follows the government. So it's like, I don't know. And then apparently there's one more order. We hear from Rob Lucci, bring back Nico Robin. That's a particular sore spot with him. He doesn't look happy about that. So,
yeah, and it just kind of puts this little like background tension where anytime it's like, you know, where's Robin? It's like even when the Straw Hats are back together, I'm like, where's Robin in this panel? Please tell me she's not. Yeah. And then like even, you know, towards the end of the reading where she's off with you know, the
Law and Hitetsu. Yeah.
I'm like, what is the name of the mask? Why can I not think of it? My brain is blanking.
Hitetsu / Sukiyaki. Or
yeah, but like, what's the creature mask? Tengu.
Tengu.
God,
Tengu,
why could I not remember that? But yeah, like even in that moment where it's like before Law gets there, I'm like, what's gonna happen here? Why is Robin alone? But no, it's fine for now.
Interesting way they frame. I just sort of was reading through and I just noticed that the way they frame it, where it's like that woman's existence is key to the forces of piracy, and it's just like it's just an interesting way to frame how you know, their weird, you know, their information control, and you know, she's the one who understands the language. So yeah, Yamato goes off on his own after warning Momonosuke, like, okay, no pressure. There's also a bunch of explosives on Onigashima, so if it falls, like, even more people will die than just the island falling. So good luck. And Momo's like, what? Don't leave. No. Oh man. So yeah, Queen's fighting Sanji. Sanji's noticing something weird about his body, and Queen's like, put on the suit. I want to see the raid suit.
Yeah, I know we talked about the one joke earlier of like, this is what the Brachiosaurus could do, and it's like, oh really? I didn't know that. And it's like just this insane shit. But also like how Queen traps him, and then it's like, oh, Sanji's fucked. And then it's like, so I equipped brachio launchers on my torso. If I call out their name, blah.
Queen's so fucking stupid.
He's so like, no, you're only supposed to shoot when I call out the name, and then he gets shot again, and like that's how Sanji gets free.
Like he's so like he's as you know, he's clearly like technically adept. Like he's one of the science-minded characters. You know, and
he's also an idiot.
He's also just fucking stupid. And yeah, Sanji comes out and he's like, something's horribly wrong. He is fucked up, but he's also perfect. He's like, it doesn't even hurt.
Yeah, that's definitely very, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like a very striking visual where it's like, oh, wow, yeah, his whole body's contorted and just broken.
And then he gets hit by the sword, and it's just like, the sword shatters, and he's like, wow, this sucks. And yeah, of course, like you mentioned earlier, he's afraid of losing his humanity and becoming like his fucking shitty-ass brothers.
Yeah, just like the look on his face where he's like, I don't want to turn out like them, and it's just, yeah, it's, like he's like terrified of that outcome.
Right, because he fucking hates them, and we see them. Like I remember, like one of the things that when I was reading Whole Cake Island is I just wanted Sanji to beat the shit out of his family because they're so fucking horrible, and he never did. But like you know, and it makes sense for how the story went. But there's still a part of me that just wants to see them get their fucking faces kicked in because they're such pieces of shit. So I understand his hate as well. So yeah, Kid and Law are fighting Big Mom, and Kid's struggling, of course. Yes, and then we get Killer versus Hawkins, which you brought up earlier. I love how this fight winds down.
Yeah.
Because yeah, like Hawkins is mocking him, and Killer's just like, "Hey, what happens if there isn't a body part on the other person?" And Hawkins is like, "What? The damage gets transferred." And so yeah, Killer just lops off his fucking arm because like, you know, sort of using their past failure as a way to pave the path to future success in a sense. And like then they also bring up like the tower symbolism and how, you know, the crumbling of the old to bring in something new, and it's good.
Yeah, I guess maybe because like this is, you know, basically One Piece's war arc, it really does feel like with this in particular, I felt like I was noticing, like, it had a lot of very, like, and you know, when I say typical shonen, some people might be like, oh, that's a criticism. No. But, like, you know, the whole thing, even, like, a thing like here where, like, characters getting their arms chopped off, that's just, like, you know, that's just a thing that happens in a lot of other battle manga, too. You know, most memeably in Bleach, that, you know, it just happens all the time.
It does happen quite a bit in Bleach.
But as well, like, I think just, you know, I feel like I could have described it better before, and now I don't remember exactly where I was going with that. Maybe something to do with like all the characters and the I don't know.
Well, I mean, like, as far as like, because the Straw Hats have not gotten that seriously injured, all things considered. Like, I mean, like, they have scars for sure, but like losing a limb is pretty huge. And like, so having like two characters this arc who've lost a limb, like Hawkins and Kiku, definitely stands out. And what I thought you were gonna say is because as far as like, calling things like a typical shonen thing, we did the podcast because shonen is awesome, and like we like battle shonen and those typical things, So I thought that's where you're going with it, but yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, like it's obviously something that I really like, but like One Piece in a lot of ways has like it feels different. It feels unique with a lot of the ways that it, I guess, uses the shonen formula. And like, I don't know, just something about this arc, it really felt like more standard shonen than other arcs, but that to me like really works in its benefit. That it's just like,
that makes sense. Yeah.
I wish I could think of more examples because they're in my head somewhere. Maybe a moment will pop up later and I'll be like, yes, this is what I'm talking about.
Right. If I think of something, I'll be sure to mention it, but let's just keep that in mind for now. Moving on a little bit. So Pooh is a fucking piece of shit, and this motherfucker does not get any comeuppance because he's still there at the end of the fucking arc, perfectly fine. But here he is, like, we're gonna. Who cares about Kaido? I'm gonna grab these numbers, and we're just gonna, align with whoever fucking wins. And like, he's just had no integrity, no backbone. And he just fucking gets away with it.
Yeah, it's like even Drake kind of sticks to his guns after siding with the Straw Hats, and he's the turncoat.
Yeah, right.
Well, I mean, there are a lot of traitors in this arc, actually.
True. Well, and with Drake specifically, it's like, yeah, he's a turncoat, but he does have like but he still has his ideals, his sense of justice, as he says later, right? And in this case, like, Luffy is the one that fits his sense of justice the most, because at the end of the day, Luffy is the one like helping these innocent people and fighting a tyrant, which is obviously like something Marines would want to protect an innocent people in theory, right? So but like Apu is just like just nothing, just a piece of shit. And I do like the design of the one, like, I mean, the numbers in general, they're a bunch of fucking weirdos, but there's the one with the mustache that he is with in the last chapters that we see him in. I like that design in particular for some reason.
Maybe part of why I didn't get lost in this arc necessarily is that, like, for a lot of these, like, supporting characters who kind of pop in and out, like the numbers and whatnot, like, I kind of just ignore them. Like, I like read the page and I see them, but I like don't, like, usually when I read manga, I really try to like take in everything that's going on. But I think just because of how much was going on, it reached a point where I'm like, okay, brain is gonna overload. I'm just gonna ignore these things for the most part.
Yeah, and in fairness, like, as long as, maybe there's some, if there's something you missed, like, I'm also here to, like, point it out. There's some things I missed as well. Like, you point out, like, oh shit, I forgot about that, or I didn't notice that. But like, at least with the numbers, is like, they're cool designs, but they're at the end of the day, they're still just like big mooks, pretty much. So, and then Usopp runs into Kinemon's legs.
This is when I really felt like, holy shit, like the callback to Punk Hazard. That's when it really hit me. Like, I mean, there have been several moments like that where it's like, wow, this has been building up for a while. But like when they pulled out this gag, but it's like really dark because, like, when they find him initially, it's like Law's ability. So he's not like actually severed in that way. But here he shows up and it's like, oh, there's all this blood. Like, are you okay?
Yeah,
like, so it's like, it really, it like redoes the gag, but it's like, it has this very like serious and like alarming tone to it that like, oh, fuck.
Right, because like, he's still split because of Law's ability, but also like, the context is different. He's really wounded from Kaido, so it's just, it's rough. And, thinking about it again, it's just like, it just took me back to like when, because like, Fishman Island ends, we go to Punk Hazard, this new island, and like within a couple of chapters, I just remember reading it weekly, and it's like, here's a dragon, and there's a dude sticking out from him, don't know what the fuck that is, and now I know what the fuck it is. It was like literally like one of the most important side characters for the next like 500 chapters, and I don't know, it's just like interesting how like little things like that can have weight to them after, such a long ass period of time. So
yeah.
But yeah, so meanwhile Kinemon's over by the by the fire, and Orochi communicates with Kanjuro and sort of gives him one last order to evoke the flames of the Kurozumi clan's hatred and just fucking destroy it all. And so this is where I talk about like where I realized something I think works with Kanjuro that also kind of like fits into like Wano as a whole, because and I realized like why, like not only why I should have noticed it before, but also why I didn't. Because so Wano is divided into acts, and the way like they open up with like the curtains raising and drawing, it's like a play, right? And Kanjuro is the character in the series specifically who is like framing himself as an actor, right?
Yeah.
And so that's what made what clicked with me was what Wano is doing with this. And we've already fucking talked about on this channel, not the Nen Show though. Princess Tutu uses stories and storytelling as a story of allegory for fate and breaking away from that fate. And I realized, fuck, that's what One Piece is doing with Wano specifically, and how it's doing it is it's using sort of the idea of identity is what because I was sort of bringing up it earlier as like a thread I was thinking on. And so here we have Kanjuro, who he has this trauma from, his family died in front of him on the Kabuki stage, and so he fell into the role that he felt like was needed as a Kurozumi clan member. And I sort of liken him to Hawkins in that way, because Hawkins, as we see later, like, he is so obsessed with like using the numbers to find the right path that even when he had a 1% chance to live, he still did not take that chance. He bet on, because what's the point of so they're kind of like locked into their fates in a sense, whereas we see a lot of the other characters is they're willing to choose their identity regardless. And I guess you could even say non-choice is a choice, right? Like I think it works with like, Luffy being Joy Boy and Kaido choosing not to be Joy Boy. It works with, Yamato and Kiku choosing, their gender and who they are, right? So it just sort of, and, like, it just ties a lot to
I didn't even think of it in that way, but that's just,
Yeah, like, and, because even the way the Straw Hats all have their Wano names, right? Like Chopper Imon and, Usohachi, right? Like they have identities as like people of Wano, as they're sort of like, helping fight alongside these guys. Like even though, they're known to not be from Wano, like a lot of the Yakuza still refer to them by those names, right? So I don't know, I just thought it was interesting, and to how like all this, these different names and different positions, like it kind of just factors into the same stuff we've seen like with, the prisoners in Udon, where like, not making a choice isn't itself a choice. Right, so like you always have the freedom, to change, and do what you want. So, what like literally Kanjuro just sort of like what I realized with him just fits into like all of Wano and what it's doing as a play, and I think it's good. So just wanted to share that point. Kanjuro's last painting is going to hit the explosives and destroy Onigashima. Then Law and Kid sort of talk about how you're able to use Awakening, right? And it's like, yeah, we can both use Awakening. It's just kind of rough. They like crush Big Mom with a bunch of fucking metal and iron and stuff, and by making her a magnet. And I just want to point out how like, so this woman takes fucking like 4 end of chapter size like big attacks to take her down. And I was just thinking about it because like for some reason from reading it weekly, I only remembered 3 of them. So like when I hit the 3rd one and she got back up, I was like, how the fuck is this woman still standing? Like, I don't know. I just sort of brought up before about how like, the emperors really like live up to their reputation of just being just these monsters, of insane durability. Like here's Big Mom fighting, Law and Kid, who are, 2 of the strongest of the worst generation, and she still like takes them down to, like by the end of the fight, they're like, okay, yeah, we're done. That was it. We can't do anymore. So I don't know, just tough. But yeah, after she gets crushed, she comes back up and she steals the soul energy from the bunch of Kaido's men to boost herself up. And of course, you get another moment of like, what? How the fuck did they show no fear of Big Mom? Because they're gonna try to become king of the pirates, so they can't be afraid of any fucking emperors. Yamato comes into Apu and Drake's meeting. Apu just tries to get another ally, and Yamato fights with Drake, and he's like, I don't have anything to do with Kaido anymore. Fuck off.
Oh yeah, and now like I didn't think about this at the time, but the whole thing about like anyone who ever shows kindness to Yamato dies, and kind of like here, there's like one of the numbers that Yamato is able to kind of like has a familiarity with and is able to kind of work together with. So I guess just like there are still people who are like familiar with Yamato and who
right, like Kaido's words were manipulative and maybe not necessarily wholly true, because like you said, here is a person who was kind to Yamato, and I don't know if he dies. I don't think so, but he at least he fights against Kaido and his men still, so even as one of the numbers. So but anyway, Robin and Brooke briefly run into Cypherpole Zero, and they're like, hey, those guys were on Dressrosa. Then we get a little cut to Sanji, and
this was really well done, I thought.
Yeah, where he hit a woman apparently, and he did the one thing that he never wants to do, and like it even flashes to his brothers, and it's like, fuck, I am becoming like them, and
yeah, and then here's kind of the moment I talked about earlier with like the humanity versus like more animalistic stuff. Although I guess here it's kind of like technology as well being tied into that. But I guess it also kind of works like if it's whether like the more animalistic side of things versus like the technology versus humanity kind of thing. But I did really like how it was paid off, where it's like, no, Queen was the one who hit the woman, and like, but it just to really like fuck with Sanji. But even in spite of that, he's like, no, I'm gonna stick to my guns. I have my ideals. I'm going to, stick to those, and I'm just gonna have to hope that that's, what's best for this crew and for Luffy's dream. Yes. And it's a really cool moment when he just steps on the suit, and he also kind of has to give up, like, there's the line which is like, it's kind of like the jokey side of his character where he's like, farewell women's bath, but at the same time it's like, he's making like a sacrifice here in more ways than one. But at the end of the day, like, still sticking to I already said it. I'm just repeating myself.
Well, like, him giving up the women's breath, like you said, it's jokey, but there's also, because, like, I did my pervert character video a while ago, and I brought up an article that sort of discusses how, like, perviness is associated with childishness in Japan. So him giving up the raid suit and his second most valuable dream, basically, is also him, like, growing up. And, because he's giving up, he's still a pervert, but he's still giving up a part, like this part of that perviness, basically, and, maturing a little bit. And we see that, like, because there's I forget the name of the lady that got hit on his account, basically, like, the way he's, like, because, he even, like, takes her in his arms and, like, protects her and stuff. And the way he's sort of is with her reminds me of how he is with Pudding. Because he doesn't get, like, all hard-eyed and pervy with, not all... there's, like, maybe a couple moments with Pudding, but, like, overall, when he's interacting with her, he's much more, like, gentlemanly, right? And, more mature is more what I'm observing there, where he's, being helpful and protective towards women without being a fucking dope about it. And so he's, again, that sort of fits that growing up angle. It's Sanji.
And also the way that it gets tied together, where like she had her mouse friend, and like it cuts to Sanji like feeding rats back at home, and he just the way he like kind of like kneels down to her and is like, I had to, like, I saved your friend, and it's just God, Sanji's so cool.
Good boy. I have another point for that fight, but we'll wait till we get to the rest of Sanji versus Queen. That's right. There's also the part where Sanji says, like, hey, Zoro, if I'm not in my right mind, I want you to kill me. Like, he is always antagonistic to Zoro, but like he trusts like Zoro to do this job that, you know, obviously he doesn't want any of the Straw Hats to do, and like because, you know, if he's like Germa, he doesn't want to be a Straw Hat anymore. He doesn't want to fucking be alive anymore, and I don't know, just the little and the way Zoro's like, you know, because obviously after the fight he's like, okay, time to kill you, like they just start fighting because he's you know, but even...
I love that gag.
but here you still got like don't die before then, right, where it's like, you know, just sort of, you know, Zoro and Sanji have such a good fucking relationship, even, you know, it's like the sort of like antagonistic it mostly but also friendly rivalry, like it's they're good.
And yeah, like all the stuff with Cypher Pole, you know, getting involved in sort of the back end of this arc, just like it really like hammers home just like all the different forces in the One Piece world converging on this one spot. Like, you know, the world government's involved with Cypher Pole, and then you have the samurai, and you have the pirates, and just like
Kaido and Big Mom and Whitebeard's crew members, and fucking
like,
it's a lot.
Yeah, and like it really shows like in the Cypher Pole fight as well, because like, you know, Apu kind of gets involved for a bit, and Drake fights them, and it's like Cypher Pole's going after Brook and Robin, and then Izo shows up later, so it's just
it's a lot.
Yeah, the whole way that Cypher Pole is integrated feels very like unpredictable, and you know,
God,
I'm like, is that a fair comparison? It's just kind of reminding me, because like I can't stop talking about Hunter x Hunter. That like, you know, the way like when I talked about my Kaluto video, how like the Zoldyck family and the Phantom Troop are kind of like narratively integrated as like these elements of chaos that can show up wherever, and I feel like Cypher Pole in this situation really has that feeling where it's just like, you know, we know that they're going after Robin, but they will fight like everybody in the way. Like they the only side they have is the government. So pirate, samurai, you know, Kaido's crew, Luffy's crew, doesn't matter. Like they're just gonna, whoever's in the way just gets fucked.
What I thought you were gonna bring up is just sort of how Wano is, because I had this thought while reading it, is just like, as far as like big arcs with so much happening, I think the only one I can think of off the top of my head like this that doesn't come from One Piece is probably like Chimera Ant arc, where you just have this big setting where there's just so many moving parts with individual goals, and you know, going, you know, just in a space and interacting with each other is just like, as far as just like, you know, that's just, you know, similar-ish in a very broad way, but I did have that thought while reading it, but that's a good comparison too. So
I like the little banter between Drake and Apu, where it's like they started this fight, and Drake's just like, no, you did.
But yeah, as Apu, of course, like, yeah, he sees Cypher Pole Zero, and he's like, oh shit, I'm gonna pass this information off to Morgans. He'd love this. He'd love to hear about this. And just gets wrecked. And the way, like, Drake finally, like, because he mentioned before how he, like, seeing Cypher Pole Zero there, fucking, like, he was like, what the literal fuck, to Kobe, and here he's like, okay, why don't you give me some fucking answers? And instead they're just, like, doubling down on the fucking world government being shitty. It's like, inconvenient truths are meant to be erased, and just, God, Cypher Pole Zero, they suck. I hate them.
You know, they really are one of those antagonists where it's like, put them in any situation and I'm going to be rooting for the other person fighting them.
Right, like, yeah, because, yeah, as you're saying that, I'm watching Apu, like, and Drake team up. Like Drake was literally like, you know, like, first he's like, I'm going to work with you, Luffy, and Zoro and Jinbei are like, no. But then it literally, like, within a few chapters, Zoro's like, okay, you're cool, I'm going to fight with you, Drake. And now here's the same thing where Apu is like, hey, Drake, work with me. And Drake's like, choke and die, please. But now it's like, nope, Cypher Pole Zero sucks, I'm with you. Like, the government's so shitty that, yeah, pirates just, they don't even fucking a marine, like, God, Cypher Pole Zero's, yeah, it's fucking piece of shit. It's the God. Sorry, I got to the page where King does the fucking thing where he pulls his crest back and his fucking face is so fucking funny when it's like his beak's all in and you see his teeth, and it's so goofy. And oh God, I love that the dinosaur gags are so stupid.
Yeah.
So yeah, Zoro fights with King a bit, and again, building into the rest of their fight. Zoro being more like, because I definitely noticed this where a bit with his last fight with Pika as well, where he's just like sort of being pushed to think more in his fights. Like with Pika, he had to think of like, okay, how can I cut this guy in a specific way that I can like draw him out, basically. Where with King, it's he has to figure out like his abilities, basically. He figures out the shit with the fire, So kind of cool. And then while that's happening, we cut back to Orochi and Komasaki's alive. I was gonna say, because I remember last time you brought up there was like someone following the Straw Hats that I said, I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. I forget who that was, and I realized later that it's either because they were followed by two groups. One was Tama and one was Hiyori. I assume it was probably Hiyori who was following them because she just she was helping the samurai recover after getting hit by Kaido, and now here she is with Orochi. So
okay.
So yeah, just wanted to, because I didn't have an answer for you back then. I wanted to, now that I realized who it probably was. Because that's the thing, is sometimes you'll bring up things and it's like I know the answers, and sometimes I forget. Like I remember when like Law was rescued, from the cage. You're like, who's that? And I was like, I think it was Drake. And then like the next reading, okay, it was Drake. But sometimes I don't know or don't remember. So. It's kind of back and forth between Zoro and Sanji and their fights, because Queen knows about the Lunarians, and Zoro is trying to figure out King's abilities. Like he keeps exploding, and he's got defensive stuff going on.
Also, yeah, just like I feel like especially since the Reverie, but maybe it's been in there before. Just like Oda, and he's talked about it in the SBS too, that like he recognizes that like some people might be like just reading this weekly or might have jumped in late. Mm-hmm. So like he does include like a lot of these sort of flashbacks, even if they're brief ones, just to kind of like, for the long-term readers, but also for people who, well, I guess less so for the long-term readers and more just for people who might not know the context for whatever reason.
Yeah.
But I still think it works well to like punctuate emotional moments. Like, what I'm looking at right now is like Zoro kind of getting flashbacks to the stuff with Kuina, and obviously we get a little more to it, which is information that we didn't have before. But really just kind of it also works additionally to kind of add that extra like emotional weight to the fight, I think.
Right. Like so for sure, because like it works to like call back to it, but also like maybe like he explained some stuff in the SBS, like I think it was Nami's Tangerines, I think, right, where he just explains stuff that we knew from having read Arlong Park. But yeah, there's people reading One Piece and watching One Piece who just have not gone through the whole story, right? So it makes sense to him. And I think he even talks once about how like he doesn't watch like he has to remember when watching like YouTubers and stuff that even though these people have a very good understanding of the story, like he can't write with them in mind, because not everyone is that like a good example is with the Shimotsuki stuff, where it's like he wanted this stuff to be like sort of implicit, and like you piece together, like especially like the samurai didn't want to give their names to Yamato, so Oda didn't want to explain it, where it's like but then people gave him letters and it's like, okay, fine, he's not Zoro's dad, I gotta explain that, right? So it's like he's sort of like, and I understand that I think as even making videos we should both understand that, actually, of just like trying to be like, because you're writing for people who know a lot and you're writing for people who don't, and finding that balance can be kind of tricky, right? Where it's like, 'cause sometimes I feel like I've had issues with videos where it's like I don't want to over explain it because that's boring to the people who already know this or already have picked up on a lot of these things, but I don't want to like under explain it because then people can't follow the video, and it's like God. So it makes sense,
especially if you're in like a narrative like this, which is like, what people often talk about on like why One Piece can be kind of off-putting is that it's so fucking long. Yeah. So to be like this deep into the story and still working on it, wow, my brain really just checked out before I could finish that thought.
Well, still, like, because
I think I was just gonna say, like, it's like I can sort of understand being in that weird position where it's like you don't want to just write for the audience, for like the core audience who's been around for, like, I think even was it like chapter? It was something with the volume 100 where he talked about reader base switching out like every 5 years, sort of.
Right.
And so how like he always wants to keep it, make it so that like the casual readers can also follow it. Because yeah, I'm sure like it's at the point now where it's like One Piece is so big that some people might just be following along just to like it's gonna be this big event when things just in these last couple of years, more than a couple of years, let's be honest, but like people might just be along for the ride just to know what happens, just to be along for the like spectacle of it.
And the other thing that manga authors have to keep in mind is every chapter is someone's first, right?
Yeah.
And so like there's like, because I remember I had like how I got into One Piece is I had an issue of Shonen Jump, American, that had like two chapters. It had like literally just like the 2 chapters of the Zoro Kabaji fight. Like I don't know who that clown guy is. I don't know who that guy with the straw hat is. I get their names, but I really don't know anything about them. But I still like a lot of the imagery from like Zoro slashing himself is like still burned into my brain. Not just because I've read One Piece so many times, but because it's like it was really striking. Like a comparison, like I recognize like the first clash between like with Zabuza where he has Kakashi trapped in the water prison is good, but it didn't leave that strong of an impression on me. Reading it out of context. And because it's just the explanations were so long, and I don't, so just, like those 2 chapters of Naruto versus those 2 chapters of One Piece, like, the One Piece ones left more of an impression on me, even though I knew about as much as about both series when I first picked up that volume of Shonen Jump. So it's like, and so, yeah, even now, like, there are people reading the magazine who, yeah, they know things about One Piece for sure. It's still incredibly popular, but, yeah, they're just reading this chapter, like, they don't know Zoro's backstory, so, getting, like, little Kuina, and, like, we see the guy from Log Town who gave him Kitetsu the Third, or sold him, so, yeah, it's, important, and then we get the further flashback with, Kuina's grandfather, who, the way Oda uses the SPS in the story, because like I've been bringing up the like anthropomorphized like weapons that he'll do, and a lot of them are really stupid and silly. And then he makes the fucking blacksmith, the guy who made Enma and the Wado. He looks like the anthropomorphized version of the Wado Ichimonji, which is like, Oda, stop! You can't do that. God. And then, of course, like, the flashback sort of works into the fight in that, like, sort, like, because we get the sort of one side of it with, like, Mr. One, where Zoro is, like, he has to learn, like, he wants to cut everything with his sword, but also but a sword is something to control because, like, it is a weapon of, it's something, if he cuts everything, then that means he'll cut down, like, so he's going to cut down his comrades as well? Like, because he fights with Sanji with the swords a lot, but he's never cut Sanji, right? Like, he's because Sanji's still an ally. And so, but here it's like, swords are killing instruments, and he has to respect that. And, King of the Underworld, Enma, and like how Zoro ends the fight, he's like, I guess I'm the king of, I'll be the king of hell. So him sort of like... Yeah,
because like the whole beginning of the fight, he's kind of like fighting with Enma or fighting against Enma rather, to like, like not burn himself out. But then, yeah, he reaches that point where it's like, and I also liked the line in the flashback about like, for people to call a blade cursed, that, because it's like, yeah, like you said, blades are, tools to kill. And so to call a blade cursed is a sign of its quality, which is like, tying back to arcs ago when he first was introduced to the cursed blade. And yeah, that he's just like, yeah, I'll take it. And yeah, so it's a really cool conflict, and getting a little more information about Zoro and his connections to Wano, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. God.
And and I think this was kind of around the point where I was like, where I started to talk myself out of Yamato being a potential Straw Hat, because I'm like, yeah, Zoro pretty much is a samurai, so like, they don't really need a samurai from Wano.
Fair. But also, I love the line he gives at the end of the chapter, where, like, King's like, oh, so you intend to be king? And he's like, yeah, I've got a promise to keep to my captain and my best friend. And it's like, God! Because, it's just, you know, because Zoro is like, he's kind of like a little edgy, you know, and he's a sword guy, but he's also like, you know, he fucking loves Luffy. And I think, you know, because I think some Zoro fans get a bit toxic and they're like, oh, Zoro can beat Luffy, oh, Zoro should be the captain instead, right? Like, that's what he said of Shabondi about, you know, because like, oh, this guy feels like a captain. But, you know, Zoro has never felt like that, and this, I don't know, it's just, I love the
yeah, no, line. He knows his role, and yeah, like that's why he's cool. It's like, you know, he is the very strong, very kind of stern right-hand man, where it's like, you know, like there was that moment where it's like, if Luffy starts to kind of go off course, Zoro's like, hey, you know, I'll cut you down if I have to, like, if you're gonna betray your ideals. But yeah, like, yeah, that moment, you know, like, I screen cap like a few things for the discussions, even if we like go through the chapters normally, or like even if I have them in front of me, I still like screen cap a few things just to like, you know, have it remembered in my mind, like, oh yeah, this was a notable thing. And yeah, like that panel where he's like, yeah, a promise to keep to my captain and my best friend. It's like, so fucking hype. Fucking hype.
And right before that...
Oh, you know what I was going to say? Another aspect of this that felt kind of like standard shonen, I think it was like with the integration of Kid and Law, and how like this really, I think, like, you know, the worst generation pirates kind of are the rival characters. But aside from Law, like there hasn't been a whole lot of time where any of them really, you know, spend around Luffy and really interact and really feel like a rival. And like in this arc in particular, especially with the addition of Kid, and how like those three are just constantly bickering with each other while also working together. I think that's when it really felt like, yeah, okay, these are rival characters. And like, you know, we had plenty of time with Law before, but this really kind of like with the addition of Kid and cementing his character, it's like, okay, yeah, you know, I can see why people would like these. I can see why people would like these characters, and it is really cool that, you know, that rival aspect has been able to be incorporated into One Piece, but like in its own way too. Like it's not just, you know, Luffy doesn't have a Sasuke type figure,
right? You
know, he does have all these other characters, and yeah, it's cool.
I
will let you speak now.
Yeah, thank you. I want just the panel right before that one where it's like literally from volume 1 with Luffy being like, you know, oh, the world's greatest swordsman. Anything less would make me look bad as king of the pirates. And it's like, God, they go so far back because Zoro was the first person to join, and it's Osome. That's the name of the girl. So I was just So we're getting back to the end of Sanji versus Queen in a minute. Or I guess now. But yeah, like Queen shows off how he's copied Germa's technology and he's using all their techniques. And I guess, you know, it works for the conflict because, like, you know, Queen is trying to, like, because he just has this, you know, fucking something stuck in his craw about Judge, and he wants to surpass him, which is why he wanted Sanji to use the raid suit. And of course, like he's even copied the self-black invisibility. Ooh, excuse me. Ability. And I guess, like, one thing we kind of see is how, like, because he's kind of, like, he wants to surpass Judge, but at the end of the day, he's ultimately just, like, copying him. Like, he can do all the same technology.
Yeah,
but he's also the same way as his sons are towards women. Like, he's kind of like, oh, Osome, after Komurasaki, you are my number one. And you piece of shit. Like, he goes to attack her because he's, you know, shitty, just like they are. And, you know, so he's ultimately like he's beholden to Judge, I guess, because in sort of like trying to like surpass him by copying him. Where Sanji, of course, you know, hates his father, so he surpasses him as a person, and that's where he, you know, again that humanity, and he's able to be himself, and gets Queen's ass. So yeah, good fight. And yeah, we get the bit, like you mentioned, where he saves the rat, the Chuji, that she was looking for. And good. Oh yeah, so Zoro cuts off King's mask, and we get a scene that reminds me of like Luffy versus Katakuri, where you have a character who's hiding their face, and some of their own allies see the face, and he just goes after them because he wants to protect. Like they even mentioned isn't it? It's like 100 million for a tip off for the government about the Lunarians.
Yeah.
But we also get the little flashback where, you know, Kaido and King were both captures, or being experimented on at Punk Hazard, which someone actually picked up on that. If you go back to Punk Hazard, there's like a warning sign, and it has like it's not a typical skull and crossbones. It's like it's got Kaido's horns on it. Oh
my god.
Yeah, and of course we also found out earlier that like the numbers were experimental, like giants, ancient giants like ores. So more, just continued connections to Punk. Like everything goes back to Punk Hazard with this fucking guy. But yeah, and also like because Who's Who was one of Kaido's crew who was kind of like looking for Nika the sun god, and here we find out that King was he wants the world to change, and Kaido's like, I'm the only one who can change it. But like we find out he's like he was the one who sort of like Kaido's like, oh, you think I'm Joy Boy? Haha, no, right? Because King brought up the idea of Kaido being Joy Boy, and maybe in part like started following him because of that. But he even says that like later he's like, no, I'm not gonna I'm already decided to follow you for life. I'm not gonna like he wants Joy Boy, but like Who's Who, he's kind of like not going for like he's not really evoking that or following that. He's sort of burying that want for because he values Kaido and he's loyal to him. So just sort of similar in that way, I noticed. And yeah, Zoro figures out his powers and is able to finish the job. Did you have any further thoughts on Zoro versus King that I missed, or are we good?
No, we're good.
Okay, yeah, no, they're both good fights.
Yeah. I think it's like you kind of said more of the... Well, I feel like we had kind of an even split there where I had a lot to say about the Sanji fight and you had a lot to say about the Zoro fight.
True. They're both really good. Oh, yeah, so now we get a good moment. So Momo's still struggling with Onigashima. Yamato is running with the sort of centaur number. And then we get a bit with Usopp, and where like the samurai are like, I'm gonna die, just leave me. And Usopp's sort of like... Excuse me, motorcycle guy. Usopp's sort of like, because he's the coward. He runs. He wants to survive, and he's sort of like it's pathetic and it's lame, but I'm still here because of that. And it's sort of juxtaposing like because the samurai have their code of honor, and they're almost like they're throwing their lives away, right? Like because again, One Piece sort of like again you have your ideals and you stand for them and show willingness to die, but here it is sort of like looking at from the opposite way where it's like, well, survival is in itself really important, and sort of just like I think there was a line earlier about it's like, man, or I think it was with Chopper, right, where it's like, I owe my life, and it's like, no, that's way too heavy for me, and so here's Usopp sort of like maybe saying like, hey, you don't have to bear the weight of and push your your lives and your death wishes, and I don't know, it's just a good interaction and a good moment for Usopp.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Also, I realized I was wrong about Izo and Kiku's last interaction because Izo shows up to save the day.
But it's even sadder because he says, we'll have plenty of time to talk later. It's like, no. Oh, and I like, take them to safety, God Usopp, and he's like, I am. Well, because he doesn't know, even though this guy's like one of Whitebeard's crew, like he's fucking, I'm sure he's got a big ass bounty, at least decent size, because he's one of Whitebeard's men, but, and he has been for a long time. But yeah, they leave, or Usopp leaves. But yeah, Apu fucking runs away, leaves Drake to the cipher pole. Like he's so awful. Oh yeah, we do get a little moment with just cutting away to some of the other stuff that's going on. Reminding us that it's happening more or less. With like Orochi and I was just there. I was just looking at the page. Oh, Raizo, that's right. God. But yeah, then it cuts and we see Luffy versus Kaido. They're still fighting up there, and they're both having fun. Like, even though like the stakes are high and their shit's real, but like Kaido and Luffy both enjoy fighting. So
yeah,
just a good little God. I have some points about that I'm excited to talk about if the chapter would load, because I'm on web browser now, so it's God, the physicals are so much better. Why won't the chapter load? I need to talk about it. Hold on. Oh, there it goes. It's finally started. Jesus Christ. Oh God, it cuts to the Fire Festival and we see the wishes on the lanterns or the sky boats, And it's God, that comes back later in a really good way. Oh yeah, so Kaido takes in some alcohol and he fights while drunk. And I gotta say, I really like some of the translation going on here. Lightning.
Oh yeah, lightning hammered.
Tears in my beer. I just really like the fun they had with the wordplay with some of the Kaido's sort of forms, and I also really like it as far as like because it's basically making his fruit powers like he transforms between his forms more and it's more chaotic. So it's just a cool set of techniques. Drowning in his sorrows. God, I like the panel. They do a headbutt, but they don't collide. But their faces are still like flattened by the force of their impact.
Yes.
God. So yeah, while they're fighting, it fucking cuts to the fucking the five elders, who are talking about everything that's going on Wano as well. After they want Robin captured, and they maybe mention that there's a fruit that has been not awakened for centuries, and they erased its name. And of course, as that's happening, we see fucking Zunesha, the elephant, is just coming to town. Shit, lost an earbud. But yeah, the fire's spreading. Raizo and the Fukurokujo are still struggling. Jinbei protects more people from the flames. Chopper's still a baby.
Oh, right. This fucking thing.
Wait, what the fuck? What was that? Hold on.
Are you talking about, like, the fucking Reaper with the death sight? Wait. See, at first I thought it was Brook, but then, like, a little bit later we see Brook down below, and so I'm like, okay, wait a minute, what the fuck was that?
Yeah, because Zoro just pulls it, or no, Franky just pulls Zoro back up later, and I'm like, wait, maybe it's just, like a symbolic thing, because, like, Chopper's even worried that, like, he'll have to suffer twice as much damage later, so is it, like, he's seeing a vision of his death?
Okay.
Because, but yeah... So yeah, unless this comes back up later, and it's just a weird thing we see, because I'm pretty sure after this we just see like I'm trying to remember what we see. The next part I'm gonna keep my eye out now, because from what I remember, the next we see of Zoro is Franky's pulling up and he's like, Zoro, are you still alive down there? And of course then he gets recovered and he's back on his feet and everything's fine. But it's just such a weird. I mean, there's a lot of mist and haze going around, but it just seems a weird thing to bring up and not follow up on. So I'm wondering if it's going to come in to play later, perhaps.
Yeah.
Because, like, similar example is back on Skypiea, where Usopp sees the weird figure repairing the Mary. Like, obviously in the moment, like, it comes up and he brings it. That was weird. And then it doesn't come up again for another 100 chapters or so. So this is just one of those things, maybe. Because I just read it. I read it weekly, and we're talking, and I literally forgot it. I've forgotten this like twice, okay? Like, that's, I don't know, it's just so, yeah, even though I feel like I shouldn't, so yeah, it's kind of weird. So maybe, Zoro did just claim to be the king of hell, so maybe there's stuff building it going toward the future of that arc with him, so, we'll see. But yeah, so Izo runs into Cypherable Zero, and they're prepared to ignore him because, they have other shit going on, and Izo's like, hold the fuck up. Oh boy. Then Kanjuro's flame reaches the explosives, and Yamato's there just in time to stop it. So yeah, then Big Mom thinks she's taken out Law and Kid, but they still have some fight left in them. I do like how, even though they're, rivals to Luffy, they're still like, like I'd rather die than let you get to that roof. Like they're kind of, what drives them in the heat of the moment is they want to stop Big Mom from getting in the way of Luffy versus fighting Kaido.
Yeah.
Like there's for some reason I'm driven by, like, they don't just want to stop Big Mom and beat her. They want to, they kind of want to help Luffy, and it's like he just has that quality to drag people into his pace, and it's good. So I just the way that, like, because Law's been ordered around, and Law's like, oh, you just had to do that big fancy attack after mine to make it look like you won. I'm not your opening act, and Kid's like, that's not the fucking point right now. Like, just. Like the fact that Kid's being the voice of reason and Law is being kind of petty is because he's usually got the brain cell, but he's just so pissed off about being ordered around and made to be the second fiddle that he's just like, no, enough is enough. And Kid is like, can you wait like fucking 5 minutes? Like, and yeah, they do get more like, it's not quite the same as like the earlier battle, but like they do get some cool team up moves on Big Mom. And she's got some fucking crazy attacks too. Like I'm just looking at the 3,000 Leagues of Misery where she's just using her soul. She's got cool powers. God. And then the way they fucking like just keep hitting her. Like I think at one point like Kid pins her down by magnetizing her to a tower, and then she proceeds to like get up and lift the tower with her.
Yeah.
And like fucking Law carves a hole into the fucking earth to blast her into, and Kid hits her with the gun, and she's just like, she just doesn't fucking stop.
Yeah, like I think originally I felt like a little underwhelmed with how she's defeated. But, like, now that I'm kind of looking back on it and just seeing, like, how much they have to pull off to, to take her down, and she just keeps coming back and keeps coming back. And it's kind of like, both of these fights are sort of like against the Emperor specifically. Well, I guess kind of even against some of the higher-ranked officials, too. Like, they're really, like, battles of attrition. Mm-hmm. Like, there are all these different little scuffles that all kind of compound over time, and then eventually it ends in the big climactic moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Big Mom's, I do like how the fight, like the climactic moment with her, like, because she's falling and she like hits the bombs and kind of helps take her out, and the way she's bitching about Roger and like how fucking you motherfucker, like because she had it pretty cushy, and Roger started the age of piracy and now she has to like fend off all these people overthrown, and here are the people who finally like kicked her off of it. And she also apparently says, like, some of the One Piece is in this country, too? What? Like, and I think, they also mentioned the ancient weapons with Kaido, so, what the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, it's definitely, like, lot
yeah.
there. But, like, yeah, just, even on her way down, like she takes a swipe at one of the explosives and like, yeah, so she really does just even in those final moments, she's still like doing everything that she can to get out of it, but it just doesn't happen. Mm-hmm. Eventually they finally take her out. Yep.
God, yeah, it feels huge too, because yeah, she's just been this presence, and it's cool.
Now, like, but even going after, like, through the end of this arc, I'm kind of wondering, like, okay, but how did they survive the volcanic explosion? Like, they're probably not going to be... Because I'm like, they're probably not going to be,
dead, yeah.
able to fight necessarily, but they could... Well, maybe they could even be able to fight. I don't know. Okay. They're tough bastards.
I'll explain my cursed theory, because I was thinking about it, and sometimes... I guess maybe if I'm correct, me and Oda have a fucking clown connection that transcends oceans, okay? And never mind oceans, generational gaps, cultural barriers, we've just fucking clicked. Maybe someone else has come up with this idea, but it's so cursed, I fear the man who does. So basically, I was thinking of what cover story are we getting? Because like we're still in the Germa one, even up to the current most recent chapter, we're still in the Germa cover story. So that one's not over, and we just got the Capone cover story, so the Whole Cake Island, and I think as far as Whole Cake Island characters, that about covers it. So probably after the Germa one, we're gonna start getting Wano cover stories, and I was thinking about what we might get. So I could totally see a Yamato's adventures around Wano cover story, kind of like we got the Jinbei cover story.
Okay.
And I had another thought. So the cover story starts, we end up on a random ass island, and fucking who ended up there but fucking Big Mom and Kaido blasted from the volcanic eruption, still alive, because of course they are fucking goddamn emperors. They fucking get up, people are fucking terrified, they run into each other, they look at each other and they go, "Who are you? Who am I?"
Oh.
because you mentioned
that
Oda
would be insane.
Oda doesn't do the same joke once, or he doesn't do like, and so and that would also kind of like. I also imagine that what would happen if that happened is the One Piece fan base would tilt off the face of the earth, because people were not happy about the Big Mom thing. So Oda just not only doing it again with Big Mom, but doing it with Kaido, I think that would make people mad. But also, like, it would be funny, and two is like, because that's the thing with Kaido and Big Mom is that like Kaido, okay, like his crew is like gone. Like we see King and Queen and all of them get captured by Aramaki, Ryokugyu. Where Big Mom still has her empire. Like her sons are still on Earth, and daughters like
like there were a lot of people who didn't even come to Wano with her.
Right, like and even the shit like we don't I don't think we've seen the like what happened to the ship that Marco knocked down, but if they survived once, they can survive again, right? So it's like she still like if my Big Mom's still alive, there's technically nothing stopping her from just going back and being an emperor again, but if that cover story fucking happens and it turns out she's lost her memory and like, Kaido and Big Mom just live in peace on this island as these terrifying monsters who are able to like be nice now because like that's a way that Oda can write them out of the story without killing them. My thought was like they're not gonna come back and be like a force to overcome again. Like that's kind of that nature of like escalating shonen storytelling where like you don't really fight the same enemy twice, right? In that way, it's very hard to do like well. This is One Piece, so plenty of people who have been defeated, like I guess later in the reading we'll get to, but like Crocodile's still around and Buggy's still around, so like just because they're defeated doesn't mean that they can't be like forces in the world doing other things. And I could like my thought was like if they survive the explosion, maybe they just like. Maybe they're like physically injured to a point where like they wouldn't be a threat. Yeah, like there could be a lot of ways that it gets handled. For sure. But the way that you put it with the memory stuff, now I'm like, if that happens, we are gonna like, I can just imagine the chapter coming out, and I'm just like, Craftsdwarf, what the fuck? I'm just built different. I don't know if it's gonna happen. It just feels like I have no fucking idea. It just is some, and I'm caught up to the manga. Like the term is like this hasn't happened yet or anything. But like if it does happen, then I just fucking like hit a level of consciousness. That it's just I don't know. It's just I don't know. Something about this funny to me that like maybe someone else has predicted it. I hope so because it feels very Oda. That's why I was saying like this is something he would do, and that's what terrifies me. But anyway, Zunisha joins the fight. They mentioned that the sin that the elephant did 800 years ago. And yeah, Momonosuke also says that even having read Oden's journal, he doesn't want to open up Wano's borders yet, and he feels like he's being a coward about it. But I think with what we know now, especially, it makes sense. Yeah. Raizo wins his fight. Yeah, no, it's so fucking raw that like he just burns and burns and burns and just outlasts the other guy. Oh, and yeah, because he's like that one line that he has earlier where he's like compared to like the boiling that Oden withstood, this isn't hot at all. Right. No, I forgot that it was brought up because I just like clicked that into place. Right. Like probably I did read it, but I just forgot that it was directly stated where it's like he because again like and it also fits into the ideas of the fight where because he has this human element, this personal connection, even as a ninja, like that's pushing him to do more and fight hard, like resist the flames more. Right. Because like what Oden had to deal with even more than this. Right. So. So mentally he's able to sort of like win the fight of endurance. So it's really good for such a minor fight. It's got stuff going on. It's neat. Like even with it just kind of being a fight that gets cut to and cut away from and cut back, like that is really impactful. Mm-hmm. Because it's like you don't really have to show much of that because it's like he just wins by like slowly burning the other guy till he's unconscious or whatever. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But anyway, then like right after that, it cuts to Orochi calling for Fukurokuju, and questioning Komurasaki, and who's wearing that mask, and she's just like, oh hey, yeah, it's ironic that you like the Moon Princess song because that was also my dad's favorite song. And God, the way that like the mask, she wore the mask to hide her fucking anger and tears. And having to play...
like how could it possibly put a smile on my face at the same time that it's a close up on the mask with the smile and just like but it's like a really sinister looking one.
Well, because I somehow like didn't hit me earlier, even though I was literally talking about how the moon symbolism works for the Kozuki clan. Like, who is the moon princess? It's her. It's Hiyori. You know, like this song that, you know, because she's the daughter of Oden, who was symbolized by the Kozuki, and it's a duh. How did I not fucking put that together before? Meanwhile, the Cypher Pole Zero gets an order from the elders to eliminate Straw Hat Luffy. And then we get the
what? Yeah? It's insane.
Yes, God, they're starting to recognize how fucking dangerous that guy is. Like fucking or is it? I think it's Izo who's even just like, what is it about that crew? Like, unfortunately, this is probably one of the last times we see Izo, but he's just like, or maybe that's Cyberpole and Izo's body is just there. Yeah, actually, never mind. Shit.
Yeah, because there's kind of like a moment where it's sort of like it looks like a double, like, you know, Izo takes out one of them, but they take him out, and the other guy's just there, like, yeah, just like, damn you.
And then there's also
and like, why is a leftover from Whitebeard's crew helping these kids out?
Right. There's also earlier with Zoro and the Reaper. There was literally nothing of Zoro between then and Franky pulling up and being like, "Hey, you aren't dead, are you?" So maybe it was just like oh my god, Zoro died, gasp. Or maybe there's gonna be something more going forward, but who fucking knows.
See, I thought somewhere there was Zoro was in a panel, like a very small panel of just like cutting around to different characters, and like there was like a line of blood, it looked like. Okay, so, like he might have been slashed or something, but it was like, but it was just that, like it was just a tiny panel and it doesn't get dwelled on.
So yeah, I don't know what the fuck Oda was doing with that, except for maybe like teasing that he might die and then not doing it, of course, but obviously he's not dead, so it wouldn't stick with me. But I don't know, maybe we're going to see more of it in the future. Who knows? So anyway, news of Big Mom's defeat ripples out. And of course, like, Law and Kid are talking about how, like, yeah, we're fucking spent. If Luffy loses, like, it's still all doomed because, like, everyone's so, put in so much effort in these fights. Like, I was even thinking about it, is like, because, Yamato has some juice left in him. Jinbei, at the end of the day, like, he's in the same tier of fighters as, like, Zoro and Sanji, but he was fighting one of the Tobi Rappos, so he's got some, stuff left in the tank. But even then, I feel like I don't know if, like these two guys can fight Kaido at the end of the day, just because, like, he's so resilient and durable. So it's still like, I think Luffy's their only hope still, all things considered. And then we get a little flashback with, because Kaido's thinking about Lin and how, because earlier she even mentioned how, like, she sort of looked at Kaido like a little brother, and all things considered, even though they were, like, literally saying, like, okay, I'm gonna kill you, but after we take over the world. But, like, and then we get this flashback where she's, being like, hey, don't trust Rocks, he's a fucking scoundrel, I'll look out for you, and I'm gonna, like, I don't know, I was just thinking about how, like, this is, like, the closest thing to a positive relationship he's had, and even, he shows some, like, he tears.
I feel like even... Like, even on Big Mom's side of things, it's like, calling him like a little brother. It almost feels like the most, like, positive or healthy, like, concept or person that she feels, like, familial with.
Mm-hmm.
In that way, where it's like, she and Kaido definitely scuffle, but not. I don't think it's in, like, the same way where, like, she doesn't try to control him in that way.
Yeah, she respects, like, Kaido, she's just like, as I'll look out for you, right? Like, because they're of the same tier of, like, they were under Rox's crew. They're both insanely powerful emperors. Even if, like, obviously they don't agree, and at the end of the day they're gonna try and kill each other. But they have a level of camaraderie that neither of them share elsewhere. Like, everyone else around them is just a minion, and here's someone they could actually go, like, you're an equal, right? But I was also even thinking about, because as far as sibling relations go, well, like, I was just talking about, like, Luffy and Momo earlier, so you have a positive sibling relationship versus this more, negative one, that's still their most positive relationship they have, but ultimately, not ideal, right? So I don't know, it's just another
like
contrast.
the fact that it's the most positive relationship that they have says a lot about their relationships in general.
Right. And as he's crying, Luffy's like, I don't care what your ambition is because, I'm gonna fucking drive you out of Wano. And, let's go. So now that...
This will be my final Gear 4.
Will it? Oh yeah, so here we get another exchange that really makes me think of CP0. They're pieces of shit, but they're interesting. This guy specific, I don't know their fucking names. He names them in like the SBS, and I remember Damask, who's like the one who's got the mask that he holds up, because that's for some reason that's easy for me to remember. But I don't remember the name of the important one with the black and white eyes and the scar on his face.
Yeah.
Which sucks because he's the one whose name I need to remember because he's the most important one. But anyway, there's the exchange he has with Drake where he gets stabbed by Drake, who just before he was like, I can't just die with nothing to show for it. And, he stabs the CP0 leader guy, and he's like, this is what my justice tells me to do. And he says, then I'm envious. And then he, fights back and takes out Drake for the time being.
Yeah.
And just that, like, I don't know, it just feels interesting because it's just like just that way of, like, how CP0, like, they seem to have their individuality and reason for doing things, but ultimately he wants to be, he wants to have a sense of justice, but ultimately he values the government so much that he'll bury any individuality he has. Like, there's something, I don't know, just something interesting about the way it's framed, I think. And, like I mentioned earlier, his sort of cynicism towards the government, but, yeah. So anyway, Luffy's hitting Kaido. The fucking panel where Kaido's like, because he's getting this shit kicked out of him, he's like, how does rubber doesn't work this way? How can he just redirect his attacks like that? And he's like, just stop, with a little heart. And what are you doing, Kaido? What are you doing? But yeah, Kaido blasts Luffy down, and they just keep going at each other. They're just like, yeah, because I definitely see why, because it is just a slugfest, for sure. Compared to the earlier part of the fight.
Yeah.
But anyway, then you get the fucking Cypherpole Zero guy slips in, and you even get a flashback to the Kaido's fight with Oden, with Momo being held hostage, and just like, because again, Kaido, like, he wants to have his joy, but he's kind of enforced this, like, evil and harshness on the world as the world has inflicted on him, and here he is, like, now the world is inflicting, keeping people from he wants joy, he wants happiness, and he's getting that through Luffy and having this fun fight, and then the government intervenes, and...
Yeah, and just like the one panel in the corner where you just, like, get the close-up on his eye, and he's clearly like, no!
Yeah, and then...
fight!
The next chapter on the first page, the fucking disappointment and grief in his face after because there's the first panel of him hitting Luffy, and then he's just like, what if I fucking no? Like, he's so fucking despondent over having, I think that's a word,
yeah,
and just, oh god. And like the way it's like, the winner on the battle of the roofs of the Skull Dome, Kaido, King of the Beasts, and he's like, just, you're prepared for what's about to happen, right? Like, oh god. Just the expressions are really good. And he just fucking crushes him. Just, I think that guy's dead. I don't, it's One Piece, so I can see him coming back.
Yeah, that was also the impression that I got, because like they did, well, yeah, because the way that the elders describe it later, it's like I think they, maybe I misread the thing, but I thought they said like a valuable.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. We'll come back to
it. Because he's definitely he's the leader of these guys for sure. Like, he's definitely the most important one. So if he is a valuable agent that they lost, then yeah, and especially it's fucking Kaido. Not a lot of people can just take a hit from him head on. So
yeah, but it's like Izo also seemed to take out one. So it's definitely like Cypherpole took a blow here
for sure. But yeah, Kaido comes down and announces Luffy's defeat. And so the way, because we get a bunch of reactions, and Law and Kid are like, well, fuck, Chopper's crying, and Nami is pissed off. She's like, there's no, because the thing that gets me up is, again, she's the doubter, she's the one who is the voice of reason and logic, but even she has such utmost faith in Luffy that she's like, there's no fucking way Luffy lost, I don't believe you. Right? And facing down a fucking emperor, the coward Nami, at that, and she's like fucking bitching out Kaido in his full-ass dragon form. Nami, God, she gets so many good things this arc.
Yeah.
But yeah, of course the battle's not over because Momonosuke isn't taken care of. The Alliance is sort of having their, last stand against Kaido's men as things are looking bad. Momo and Yamato have a good interaction where Momo's like, if we can save lives, we should just surrender. And Yamato's, well, surrender is not the same as salvation. Like, just sort of,
it's a really good line.
Getting Luffy, getting Oden, and just pushing Momo in the same way. Like, if we're gonna let it go to waste, then let's face death together, and sort of like helping Momo, because Momo, like, especially with the way at the start of Act 3 after the flashback, like, here are all these samurai gonna go die, and protect Momo. Well, Momo's a kid, so they're not gonna let a kid go fight this battle and die for them. They're gonna protect that hope and let him maybe have a chance to save Wano in the future. Well, here now Momo's an adult, not in a literal sense. Okay, in a physical sense, yeah, but not mentally. He's still a child, but he's being forced to grow up. And so, now he's fight and die, with the samurai, even if you're going to lose. And because he can't give up. He has to, keep holding Onigashima aloft so people don't die, so, he's got to keep fighting. And then we fucking...
After 800 years.
Oh my God,
Joy Boy.
Holy... I'm so glad we finally get to talk about one of my favorite power-up ever, I think. I fucking... love Gear 5 Mathwiz. Holy fuck. So before we get into that though, so Kazunisha mentions I hear the drums of liberation. So apparently Oda was asked what his top 3 favorite sound effects were. I'm sure number 1 was the don, which is like every episode ends with it when it does the to be continued.
Yeah.
It's been commented on in SBS as being commented. His second favorite sound effect he used was from the party on Skypiea, where apparently the sound effect while they were dancing with the wolves and all that, it was drums of liberation. 800 fucking chapters ago, Oda drops that, and it didn't get It didn't get translated accurately because, how the fuck were they supposed to know it would literally be this important? And again, I mentioned that there's a silhouette of Luffy dancing that looks like the silhouette of Nika. And so, we have Luffy's heartbeat echoing the drums of liberation as his devil fruit awakens in a time of crisis, and not even just like the crisis of Wano, but also like, because like seeing Joy Boy as someone who brings joy, like he, in a weird way, like he comes to Kaido when Kaido needs him the most, right? Like he's saving Wano, but he's also kind of giving Kaido what he wants too, because Kaido wants to enjoy this fight. And, the Cypher 0 guy cut that off, and here's Luffy, like, coming back to help, to give him that. And it's like, which is a, weird way to frame it, but I think that's part of what's happening here.
Madman.
God. And also the way, like, because we get the elders talking about, you're right, they did say we've lost an elite agent, so that guy's probably fucking dead. But like the way they're talking about it's like, what if there was a future that would make us beg for this outcome, sacrificing this guy to get rid of the gum fruit, that is actually the mythical zone human fruit Nika model, which is like, definitely a big recontextualization, because I think some people are unhappy with it, because I was even thinking about it, like, because I think the Bleach got the same thing where it's like people like knowing things, so when the author like introduces thing and then way later changes thing, I think people are a bit bothered by that. But like in the case of Bleach, like the manga is about understanding, and the characters were wrong, and it makes sense. And in this case, I don't mind, because what we get from it is so fucking good, and it's also really interesting. And the gum, like, I was already framing rubber as like freedom in the first place, and its resilience, and then now I don't know, recontextualizing it works for me. So like I just get more out of the story for Gear 5.
Okay. But
I'll talk about that in a bit, because it's well, I also want to point out, because there's this, like, as Luffy awakens Gear 5, he's sort of silhouetted against the moon, and I realized, like, again, moon symbolism, he's sort of embodying the moon as he's like taking up Oden's desire, and it's like it just keeps happening, it keeps fucking But anyway, then we get... Oh, and another thing I want to point out, because it cuts to Hiyori and Orochi, and I just thought it was interesting, because it's like... Because Big Mom's the top force up there with Kaido as far as like dangerous foes to beat. But because usually I feel like Oda, like, he escalates the fight and fights in a series of like weight to the fight, if that makes sense. Like usually Zoro gets the second to last fight of the arc, more or less. And so I just thought it was interesting that he specifically chose that Orochi is the one to be beaten before Kaido and after Big Mom, because like even though he's weak and he's a piece of shit, he's still like he's more important to Wano as an antagonist than Big Mom is, and even King or Queen. Yeah. So it just makes perfect sense structurally with how Oda does things. But I just remember thinking it interesting because like it's not like who fights him. It's Denjiro and Hiyori, the two people who were working for him and the closest to him, who were never on his side. And they're not characters like Law or Kid who have like overall big story importance or relevance, or the Straw Hats. So it's just, I don't know, it definitely stood out to me in regards to how Oda normally does things, because it's still how he normally does things, but it's different. So
one thing that stood out to me in the moment itself, because like Momonosuke has a lot of moments where he has to be like, my name is Kosuke Momonosuke, and I'll be the Shogun of Wano. And so Hiyori gets a moment here where, and just like the expression on her face as well is so good. That like, yeah, my name is Kosuke Hiyori. Hold your tongue, you knave. And it's like, go off.
Yes, yeah. Finally, this going against this man who's caused her so much trouble and hardship, and also just the symbolic way, because we see the fire that Kanjuro made, the spirit, come in. And he's like, burn this woman that I hate to death. But also, like, obviously he hates, Kozuki, but, he does still have a love of Komurasaki, even if it's, like it was a love in this false identity. And then there's just the narrative, like, he's literally being consumed by his own hatred, right? Like the flames of the Kurozumi. And it's just, it's very poetic, I guess. It's good. God, and then Luffy is like, man, my heartbeat sounds funny. This is the pinnacle of what I can do, huh? And the way Kaido's like, what the fuck is going on? And Luffy just reaches down, get over here, and grabs him. And just fucking his eyes are bulging out. Holy fuck, I love Gear 5. It's so silly and fucking funny as shit. Like, obviously, just the rubber hose, classic Western style of animation influence. And, like, the way it works, because Luffy's all about freedom. And, he's, like, this is how, like, he's literally so free. He's breaking the rules of reality. And what Vinny pointed out to me is it also kind of comes full circle on Luffy's arc in how he enjoys fighting, because I remember one thing we talked about from the East Blue is that Luffy isn't taking these fights seriously. He's being very silly and goofy, but then as he fights in the world, he stops that because he has to get serious. He has to sacrifice himself. He has to and in that way he's sort of broken and changed by the world. But Gear 5 sort of allows him, and his fight with Kaido in extension, he comes full circle. He starts enjoying fighting again, and he's able to do so now in a way that doesn't compromise his victory. And it's just so perfect for like his character and in that way. And
I was even gonna say, like, one thing that I noticed, comparing this to Gear 4, like, I remember really loving the Gear 4 revelation and the fight with Katakuri, but at the same time, like, from a visual standpoint, like, looking at Luffy Gear 5, it just looks like so much more of a, like, Gear 4 is so, like, he's got the dark outlines around his eyes, and he's all bulked up and everything, and it's just, like, it looks so, like, serious and intense, and it's kind of like, that's not really Luffy. In that way. So then, like, Gear 5, where he's got the white hair, and, all smiles, all laughs, and everything's kind of, like, less angular, more like round, like the all the goofy comedic antics for it. It really does feel more like a final form Luffy type thing, where it's like, there would be, and I was even thinking of it like on that tonal perspective, where One Piece, one of its greatest elements is the way it incorporates comedy, and so it makes sense that like this big power up, and like the ultimate thing for Luffy, it would be like some combination of power and humor, because like that's just One Piece's tone.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is for me. Like, when I think of, like, One Piece and how, like Gear 5, it's like, Gear 5 just represents, like, what One Piece is, because it is something that's just so pure and innocent and comic and fun, right? Like, even though, there's a lot of serious and weight and drama to it, but, you know, part of even the story is, like, you know, here he's fighting Kaido, this character who, like, is the way as he is because he's a response to the world and also evoking the world, and Luffy's just... he's continuing to maintain what makes him him in the best way possible. Yeah. And I fucking love it so much. Like, there's so many gags with it. Like, he just becomes giant and uses Kaido like a jump rope, which is like...
Wait a minute. You know what I also just realized now?
Yeah.
You know, like, God... Even for this arc in particular, you know, the fact that Luffy in this fight, he's smiling and laughing. What was all the stuff with the smile fruits and the people who were forced to smile?
Oh, fuck.
So it's again like taking that, which itself, like the stuff with the smiles and the smile fruit was twisted in like not the flashback, but like the whole thing explaining like Ebisu Town and how they were forced. So it was like putting a darker tone on it and a message, and now it's like here's Luffy again spinning that back around into like that is the source of his strength. And like fuck.
No, and that you reminded me of another point I was going to bring up, because like Kaido as this sort of false joy boy, this man who was looking for joy boy and could never really feel any joy in his life, right? Like the fact that, you know, what's his connection to smiles is, the smile devil fruit and this sort of corruption of making people happy, right? Where Luffy genuinely brings joy, and he always has for the whole story, right? He's fought tyrants, he's partied, like the fact that every big arc ends off in a party, like Alabasta and Dressrosa and Fishman Island, is like, he's always been this bringer of joy, right? Because obviously people are kind of like, oh, the fate aspect, Luffy was always destined to be Joy Boy, but you know, my stance on that is again the same, like what I've been saying this whole time about like how freedom works, is that if Luffy was going to do it anyway, then is it really like you know, because if Luffy would be trapped by fate, he would fight that fate, right? So if it just happens to work with, like, that's just how Luffy is, right? Like, and how freedom and your heart being chained, you know, like character like Hawkins is a character who's trapped by fate, you know, but Luffy isn't, and you know, so just God, and it's just like I'm just like being able to like laugh with Luffy in these fights, like I'm just, you know, he gets like blasted by the blast breath and he's just like a silhouette of dark because he's covered in the ash, and he just like Looney Tunes runs, or like like the part where Kaido like eats him and he's just like boing 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 boing, like and there's even the one part where like like all the characters see him, and like when his face gets smashed down and their eyes just bug out, and then Kaido is just standing there like it's like something from a comic strip. Like the way everyone's,
and you know, again, it's like I wasn't wholly satisfied with this fight upon like just reading it myself, but now like going through and talking about it again, I'm like, fuck, dude, shit.
Yeah, look, I like, because I understand, again, it's like what like, because if you like the technical parts of the earlier fight, that's like, you know, I understood completely, but you know, for me,
this definitely isn't that.
No, it isn't that, but I just happen to like what this fight offers more for like bringing Luffy's character full circle, for Kaido and the humor and the funny, like it's still like, you know, they're both great, but you know, they're great fights, and and then right after that, like, Luffy's like, who says I'm at my limit? And then he just melts and turns into an old man. Like, just that. Oh, shit. Kaido's like, who are you?
Oh, God, yeah. And, like, jump roping with Kaido. God, and then, the part where, as well, like, he grabs lightning.
Oh, my God.
And is able to, like, use that as a weapon, which is, it's so cool because, like, it's also, like, lightning and rubber being impervious to it was kind of, like, it had come up sporadically throughout the story, and now it's like he's actually able to turn that into a weapon for himself, and it's just, God, and how does Oda do it?
And now I'm looking at the panel where like Kaido hits him with his club, and his face is just like contorted around the club, like it kind of does, you know, like the same thing Gear 4 did, where Gear 4 allowed him to be rubber even when dealing with Haki. where now Gear 5 allows him to be rubber, but in a car. Like when he punches Kaido and like Kaido's face gets like literally literally Looney Tunes punched in, where it's just a crater, and you see Luffy's like fist coming out the other side is amazing. Yeah. It's so good. Is it this fun,
You know,
Kaido?
I'm also noticing, like, there's the part where, you know, Luffy, like you said, like, he gets tired and, like, turns into an old man. But, like, Kaido also, like, I don't know if he's, like, he, like, takes a seat with him, because it's, like, you know, and also there was the part where, you know, when Luffy came back and Kaido's like, sorry for that idiot earlier, like, interrupting our fight. Yeah. So it's like, Kaido is also having fun, because, like, he is a creature of battle, and that's also, like, you know, it feels like a lot of his character is conveyed through battle, because, like, that is what matters to him the most. And, the fact that, like, and there's also, like, a couple interactions, or at the very least I remember the one where it's like the end of a chapter on a big spread, and Luffy's like, oh, I'm having fun now, and Kaido's like, yeah, me too. So it's like, shit, God. Fuck.
Yeah, that's like, and yeah, I didn't, well, because looking at it again, it looks like Kaido, because I thought it would be interesting if Kaido literally sat down and waited for Luffy to get his energy back up, which I think is kind of what he's doing, but he's also like, he's like, huh, like he's tired is also part of it. Yeah,
but, like he's also catching his breath too.
But the fact that he does sort of just like give Luffy a minute to catch his breath so that the fight can continue is like, it's you know, because it does beg the question of like, if Kaido like really wanted Luffy down, you know, could he have won? But at the end of the day, like what is more means more to him is prolonging the fight, so he can, because he's probably never going to get something like this ever again, right? So it's God, it's so good.
Yeah, probably the difference between like me reading it and me like discussing this fight is like, you know, when I'm reading it, I'm just trying to like, I want to just get to the end of the reading, you know?
Yeah.
And so like going back and kind of like paying a little more attention to all the little details, it's like, yeah, no, this is a good fight. It's hard to say if I like it more than the Katakuri fight, because I don't really remember the Katakuri fight at this point.
It's been fucking 4 years, like, I gotcha.
Yeah. And it's kind of like the same thing where it's like, I don't feel like I would put Wano above Whole Cake Island if I were to rate the two against each other, but I'm just like a little too disconnected from, you know, from when we discussed this stuff previously to really make an accurate assessment, I think.
For me, because I've gone through Luffy versus Katakuri so much because I've talked about it, and I think if there's a reason I like that fight more than this one still, it's probably because like this fight is still really fucking good, but I think if the difference between Luffy versus Katakuri is what, like, it's personal, and that one is just, I just like the familial aspect a lot, and how like Katakuri's family and Luffy's family informs how they act and stuff. And also just there's a bit of a personal attachment to me with that fight, because like I remember following it weekly, and Whole Cake Island in general was just clicking with me in ways that like other people who I respected at the time, like you know, not that I don't respect them now, but just I just don't interact with them now or follow them very well. Mr. Morgan, best guy ever, who like, you know, they know their shit about One Piece, but there were still aspects of that fight that weren't clicking with them. And I like fucking spent a whole ass weekend editing a half-an-hour video pretty well, like all things considered. Like going back, I'm pretty satisfied with how Beyond Blood was edited. You know, like, and so it just has that personal connection with me where like I clicked with that fight, and I had a specific niche in the fandom where I was saying things about the fight that no one else was. So, you know, and that's something that, you know, I'm not even really talking with the fandom anymore, so I'll never have that again, but I still fucking love Luffy versus Kaido. It's so good, and Gear 5 is so good. I love it so much. But anyway, while Luffy's fighting, Onigashima is burning, and
when they run into Brook and they're like, oh, you poor guy, and he's like, I may be a corpse, but I'm not charged.
Excuse me. Rude. And then Jinbei and Raizo sort of team up to quench the flames, which is kind of cool because it just like it's just one of those big things that just affects like everything. Like all these chaotic threads like kind of get a through line through like what Jinbei does. And then we get Luffy holding the lightning bolt. He's so cool. But also I wanted to note, because I'm just looking at the 1047 cover spread, and I just think I just realized because there's an animal there. It's a big dragon, but also that's Momonosuke. So it's like this is like the first. It's just a rare. It feels like it's the same format of the usual like Straw Hats with Animals cover spread, but it's an animal, but it's also a person, so it's a little different in that. I don't know, just weird. Thing I noticed. So anyway, then we get a little flashback to sort of I guess the first time Momonosuke kind of had to like grow up a little bit, where he's like literally the fucking palace is burning. His mother is about to send him into the future where, he will be like, he'll have his samurai, but he won't have his parents anymore. And, they're just sort of like, be the shogun of Wano so that we can die as samurai. And him just having to, I'll go to the future. I'm ready. Like, and just having, God, and even the way Toki's even like about to fucking cry because, he's having to throw away, like Kaido took his childhood. And, God.
Yeah.
And the fact that I just even had like a flashback, and I remember when in Dressrosa when like at the very early Dressrosa there was a part where like Momonosuke was like playing Shogun with Nami and Chopper and all of them, and I was just thinking about how like not only like obviously that's like foreshadowing for the fact that like because that was before he was revealed to be Oden's son, and but also just like as a he's still an 8-year-old and he's like getting like this last gasp of childhood out before obviously Wano, where he has to become a man basically, and I don't know, just Momonosuke has it rough.
And like literally like losing his childhood both in like a metaphorical sense, but also in a very literal sense with like being aged up and stuff.
Right, exactly. Like I was even thinking because like obviously Luffy considers him a little brother, but technically Momo's like physically 28 years old, so he's like 9 in, but mentally he's it's weird. It's weird. But yeah, the festival is starting to come to an end with all the skyboats going into the air.
God, and also like the panel before that where like Kaido hits Luffy into the ground and the ground fucking bends from the impact.
Yeah, well,
and then like spits him back away.
Well, I think it's also because how Awakening works is like you're enforcing your will on the world.
Well, yeah, so like Kaido describes it as like you're applying your rubber powers to other things, but it's still a really cool visual.
Yeah,
as
no,
well.
for sure. So many little good bits. And just every time Luffy gets hit by the blast breath and he's just like, just covered in soot, and it's he's just rest in peace. Oh yeah, and then you get the little exchange with the samurai, which it kind of reminds me of the Fishman Island bit where they're like, saying like, Luffy, yeah, you can, destroy our past, destroy Noah, and he's like, or what was it? Let Fishman Island fall. He's like, no, I want to protect my friends, and this is like where it's like, okay, so if the island's afloat, that means Kaido's won. And if Luffy wins, that means we're all going to fall and die. And so they just kind of accept, like, you know what? Yeah, even if I die, like, I have family, like, Wano will be free. They're accepting that, like, they came to this battle, like, expecting not to live. So, of course, that's not going to change, even now. But, I don't know, just a neat little exchange.
God, Luffy's, like, giant fist emerging from the clouds, and it's like, move Onigashima, it's in the way.
Yeah, God, and, well, and then, so yeah, while that's happening, Orochi is going after Hiyori, and so he's sort of getting, like, the two, fights, the two big threats of Wano getting taken out at the same time. And yeah, like the fact that like, cause Luffy, cause he's always been like, through most of the series, he was like protecting and putting himself like in front of the rest of his crew cause he's the strongest, and, he'll sacrifice himself to keep them safe. But then when, Shirahoshi, she sort of like as this weak person showed that she was stronger than he was giving credit for. And now here he is like relying on a person he's seen and very familiar with the weak. Like he's kind of shat on Momonosuke the same way he shat on like Kobe back in chapter 2. But now it's like he's fucking trusting Momo with the safety of his whole crew, the samurai, like literally everyone. And just saying, Momo, I know, and like even like he's even like, I don't think I can, but he fucking does his best. He fucking headbutts the island if that's what it takes. Like, God. And then you also get this sort of culmination of Luffy's training where Kaido's like, yeah, touch me, I'm all fire. And Luffy's like, I've literally been training to avoid that exact thing. So
it's so cool.
And then you sort of see like the Wano stuff from like Kaido's perspective, with him, Momonosuke has a son, I'll take care of that, which obviously, as we see, he doesn't actually kill Momo. And then just sort of like, yeah, at the end of the day, he doesn't care about Wano, and he's just sort of let Orochi handle it. But so he'll just do what he's asked, and God, the country got ruined, and fucking Orochi, fucking piece of shit. Denjiro killing him is satisfying, and the way it's just juxtaposed with the skyboat that says, "I wish Orochi would go away," is like, God.
Yeah.
Please free us from this hell, which what was he saying is like, don't mistake Wano for paradise, but no one else actually thinks that. Fuck, except for him. God. And then we get Kaido's flashback where, I mentioned last time, like, what happened to Kaido, who hurt him, and it's like, he literally, like, we get his flashback, he literally just, like, he's just a strong kid, and the Vodka Kingdom literally just sold him because, well, like, he was even, like, being kind of Luffy-ish, just like, what's up with the Heavenly Dragons? And they see him as dangerous, so they got rid of him. And, I don't know, it's just neat to see, like, everything framed with Kaido. Like, stuff, like, again, we've been building up to and we're aware of, but, I don't know. Good. It's just it's a very brief flashback, but it definitely, does quite a bit, I think. Like, just, especially the way he was, like, equality and freedom, where it's, like, that's kind of that's how he frames, like, the bring people down to the level of animals is, I guess, which is, important to note since I've been talking about it for so long. And then just, like, he was waiting for Joy Boy too. It's like, God.
Yeah, I guess, like, I don't know how much you're in the One Piece fandom these days, but, like, I feel like I remember vaguely hearing that, like, maybe the fact that Kaido had such a short backstory flashback in comparison to other antagonists was maybe like a, I don't know, people didn't like that?
Probably.
I'm not sure if I'm quite
I can see,
representing that right.
At this point, I was pretty out of it as far as, like, discussion on One Piece goes, so I don't know if there was a negative reaction to that, but I can understand that, especially, like, because, Big Mom's was still a couple chapters, and it was, and I think especially even with Kaido's, like, a lot of this information was stuff we already had, but,
yeah.
I still, like, but even then, or it's there implicitly, and this is, stating it directly, which, again, for people who aren't obsessively talking about every panel like we are, maybe that's important for some people, and, like, because I do really like the aspects that it talks about and how they factor into Kaido's character, but, as far as flashbacks goes, it's definitely, like, on the weaker side, but also Kaido, I still think he's a really good character. Like, I guess how I think about it, because I think people, like, really like the One Piece flashbacks, and I understand, because they're just used phenomenally. Like, we just talked about the Oden flashback for, like, 2 hours last time, right? You know, but at the end of the day, flashbacks are a storytelling tool, and in this case, I feel like I don't know if Kaido because we also got bits and pieces of him before, like with King's flashback, which was also a Kaido flashback, and like I said, a lot of this information we already knew, but I guess, like, my question is, or what I'd point out is just that, like, I think Kaido is a good antagonist regardless of the flashback, so that's so I understand people,
I think I kind of said it earlier that it feels like a lot of his character, he is someone who is defined through battle, and so not having a very lengthy backstory maybe works for him, because it's kind of like he just fights, and like like you said, suicide is his hobby. He wants to have a big fight and go out in a like a blaze of glory.
Hell, that's one thing I want to add, because, like, that literally never comes up. Like, that came up back after Dressrosa, was his hobby being suicide, and it's never directly, I don't think it's actually brought up at all directly in the entirety of 150 chapters of Wano, even though I still feel it's very important to his character, right? And like, with how he reacted to Oden, like, why he wants this good fight, like, it's so key to his character, but it just kind of doesn't get brought up at all. Like, I don't know, it's just, it's storytelling tools, I guess, is what I was trying to get at. But anyway, so yeah, Luffy blasts Kaido down into the same sort of magma that Big Mom fell into.
And I like those couple panels where it's like, again, like doing the Shounen thing, where the blast is so, like, the punch is so severe that he, like, disappears in the flash of light, kind of in a way when, like, big enemies are defeated in other series, and I think it works really well.
God, and then we get the scene with fucking Toko, who is, as precious baby, not involved in the battle, and we get the like more of Yasu just sort of continuing to be like such a good like side character even after his death.
Yeah.
Like the fact that, oh my god, he ate the smile fruit so Toko wouldn't be alone and having to like have this this basically, you know, disability in a sense. Like, do you save anything for me? Like, and also as mentioned in the SBS that she was adopted. Like, they're not a blood relation, and so he's just such a cool dude. And the way like she changes her wish, instead of being like longing for what was lost, she's just appreciative of what she had. And I'm gonna
it's so good.
just thinking of it that way, I just like started fucking tearing up because I guess it's like that's also kind of like how, because I've talked about it on this channel before, but in 2020 my mom passed away, and sort of like unpacking my feelings about that in relation to, because my dad especially got, because she wasn't just his wife, she was his best friend basically, and he lost, you know, the most important person in his life. And I think there was, especially, I think he's, you know, overcome her loss to a degree for sure, much better than he did at the time, but there was a bitterness that he had, I felt. And I just remember, like, because how I framed it with me is because she's also like the most important person in my life that I've lost. And it's like, and that's kind of how I framed it for myself, is like trying to be glad that I knew her rather than be sad that she's gone. And so just clicking that just now with how Otoko changes her balloon to basically what I kind of went through personally with the loss of a parent. I'm like, fuck. Like that's why I teared up a little bit, because so I just made it even better for me.
I definitely get where you're coming from. Because I also like, you know, last year I lost my grandmother.
You're right.
And just like, trying to look at it through that lens, I think is definitely,
I could go more on that, but I think I'll move on, because it's just, God.
You know, it's so good.
And it, like, even just think about it now, because like we've been talking for around 4 hours more or less, and I just like had a physical feeling of relief for some reason, not because like, oh no, the discussions, or like, oh boy, the discussion's almost coming over. It's like Wano's free. Like, there's just like, even just talking about it, there's like this release of tension that now Kaido's finally defeated and Wano is saved, and you know.
You know what? Also thinking on that moment with Toko, like, I find it very interesting that it seems like two of the biggest emotional gut punches in this whole arc are like, you know, her reaction to Yasue dying, and then like that moment there, and it's like Toko is like in like a minor of minor characters in the grand scheme of this. Like, she's not even on Onigashima,
right?
But like, it's just it's so good.
God, and the way like Otoko.
Like, even these small characters can have these big roles. Or not even a big role, but just a big impact.
For sure. It's, God. I think that's kind of what I was getting at earlier, where I think, like, Wano just handles its side characters. And there's so many side characters in One Piece that I absolutely love. Don't get me wrong. But Wano, by being a bigger arc and putting more focus on these side characters, you know, it's just like, you know, like, as far as, like, characters getting this big, like, emotional release, like, Vivi, sure, you know, as, like, an honorary Straw Hat. But, like, for Toko to have that as, like, a minor character is just like, so, and it fucking works. It's so good. God. Man, God, Wano's such a good arc.
I'm not sure if it's because like we've been going for like about 4 hours at this point, or just like that much of an emotional react that like I feel like I'm like shaking a little bit, like getting into these last couple chapters, more than a couple. But like getting down to the end here, it's just like, there's so, and definitely like having these discussions, I feel like, you know, you've talked about how like, you know, you've been getting on like another One Piece kick going back and rereading Wano, and I'm having the thought of like do I start the anime? Like I feel like I want to re-experience.
That would be a great way to like see things again, for sure, because it's different. Because the reason I want to watch the anime is because I own the Viz volumes, and especially the East Blue. I've read them so many times, like I'm so familiar with their translation that I literally know some of the areas that it's wrong. Like I think back on Jaya, maybe I couldn't even properly point it out then, but Blackbeard mentions like Luffy and how it's like, oh, that with Bounty, I thought he was even weaker than that, or something in the official Viz translation. But actually, he says that based on the feeling of Luffy's haki, he should be worth more than 30 million. And so, which is like, that's the first time hockey is name dropped in the series, and that's a really important translation or mistranslation in that there's key information being dropped there, right? So, but I was even thinking like the anime would have a different translation, so I can like have a fresher view of the series through that, where I don't know all the words inherently for so many parts of the series, So yeah, just like
because like even if you're watching in the anime, like you can. Like, if you're watching it in Japanese specifically, you can, like, hear the words that they say. And so, like, if hockey comes up, you're going to be like, oh, yeah, okay.
Right. And, of course, there's issues with the anime, but there's also really I've been trying to get you to watch 10:15 for, like, the last 5 weeks, Mathwiz.
I watched it.
Let's go!
Yeah, it's so good.
Okay, cool. Well, because I was re-listening to the last discussion, you're like, I'll take your word for it. And I'm like, oh, she's not gonna watch it then. And you watch. Okay, you did watch it.
No, and I think like part of why maybe also this feels so climactic and emotional is like, like we're coming back to the Nen Show, and this is like the first thing we're covering after a bit of a hiatus, and it just kind of, One Piece is like the perfect example of like reminding. At least this is kind of how I feel with it, because like where we had left off and kind of being burned out and covering some material that just wasn't really working, just weren't that engaged with it. So coming back to One Piece and getting to the end of this arc and talking about it here, it's like, this is why we're doing this, because like
Shounen good,
because this is Shonen's good, and like I can't even think of any more words to describe
That's what I said at the beginning of the podcast. We're just going to read it, and we're going to say it's good, and that's the whole podcast. That's what you're here for. Are you not entertained? But yeah, Yamato gets Kaido's men to stand down. The underwater volcano erupts, sending Big Mom and Kaido into the funniest cover story. Not funny because of the cover story, but funny because how I know people are gonna mauled if it actually happens. Like, but yeah. Then not Kaido brings the samurai over to the flower capital so that they can explain what the fuck just happened to everyone.
Okay, you're at the end. I think I fell a little behind.
You're fine. Go and skim through if you let me know when you're caught up, unless you have anything to add that I skimmed over.
No. Okay, we're good.
Okay. Fucking Kinemon, I like the way he introduced himself with like a kabuki pose. I'm just thinking about how like because he even mentioned before at the start of Act 3 is like, yeah, I think I've used up all my luck, but no, this motherfucker is still alive. Like, and I'm glad for it because I like him, but it's just like, yeah, he's used like fucking 3 like his children are gonna be like fucking have the worst luck possible. They're just gonna like constantly trip over shit and always roll the worst dice roll. I don't know. He's just used them multiple lifetimes.
Yeah, and I think it's really cool that like there are a couple of deaths that stick. There are a couple of sacrifices made. But for the most part, like most of the samurai survive, and I think that because like you said, with that moment with Usopp where it's like, even if I have snot running down my nose, like I'll cling to life and make sure I survive. And so the samurai going in like, no, there's honor in death. We need to go down here, or not need to go down, but like it's fine if we do. And it's like, I think it is good that because now it's like they can protect Wano and keep the make sure that like these outside forces don't come in and do the same thing again.
Right, like specifically the way that like Dog and Cat were like, yeah, we're stepping down from the dukedom, so Carrot, you're boss now, and she's like, okay. I mean, what?
yeah. I feel like that's a perfect role for Carrot.
Yes.
Because it makes sense that they would stay behind in Wano and want to protect it.
Yeah, because for sure, absolutely, and it's good. But anyway,
I'm gonna be joining you on your ship. I'm Kozuki Oden, otherwise known as Yamato.
Well, because the person like, wait, you're Kaido's son? We're gonna have to kick your ass.
Yeah.
Also, I'm noticing, like, because I'm just looking at Sanji, and because I was curious, and it's like, so going into Kaido's son and seeing Yamato, he's like angry, but obviously, like later, his little reaction, like literally right after that, like he's like, I'm Oden, otherwise known as Yamato, I'm joining your crew, and now Sanji's like hearts, fucking.
I did not catch what you just said. Discord cut you out.
Oh, sorry. I was just pointing out how like Sanji, he's just a turn like Kaido's son. I'm gonna beat you up, and it's like, oh wait, no, you're joining the Straw Hats, and you're also, attractive in a way that I like it. Like, he just goes, in one panel, he goes from angry to hearts over his eyes. It's like, Sanji, you motherfucker. So.
Yeah, there's definitely something I want to say about that, but we're not quite to where I'd want to talk about it yet.
Oh, that's right. The fucking gendered thing in the gendered space. And, yeah.
I have to make up for not quite knowing what to say last time.
Okay, yeah. All right, no, I'm very curious to hear what you have to say. Because I know I have my personal thoughts, and I did skim over. There was just another moment earlier with where Yamato opened his clothes and was like, Momonosuke, jump in or whatever.
Oh,
and it's
yeah,
and he's a little fucking pervy imp, so just so yeah, there was just another moment like that we skimmed over, but I don't know if it'll come up again. I don't know. Oh yeah, we also get a bit of moving on a bit. Wow.
Oh my god, yeah, the next page where it's Tama and
her powers
and
are
speed and and it's like, I hope you stay with me forever, and it's just like, oh, so cute.
Yeah, where it's like, yeah, because her powers are mind control basically, and it sort of explains that there's still a limit to it, and obviously some animals are fine with the companionship and some aren't.
That's right. Yeah. Like I actually forgot that I had wanted to talk about specifically that the way it was described, after a month, some animals go back the way they were, but some of them will stay my friend. They choose whatever they feel more comfortable with, which compared to, contrasted against Kaido, who is law of nature, survival of the fittest, humans are animals. This is the perfect counter to that. And it's so good.
Yeah, even animals have their freedom of choice, I think. And also, I even just thought about Big Mom and how Big Mom's no, nobody can leave me, but her powers specifically don't work like Big Mom's in that they don't create complete people of complete, she completely controls. And of course with Speed, it's Speed's kind of become a mother figure to Tama, and and as we find out in a little bit, or she's lost her parents, right? So now she's sort of formed this familial bond with, and given one of Kaido's crewmates another chance at doing something that's not being a shitty pirate, right? So
oh no, the panel of her where it's she finds out that they're dead, and it's just the sad face. No.
And so I forgot about this. She's selling the straw hats, right?
Yeah.
So Oris Jr. charged into the war to save Ace, and we saw a flashback, and he's like, "Oh yeah, straw hats. I learned to weave these on Wano." And Oris is like, "Oh," he's sitting in the rain with his cool straw hat that he loves because it's protecting him from the rain. And it's Tama taught Ace how to weave the straw hats. Because she knew Ace.
Oh,
and I'm
goodness.
No. I just realized it, and no, when reading it, I was like, "Fuck, no." But yeah, we get a little Tama flashback of just how rough it was for her before getting taken in, and even then it was rough after that too. But she wants the Kozuki, and they did. Wano's finally saved. She can eat to her fill, and she goes to Nami, and it's
yeah.
So yeah, Momonosuke starts his speech, and we see he's a big boy. He's big. Cool design. And
yeah, it's a very good design, and I love how it was built up, that we see him as the dragon first. So it's you don't really get to see him proper until here. It's
and he's the part where he runs out of his speech, and he just sort of has to, he just what was he given by his parents, and that's what looking to the future, bringing the dawn to Wano, what do they, because that was the whole thing with Udon, where it's Luffy can end the night, but he's not, and start the dawn, but that doesn't mean that they need something to look forward to in the new day, and that's Momonosuke, and here he is. He will lead the land of Wano, and all the samurai are fucking crying, and Hiyori's crying, and let's go. He's following in Oden's footsteps. It's so good. And the narration's he will one day be known around the world as the great shogun of Wano. And it's let's go!
Yeah.
Even in just the rest of the arc, you get some good moments. Oh, boy. Yeah, okay, yeah, we're going to be talking... This is definitely going to be the longest episode of the Nen Show, because even if, at the time of recording... our recordings now, it gets cut down to under 4 hours. We have 5 chapters left, and they are fucking dense with shit to talk about.
Yeah.
Because, oh my god. So yeah, Wano is, short 2 emperors. and Wano isn't. They're also not like the fucking Marines were ready for them to open up the country. Then they proceeded to not open up the country. So eat shit, government assholes.
Yeah.
We'll bring Robin back. No, you won't.
Yeah, no.
Then we get Hawkins getting his sort of like last moment, which is good. Where it's like turns out that no, the one man who had a 1% chance to live to tomorrow wasn't Drake or Luffy. It was him. And the way that he just sort of talks about how, he just sort of, how could I, turn back after, but like, he's just sort of the sunk cost where it's like, I couldn't, go back on what I'd done by, God, I don't know. Hawkins is definitely like, again, like of the supernovas, the worst generation, he's definitely one of the more minor ones, but he's still like, I think he's really good for what he represents with the series.
Yeah, I really like how he's used here as well, like just in this arc in general.
And like going back to what Luffy said about like, as long as I'm alive, I have infinite chances, right? Where it's so, because like Hawkins lives his life like he has one chance, right? Where it's like, I have a 1%, so he doesn't make the gamble. Where like Luffy, even if he has a 1% chance, if he takes it infinite times, he'll always win, right? So like weird logic there, but I think it made sense in my head. So
it's like Hawkins kind of just, even when he realizes that he's, like you said, sunk cost fallacy, he kind of just leads himself to his own demise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so it's just, good character, I think.
Definitely.
And it's probably, I mean, again, it's One Piece. If he comes back alive, I'd be like, okay, but also I feel like that would, I guess in this case, it kind of ruin, like, what is going for, so I think but, it's technically unknown, but I'd say he's pretty dead. But then we see the re-education of the citizens of Wano, as they're sharing the actual, story that happened, and how everything that they knew was wrong. They're talking about Joy Boy, and as the hero who rivals the god of the blade, Ryuma.
I love Hiyori drop kicking Momonosuke.
It's so cute, and of course it was built up to, and But it's just, like the funniest part is that like Momo's still 8, but she's still like she's literally like 26. She's a grown ass fucking woman, and she's just like, this is how I'm going to interact with my little bro or big bro actually, little big bro. It's complicated.
Yeah, and it's like, he takes all this like damage in these comedic scenarios, and it's like, well, it doesn't hurt though, because like he's still adjusting to
right, because he's gotten some biological toughness from Oden, but God.
And Luffy and Zoro waking up, it's meat, booze,
and they're like, who the fuck are you? They don't of course they don't recognize him. Let's see how well you can take a punch. He's like, no. And then the moment again, going back to like the sort of growing up and sort of leaving perviness behind, like he leaps into Nami doing like a pervert thing, but she's like, get the fuck away from me. Where obviously before she was fine with it, but like now he's an adult now, so he can't get away with it. And of course Sanji and Book are like, haha, eat shit, motherfucker. Because they were the ones I remember way back when Momonosuke was like bathing with Nami and Robin, and he just gave them the shittiest fucking brat look, and they just got pissed off, and it's just like, nope, the shoe's on the other foot now.
And Yamato just putting a tray on his head.
It's so cute. Because God, it's funny.
Oh God, it's gonna happen now.
Yep, here we go. So, Nami says, "Let's go take a bath, Yamato," and he explained that like Yamato was promising not to eat or bathe until Luffy and Zoro were good as a sort of like ritual. And nope, there's no mixed bathing in the capital. And so we get a big bath spread where all the guys and all the girls. So it's time for your Yamato rant, I assume.
I wasn't the biggest fan of how I tried to like I was kind of just stumbling through my thoughts on Yamato last time. I think at one point I brought up like transitioning as a framing to talk about it, because that's just like what I'm used to. Like when I talk about gender stuff, that's kind of like the language I'm familiar with.
And that's also a part of your experience, right? So,
yeah. But like what I really like about how like Kiku and Yamato are handled, and like this bath scene just kind of encapsulates it. that like they're not really framed through these like societal expectations of like transitioning or passing or like whatever terminology. Like they just are who they are.
No, I got you.
Hang on. Yeah.
Because, like,
so, like, they just are able to just be who they are. There's not a thing of, like, you know, hang on, let me collect myself again. But yeah, I like how matter-of-factly it's handled as well. Like, there's that one panel where it's like, hey, no mixed gender bathing in the castle. And then, yeah, on the next page, they're just, you know, like, specifically when it comes to Yamato and Kiku, it's like, they are in the gendered space where they feel they belong. And it's mostly like most of the characters don't question it or comment on it. It's
all we get is just that, because there is an initial, like, you know, they see Yamato and they assume he's a woman just because he, you know, has, like, that's just what it, like, that's just, you know, but then once they no one like after that, and you get characters like Sanji who just, you know, like they're doing their pervy shit, but it's just like
I was
go on
like what I was gonna say is that I like how honest it feels.
Okay.
Because like you do get the characters who don't comment on it and don't really care, and they just take it at face value. But you do also get like Sanji and Brook and Momonosuke to a lesser extent. But yeah, like you get them reacting how they would react, I guess. And like, and with Sanji, it's Sanji's reactions I would not say are like affirming or whatever the word I'd be looking for here is, because like he treats Yamato basically the same way he treats other women. But like I don't really have a problem with that, because like the whole situation feels very normal, and having some characters like that who don't just let it slide, you know, like who do have some questions, or like obviously Sanji reacting like I said,
Sanji,
how he treats other women, and like at that point, it feels like more of a personal standard than like a societal thing at that point, because no, I should have just read the script that I have, but I want it to sound
you
like
can take a minute
organic
if you want. Go ahead. I'd rather you say something that doesn't get what you don't want cut out of the podcast, and take a minute to do it than you know, stumble and then be like, shit, cut that.
Yeah.
So go for it.
I'm just gonna read directly off of what I have written at this point, because I'm gonna fumble it otherwise. So like it just feels real and it feels normal. Like not everybody, like there are some people who kind of have to adjust to it. But for the most part, people just accept it for what it is. And yeah, like the characters can just exist as they are without brushing up against the ways that some people in society, historically or even today, you know, like obviously transphobia has kind of evolved over time. But yeah, there's no sort of vibe of like demonizing or othering these characters. You know, they're kind of quirky, I guess, if anything. But like plenty of people in One Piece are quirky.
Yeah, like if you're gonna highlight like, oh, these characters are weird. Yeah, I know, it's One Piece. Like what? What? As opposed to the normal characters, like what are you trying to say there? You know?
So it's like it kind of in a way avoids the usual like transphobic tropes or whatever of like, you know, portraying them as like tricksters or predators or whatever. And yeah, like the characters who do comment on it are in the minority. And like I said, it feels more like a personal perspective at that point, rather than like, this is how we are supposed to treat this person. And yeah, it's like whatever that means in the context of One Piece as far as like societal views go. Yeah, like Oda, what I respect is like Oda could have just skipped this scene if he was worried about like putting the characters where he did. I'd imagine that like, granted, like I said, I'm not in the One Piece fandom. I don't know what people say about it, but like I imagine that that's going to be a scene that some people call attention to, and they're like, "Huh, what's up with that?"
Yeah,
whether it's whatever perspective people are coming at it from, whether it's like the affirming or like the disagreeing whatever.
Yeah, because all I remember is people just being very adamant about gendering Yamato as female because he looks female, right? That's and
yeah,
I feel
I'm
like this
trying
scene
to
in
not use
I understand.
I'm trying to not use like the words that set people off for people who aren't accepting of it, I guess.
Yeah, if I am doing that, sorry, but I just like I'm not sure how else to talk.
No,
gotcha.
you're good. You're good. I'm just
all right.
I'm very careful. I'm being very careful about how I'm speaking because like for one thing, I don't kind of want to overstep, but at the same time, you know, I've talked about trans-related media in videos before, and I know the kind of reception I get.
Yeah.
You know, what certain words or certain things are going to get a response for. And maybe this, even just talking about it, will get a response. But, yeah, I respect that he put the characters where he did. Because, like I said, I can imagine that being a detail that some people will criticize. Personally speaking, I'm probably hyping it up a little more than most people would care about. You know, most people... Well, maybe not. Some people probably just saw this and moved on, and it's like, whatever. But just, like... I want to, like, properly convey sort of what this means to someone like me. And granted, I only have my personal perspective to go off of. But, like, with all of the toxic and aggressive stuff that I see online or in the news about... like trans people getting harassed or assaulted or worse, and like safe spaces getting targeted, even just little brief moments like this, or minor characters like Kiku and Yamato's a bit more in the spotlight, but like even just having little moments like this, I find just refreshing. Like it's so fucking cool to me that these characters can exist outside of like they can just be there, and for the most part, no one is, like, angered by that, you know? Like, they can, like, I kind of defaulted to those words, like, you know, framing it through transitioning or, like, characters not passing or whatever. In One Piece, nobody fucking cares.
Right.
It's like, if you say you're one thing, people are gonna take that, you know? Like, that's...
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, so, like, yeah, I guess I didn't want to try to talk about Yamato through the lens of, like, you know, pre or post transition or passing or whatnot, because like it doesn't really matter in One Piece, at least with these characters. Like it's hard to unpack a lot of that mid podcast, which is kind of why I wrote things down here. But yeah, like I mainly just wanted to get across how like these characters do carry a lot of weight, even in small ways. For someone like
or
me,
or anyone it would personally connect to, right? So because I know it's One Piece, like the fucking minors of character probably has fans somewhere, right? Because it's a popular story with so many characters. So of course Yamato is really popular, as we just saw in the character poll, right? So
you know. And like I don't have to be a trans man to still think Yamato is really cool and goofy and a good character.
Like I'm the most cis person on this podcast by being the only cis person on this podcast, and I fucking love Yamato. He's a silly guy. Like look at him, he's so happy.
I guess and like I guess the last thing I kind of wanted to say just on this gender talk is like, you know, this might not be the representation that all trans people are going to look for. You know, I guess there are some ways you can tie it back to like the way that the what are they called, like Mr. Two and that group,
the Okama,
how like how the Okama are portrayed. I don't know why I forgot that word. Like, I feel like it really, like, looking back on that now, it really does just feel like portraying different experiences. And, like, that, like, the Okama being more, like, you know, more, like, drag type vibe. Whereas these characters are just kind of trying to exist as they are. Yeah, like, they're two very different things, I think.
Yeah, and Oda never calls Yamato or Kiku Okama, right? Because they aren't. That's a specific subculture that he's referencing, that, you know, and, like, he's drawing these, you know, there are distinctions, and he's, discussing those distinctions, you know. What I was going to point out is, so I'm going to find this tweet, because I really hope that I liked it ages ago, and I can just dig it up through my likes, but apparently, so... the voice actor for Franky apparently, like, I think this was even before Mr. 2 was in the series, at least in the anime, or even in the manga. Like, he and Oda, like, went to a bunch of Okama bars and Oda interacted with a lot of comic people. So, and this would have been like the early 2000s, or maybe even the late 90s. So like at least, you know, even if it's so, and the voice actor, Cho's Brooks' voice actor, I forget Franky's voice actor's name. He even suggested that like this is probably the reason that Mr. 2 and by extension Ivankov and Impel Down 5.5 exist. Is because you know, he and Oda went around meeting these people, having these experiences, and he put it into his manga.
Yeah.
You know, so even if it's like that specific subculture, he's been aware of these sort of gender and, you know, these sort of like you know, he talks about some of the things Oda learned at the time. He's had an awareness of this for decades, and so, you know, seeing it in a different form that is more, I guess, yes, relatable to Western people who don't interact with Okama, right? Or don't, you know, so just seeing, you know, that, you know, it's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think like just Okama as a term even can kind of be, it can take on different meanings for different people. And like, you know, so I think it is important to both like, to examine it in the ways that like, you know, those elements overlap, but also how like there can be a difference between a male cross-dresser or like even a gender fluid type person versus like, you know, like, so like Mr. 2 Bon Clay is very different from characters like Kiku and Yamato, and even comparing Kiku and Yamato, it's also kind of different.
Yes.
And yeah, like, you know, what I was saying, like, this might not be the this might not be the representation that like all trans people would connect with. But like, I just love that this can exist alongside everything else that's out there. And like what it means to me on a personal level is like, you know, I tie it back to Hunter x Hunter and like how, you know, I was a fan of Hunter x Hunter before Aluka showed up, and I felt strongly about One Piece before Yamato and Kiku were around. But like the addition of these characters into these stories, it just makes me appreciate it on on another level. And yeah, so it's just like, yeah, it means a lot to me that these characters exist. And yeah, even just a small scene like this, the fact that the characters can just exist and it's fine. You know, it's...
Well, because like you were kind of bringing it up, but because we've had our 5-hour discussions on gender before, as I say, as our recording files reach 5 hours. But yeah, I feel like in every example so far, it's been very like big, the gender thing in some way, like Aluka being objectified and treated as a thing. You know, the Gintama characters, even the Okama in One Piece, where here it's just like, here's these characters, they're trans, that's it. And it's kind of refreshing in that way, you know, as well. Like,
yeah, just, like I know there are people in the anime fandom who like to be like, oh, well, if they don't use the word trans, then that's not what it is. When it's like that is not the case. That's not how language works. I'm not even like, I definitely have a lot more research I could do about like gender identity in Japan and
I also need
queer
to do that
stuff
research,
and things like that. But I've done a little bit of it, so I know like a little bit of the context, enough to know that like you're probably not going to get them using the word trans because like that's just, there are different terminologies over there and stuff. So yeah, ultimately I will be coming at this from kind of a Western lens, but I don't know why I said Western. I should be more specific, you know. North America, whatever.
Yeah, sure. You're coming at it from your perspective, and that's most, because that's and it, you know, I think it works. And I guess to sort of like not quite change topics, but like shift it a little bit, is I just want to note as far as characterization goes, is just like, I thought it was interesting is because like Yamato doesn't give a fuck. He's here. He's bathing. He doesn't care. Like, because going back to like because we were talking about like his character arc with evoking Oden, and maybe, you know, it's not the healthiest way regarding just how One Piece views identity of like the way he's evoking Oden. But the fact that Yamato is also just really comfortable with acting as a man and has like, you know, I just like, you know, so they don't have to be tied together.
Yeah, like from everything that we saw, it doesn't even really seem like Yamato cares all that much about his physical appearance.
He doesn't even see himself as a woman physically, even though like Sanji does, right? So and then the other thing I was going to note is just how like Kiku just mentions it as an aside, is that like she felt uncomfortable bathing with Lord Oden, even though
with all the other samurai.
their family, because Kiku as someone who was formerly a man, like didn't feel comfortable in that environment and feels more comfortable as a woman in a woman. Just a little tidbit that I noticed there, just how it's good, so it's just like we get a little bit of characterization there alongside, just like here they are in this space, just existing. So
like I feel in a way spending all this time on it kind of feels like it maybe even does a disservice to how just matter-of-factly it exists, but I feel like I wanted to like try to explain like the context where I'm coming from and why I think it's cool. But also like Yamato as a character just in general, like I feel like we've already talked a lot about Yamato aside from the gender stuff, and like he's just a goofball and cool, and the gender stuff is just like another aspect of the character thrown in there,
right?
And it's really cool.
Moving on.
I've said my piece.
We're fine. Fucking Kid and Law are trying. Don't get buddy with him. We're they're like trying. Because they're gonna be rivals right after this. So they're But then they get the bounties as real cute shows up. Fun, yay!
Oh fuck! Oh fuck!
Big news, Morgan's being the fucking evil hero again, where he's just like, the way he's like, the truth is what is more interesting in times like these, and that's what people want. When and so he published, like, they were like, hey, we didn't want this Gear 5 picture or this D initial on Luffy's wanted poster, and he's like, ha, fuck you. So good. Morgan's is great. And then of course we get the trio all have a 3 billion bounty. And Kid's pissed off because Luffy's an emperor and he isn't. Then we get the chef.
I like the gag where they spend like a whole page where the chef is like, here's all these fancy dishes for, like a proper meal worthy of a shogun, and it's just Jinbei. He's
so like, because
no one could wait.
He's so nice and respectful. He'll like, this food looks fucking great. No one else gave a shit though. They're gone.
But like he's the one who cares enough for like the formality of like, I'll go because someone should go.
Yeah, no, it's good. And then cutting to the festival where Luffy's just eating, just regular old, festival food, just common. And Yamato is look at him. He's so happy. He's never been off of Onigashima before.
Let's go.
He's just having the time of his life. God, look at him. So then, while that's going on, Robin gets approached by Kozuki Sukiyaki, who's still alive. So this was actually foreshadowed a bit because I remember it being pointed out where it's like, because there's the dolls, where when Hitetsu was introduced, the textbook specifically mentioned that he liked the Kokushi dolls. And then I think at one point there was the poneglyph under the palace, Robin found she found a poneglyph there or something, and in a room with a bunch of these dolls. And so there's the little hint that like, this character likes these dolls. They're in the palace. Someone in the palace must have liked these dolls. It was Sukiyaki. And Robin finds them and she's like, no, they're kind of gross actually. Like she just like shits on the dolls.
Yeah.
Or no, it's like, he's like, aren't they the cutest? And she's like, no. It's like, oof. But yeah, he reveals his identity. And he's got some lore to drop. So and then we finally get our third admiral after a good while. It feels like. But
yeah,
he of course wants to take care of Luffy, and after he wraps up Kaido's crew, like Queen and King. I love, like, Luffy's gonna do a big old like celebration, and Kid's like, I'm gonna kill you, and Luffy just grabs him, and it's just impossible. You cannot, like, Luffy will drag you into his party, and that is that.
And then
so Luffy's eyes bug out just like he does Gear 5, and here's the other thing you're spoiled on.
So I was spoiled on the fact that Buggy becomes an emperor. I was not, however, spoiled on the fact that how he becomes an emperor. Yeah. So I was glad that I could still get a little shock moment of like, oh shit.
Right. I just want to say my reaction to this, reading it weekly. I'm pretty sure I saw it and I just started giggling. And for the next like 3 days, every time I thought about it, I just started giggling because Buggy being one of the 4 fucking emperors is so insanely funny. I cannot fucking handle it because it's like, I mean, this is a very minor spoiler, but the way it's like, I didn't think it, but you know what I'm talking about because you've read these chapters. I don't think anyone's ever became an emperor by saying I'm sorry. Like just the fact, like, and I think one of the, one thing I'm pretty sure I've talked about over the course of the discussion is how like One Piece has this element of like as the story goes forward. Like Luffy is exceptional, and he's continuing to prove himself that he is. But also, like what makes him exceptional is also becoming more common as the series goes on. And Buggy is, I feel, is a kind of way of like he's a warlord and he's an emperor. Like he's so as a way like he kind of has these other aspects like luck and charisma. Luffy has them too, but that because they're important, and so like he's just I don't know, just but the way Buggy, it's also just really fucking funny that
and I'm gonna assume that you cut this part out of the discussion where I mentioned that I knew about the spoiler, but you were talking about how like the emperors all have this quality of like bringing people towards them and like building a crew and assembling people around them. Who else does that? Buggy.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, no, Buggy, it's so good. And I assume you got spoiled because someone commented on your Jobber video. Maybe, or
oh yeah, probably that might have been
because I was just because here's this video where you have Buggy in the thumbnail and you talk about Buggy and it's like, oh, this video is even more relevant now because he's and you're like, well, shit.
Doesn't really disprove my point, I don't think.
Yeah, but how I frame him. True. I just wanted to note another sort of observation is because the 4 emperors before were Shanks, Big Mom, Kaido, and then Whitebeard changed to Blackbeard. And I was just thinking about how, like, those, like, Shanks is from Roger's side of things, where the other 3 were from Rox's side of things, or other 4 even, including Blackbeard. And now, like, Luffy and Buggy have swapped in, so now you have 2 people following sort of Roger. So now the balance is shifted, in a sense, with the emperors, in that now you have 3 people who were sort of descended from Roger in that sense, and 1 who's sort of, like, the leftovers from Rox. So it's kind of interesting how I don't think if it means anything more than that, but it's just an interesting little observation I've had regarding it's good. So I'm just gonna call him Aramaki because it's easier to say, and I am weak when it comes to pronouncing certain things, as I have displayed. But yeah, we got the plant devil fruit, the woods fruit, like. I feel like with some of the Logias, like, we haven't seen a wind devil fruit yet. I feel like some of these Oda's just been, like, holding on to for so fucking long that, I don't know. Especially the wind one, which if anyone has, it's probably dragon. But anyway, so the samurai and Yamato all go in on, Aramaki, and, I'm just laughing at Momo, because he's fighting alongside him, but he tries to do the blast breath, and it doesn't work. And so he just like then he runs over and he's like, wait, you're a dragon, why aren't you flying? And he's like, ignore that. Like the way his like little arms are like little wheels it's look at him.
It's so good.
So and then we find out that Luffy's not the only emperor at Wano. Fucking Shanks is just chilling. God, and we get the flashback to him taking the fruit from Who's Who.
And then meeting Luffy.
God, and
chapter 1.
And and seeing, it seemed to be, I think, people had already figured this, but the way he smiles when the Sea King comes is like, oh, he deliberately gave up his arm as a lesson to Luffy, to sort of like, the sea is dangerous and you're not ready. And, he, like he said to Rayleigh, I gave up this arm for, was it Whitebeard? I gave up this arm for a new era. It's like, God. Oh, and I love the way that, we see, because, they'd sort of talk about it where, Shanks is like, I'm not interested in seeing Luffy. We can't just go and see him as a friend when it's like, Bart something was burning down our flags and replacing him with Luffy's. Like, the new guys on the crew aren't gonna, what are they gonna think? And then right before that panel, we see, the ship hands. They're like, you know what I heard about Straw Hat Luffy? He's like some monstrous, controllable ape of a man. Says the guy who literally looks like a monstrous, uncontrollable ape of a man. Like,
yeah.
It's just a good gag. And then fucking, hey, say, Beck, let's claim the One Piece. Fuck? Hello?
Oh, boy.
Shanks is fucking moving. God, and now we're finally figuring out what happened at the Reverie a bit. So Flame Emperor Sabo allegedly killed Cobra, Vivi's dad, which is like,
what?
Vivi's fucking missing. Where is she? She better be fucking safe, Oda, or I will find you. Or Luffy will find whoever fucking took her. We get a bit about, they saved Kuma, they declared war against the Heavenly Dragons as they promised. Also, so there's this, we're introduced to the Naval Bureau of Investigation, Kurouma Tensei. I just noticed that his name has the same scheme as the Admiral's, because it's Kurouma, which is black horse, basically. So he, color plus Chinese zodiac animal. So I just thought it was interesting to see that outside of, like, and I mean, this guy's, he looks important. Like, he's fucking talking to Sakazuki, and he doesn't seem to have a rank, like a normal marine rank. So, I don't know, just thought it was an interesting little thing.
The attempted murder of St. Charles?
Ooh, Miosgar just let them get away, apparently, so, like, what the fuck? And then Sakazuki's like, yeah, that's fucking internal shit with the Heavenly Dragons, let them fucking handle it. We got enough shit. 8 nations revolted, apparently.
Yeah.
And then everyone's blaming Sabo for all of these things when it's because like now everyone's like fucking hyping him up like he has even more pull with in the world than Dragon.
And like the fact that they're calling him the Flame Emperor as well,
yeah,
like kind of
a title
like,
befitting a ruler or a king, right? Like,
and also like how there's the 4 emperors, so now it's like he's outside of that.
Yeah, he's like
on the same level.
Well, the way like there's the guy with the bandana over his face, like the way he says it is like, in the world of pirates, like there's a very clear distinction between revolutionary acts and pirate acts, right? Where like, because like they even said back in the ultimate chapter revealing the bounties, like no one has ever surpassed Roger as a pirate, basically. So Roger has the highest bounty a pirate has ever had, but that kind of implies that Dragon and maybe some other historical figures who weren't pirates were more wanted, perhaps. But I also even thought, because like there's a specific connotation Conqueror's Haki has where it's only given to like kings or people with the title of a king or people striving for that, right? Like like Dark King Rayleigh. Oh my god, so Dark King Rayleigh, the hand of the pirate king, he's also a big deal, and he has Conqueror's Haki, and he's specifically given a king title. So I don't think Sabo's displayed Conqueror's Haki, but as the Flame Emperor, he sort of fits that naming theme. And I also just realized, because there was when Zoro was fighting with Kaido was like, hey, Zoro, do you have Conqueror's Haki? And he's like, I don't fucking know, I just hit you. And then I just remembered what happened after the king fight is Zoro says, I guess I'm the king of hell. He gives himself a king title shortly after he displays that he has Conqueror's Haki as well. So, like, Oda's fucking doing something there. So yeah, I just realized that Sabo's emperor, the Flame Emperor, so he'll probably develop it as well. And Sakazuki's like, man, what an age to be fleet admiral, and I'm still gonna drive all these fuckers into the sea though. So God, fucking Sakazuki. Give me a minute to let the chapter load. All right, so back to the fight with real cute Aramaki. Why did I try? Oh no, never mind. It's not there for very long. He just started. You're still getting, Momo doesn't want Yamato to fight. Then we get Sukiyaki taking Robin and Law down into the belly of Wano.
I like how like Robin crawls up and then Law just pops up next to her, and she's like, "Hey, no fair."
It's so cute. I love it. It's just a good little interaction between the two people who give a shit about the history of the world. So, but yeah, I just like he could have teleported her in there too, but he literally let her walk in herself and then just teleports like right next to her, like. And yeah, then we see Wano under the sea. Then we find out that apparently, like, closing the borders of Wano meant that they literally built an artificial, mountain, basically, and let it fill with rainwater, so that giving them like a second layer of sea, and they built Wano on top of that, so that way they could, and also apparently if they bring down the borders of Wano, they can release the ancient weapon Pluton. Interesting.
Yeah.
And then they you know, they don't really give any answers, but they talk about how, like, you know, Oden, you know, he ripped out 2 pages of his journal. Like, why did he want to release Pluton into the world? And, you know, Momonosuke is sort of waiting until, you know, Joy Boy, or something related to Joy Boy. You know, there's Wano's coming back. You know, in some way, these characters are returning for sure. So, who knows? But anyway, Momonosuke, he's got just another good moment here where he's, you know, he's telling Yamato that, you know, we can't rely on the Straw Hats forever, you know, just, you know, like, Luffy relied on his strength, so he has to sort of, you know, the Straw Hats can't have their adventure if they're protecting Wano. And he finally, like, learns to use his blast breath, and it's cool. It's just a cool, you know, little moment, of him figuring it out.
Yeah, but, like, to be having this moment with Yamato, who doesn't even become a Straw Hat and sticks around. Why would you twist the knife, Oda?
The way it's so fun. I mentioned it before, where it's like, I've made up my mind. It's like, Yamato's gonna join. I'm made up my mind. I'm gonna stay on Wano and chill, and I'll meet you guys later. It's like, fuck! And then, fucking God! Aramaki continues to try and fight, and, oh, Conqueror's Hockey. Where's that coming from? Fucking Shanks!
What the fuck?
Let's go!
Shanks!
And so there's, I missed this completely reading this weekly until I reread it. So, like, yeah, we get the scene where, like, we see, Luffy after stabbing himself, and he's fucking look at the little baby idiot crying. And then, you know, Momo and Hiyori. Do you see that little block blob next to Hiyori, Mathwiz?
I do. What is that?
So, if you go look at some of the key visuals for One Piece Film Red,
oh my God,
that is Uta. That is Shanks' daughter from Film Red. I have not seen Film Red. This is the second movie original character that has shown up in One Piece after Gold Lion Shiki. Okay, what the fuck happened? I need to watch Film Red. Release it in English. Sometime. I know it exists. I can watch a shitty fucking cam rip. I want to see a good fucking looking Film Red. I need to know what the fuck happens in that movie, okay? Like, so yeah, I just noticed that, and I was like, oh, I only on the reread, and I was like, holy shit. But yeah, just Shanks' good moment where it's like, are you that afraid of the new era? And just pissed off Shanks is always good, and Aramaki's like, I'm out. Nope. God, and the fact that Luffy and just like fucking, like, here's the fucking big guys of the Straw Hats crew just chilling and sort of...
Yeah, what I think that this kind of symbolizes is that, like, you know, they were watching. They would have gone in to fight if they felt that they needed to. But it's... So, like, to me, it's like with Shanks coming in to make the save, the fact that the Straw Hats are watching on, to me, feels like they're much closer to being on a level playing field with him than, you know, chapter 1 or even just a couple arcs ago. Because it's like, yeah, they knew what was happening, but yeah, like Momo said, you know, if the Straw Hats had to go in for the save, then, you know,
Luffy,
Wano has to be able to protect itself.
Like, Momo learned the lesson from Luffy, so of course Luffy already, like, understands what Momo's doing, and yeah, it's just God. And of course the smile, like, and that hockey made me think of a familiar face, and it's like, oh. God, yeah, good moment. God, we still have 2 more chapters left. Sorry, I looked at the chapter title. So yeah, they take Shinobu and Raizo back because they got their energy sucked out by Aramaki's devil fruit. Oh yes, we found out that Tsuru was alive. You know, that you know, Okabura town got fucked over, but oh no, we found that earlier, but we see her again here.
Yeah. And there's the moment with Carrot where it's like, yep, you're gonna lead Zoe now.
Like, the king, yeah, sure thing. Like, wait, hold. And yeah, like, the reason is like, yeah, she's not the strongest mink left over, but she's seen more of the world. Like, she's gone on this adventure, and so she has more awareness. She familiar with the Straw Hats, and just, you know, it's good.
Yeah, and I also like the follow up with one of the Three Musketeer, where it's like, like, we're stronger than you. It's our job to protect the country,
and she gets to lead it. Yeah. And also, I guess it also works for the new generation thing, where it's like, yeah, Dogstorm and Cat Viper, you know, they're the old guys, so they're just like going back to their roots with protecting Wano and letting Momonosuke take over. and then you're letting Carrot take over with Zoe. So yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, Momo and Hiyori meet their... Yeah, I guess they're meeting their... Oh, no. They're meeting their grandfather for the first time, I think.
Yep.
So, and then, yeah,
there's the... Again, Oda doesn't tell the joke once. It's gonna come back. And sure enough, Kinemon is like, he was Lord Sukiyaki the whole time, and has no idea when people just assume he does.
The others are just like, yeah, we figured it'd be rude to reveal it, though, so we just kind of let you stay hidden. And Kinemon, just dummy. Robin brings up the news with Pluton. Tama's Shinobu's apprentice.
Do you
now.
want it, Luffy? Nah, I'm good.
I'm good.
And yeah, fucking Shinobu, where it's like, oh, sorry, I'm just a little haggard at the moment. And it's like she looks younger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because whatever the fuck happened with Aramaki. And baby Shinobi Tama and Nami's like running over to hug her.
Yes.
Fucking Caribou! I forgot about him. Fuck. He's like, oh, Pluton's in Wano? Like, he knows about 2 of the ancient weapons. And this motherfucker. So anyway, then later, Momonosuke is like, Zoro, teach me some sword fighting. Hey, where is everybody? Aw, man, they're just leaving without even saying goodbye. Except, well, yeah, they didn't say goodbye to Momo and Kinemon. Oh yeah, then we got Luffy, Kid, and Law arguing about where they're going next. I love Law's like, oh, you picked the middle? Stupid children. And then like, I'm Emperor of the Sea, not you. Like, they're just such fucking babies.
Yeah.
And then of course we get the big reveal, a full page for Cross Guild. Where it's like, yeah, where you were surprised. But I was surprised. I mean, obviously I was surprised when I first read it, because it's like, Crocodile and Mihawk are with Buggy. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Like, Zoro's like, that's not possible. But yeah, and I like the way that they're putting bounties on Marines now. And Kid's like, they're getting a taste of their own fucking medicine.
Yeah, it's really cool.
And of course, Law, they all get a copy of the road poneglyph they all fought together, so they all reap the gains and going towards becoming Pirate King.
Yeah.
Oh god, see, reading the end of the chapter, I'm like, Yamato's like, I've made up my mind. I'll go to Luffy and his crew. I'm going to live the way Kozuki Oden did. He didn't actually say he was gonna join, but I still hope. Kaido was right. Humans can't help but to hope, and I hoped, and you hoped, and we were wrong.
Yeah.
Kaido was right in the end. That's how that works. So yeah, we're at the end, which means it's over. One Piece is over. Goodbye. Thank you for listening.
I love tying back the framing device of like it's Act 3 and it's all being told as like a
God, like they're telling it as a story to the people of Wano who need to know and have been lied about their history with Oden from Orochi. And then Yamato's staying to have his own adventures like Oden did on Wano. And Momo and Kinemon are pissed off, of course. So we get like the flashback to all the Luffy Momo interactions.
Yeah.
God, they're good. I like Luffy and Momo. And just the
Lord Momonosuke, why aren't we flying? Silence.
God, he's so good. I like how like Law's. It cuts back to the port and Law's like, if we ever run into each other again, we're enemies, so if I kill you guys, that's it. And Chopper's like, see you later, Traffy. Like, like good luck. But yeah, Momonosuke arrives and their anger just like he just doesn't want to, like, they're friends and he wants him to stay forever, and it's
I also like how, like, Momonosuke fucking tackles him and is like, I've got you now. And then Yamato also is there, and it's just like, Luffy!
Yeah, and then the way Luffy, here's our flag, just if there's hard times, just remember us and fly this flag. If anyone causes trouble, see me. Like, one is Straw Hat territory now.
Yeah, it's so good.
And the way, also just like he even says like, hey, if anyone, you guys want to be pirates, just let us know. And where of course with Momo and Kinemon, they're kind of, they care about Wano too much to be pirates, but Yamato Yamato's the last Straw Hat. I'm pretty fucking sure. So it's just kind of like Jinbei.
Yeah,
where,
I'm like, is that what Oda's doing? Like Yamato will join later, or is it just like, no, he's not gonna join? And I'm like, who would it be if not him? Oda.
Mm-hmm. Right, because there was definitely some prospective members, but I feel like at this point, like Yamato, apparently I don't know where it came from, but someone leaked, quote unquote, that Yamato was the last Straw Hat, and they got in trouble for it. Like someone related in the production of somewhere, or maybe it was a promotional thing. So I don't know if that's true, but I feel like at least from where the manga is now, I feel like Yamato is like the last Straw Hat, and it's hard for me to see anything else right now. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we're wrong. But also let him join Oda.
I think just to like tie it back to what I said at the beginning of the podcast, like I would it'd be so huge if like a trans character was a core member of this pirate crew, of this big story that has like all this huge influence and is like a pillar of Shonen Jump. It would be
that'd be cool. Yeah,
but like I can't believe it because it's like I can't get my hopes up.
Unfortunate.
But yeah, like also just because like I'd be interested to see Yamato interact with the other Straw Hats more.
Yeah, well, because
it was mostly just Yamato and Luffy,
pretty much, and like very small interactions with like the other characters as a group, but not really like very like the one-on-one interactions, like Nami asking him to go to the bath and him being like, "Nah, I'm good," or not to no mixed bathing.
I think
that's it.
I think there's also like it just feels like there could be more to Yamato's character. Like, what is the whole thing with him wanting to become Oden? Like, what is that leading to? So maybe that's also why it kind of feels like I was a bit bummed out that Yamato didn't join, because it's like I feel like there's still more to explore with this character. And I could definitely see it being like some people maybe taking issue with like what Yamato's role in the story is, and like being this like having such a big role in the arc. And I mean, obviously I love Yamato, but I don't know. I could see why people maybe would. I don't know what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
Someday in the future, I will surpass Kozuki Oden. Me? No.
I was gonna bring that up because it's just so he's so committed to the bit. It's so good. And then the one last bit of competitiveness between the Shabandi crew, where you guys want to take the safe, secure route out of Wano? Huh, losers. And Luffy and Law are like, fuck no, we're going in.
And everyone else is like, hello?
Luffy, no. Luffy, no. And he's like, yes. Luffy, yes. And then we get the description of like you said, the framing of it as a story. And, Kurazumi was born to burn, just kind of like, Orochi was the devil of Wano almost more so than Kaido. And so, and sort of like flipping like the Oden's phrase, but Oden was born to boil, as I read it, because he was stoking the flames of Wano's eventual rebellion, where Orochi was born to burn because he was consumed by his own, literally the flames of his own hatred. So it just like works the poeticness of that into like the narrative in the narrative, I guess, of Wano's history. So it's good.
And then that page, where it's like, this has been the saga of the mighty samurai regaining their lost glory. And just everybody.
May our paths cross again somewhere. And some days, Wano's over! We did it! Mathwiz. Holy shit.
I love how it wraps up in that way, and with the act structure and it all coming to a close.
But
so good.
You've read a few more chapters, but it's like with Whole Cake Island, I feel like people are gonna be like, but you can read more chapters before the next arc starts. And it's like, yeah, I know, but like with Whole Cake Island, the place Wano ends off is so like perfect. Like, it just makes sense. I'm sorry. Like, the curtain's literally closed. Like, we're done. We're done with Wano.
Yeah.
And as...
No, we need to talk for 7, 8, 9, 10 hours. We need to keep going.
I mean, that's what the people want. And so as far as the next... the next reading is Boruto. I didn't even fucking mention, when this episode came out... God, I literally need to go add a dialogue line at the start because it's so important. Yeah, I was so excited to talk about Wano. I didn't give a shit. The patron poll. for the next series that we're talking about is up on the Patreon as of this episode release, and I don't want people to know that 5 hours into the episode. So I gotta go ahead and lie in the back. So you've already heard that.
Little important.
Whoops, I was too excited. But yeah, so next time we're reading the Ishiki's Vessel arc of Boruto, which is chapters 24 through 55. And after that, I don't know what we're reading because you guys are voting on it. So yeah, just kidding.
I'm also just going to take a little moment here at the end to just put Craftsdwarf on the spot. And I don't know, I just want to say, like, with the podcast coming back and everything, and this has been such a good discussion, I feel like I just, appreciate Craftsdwarf because, like, he does a lot of the editing for most of this and, make sure that I get the reading done on time and just all sorts of stuff. And yeah, Nen Show would not exist in its current form if not for Craftsdwarf being awesome.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And I'm glad that you're able to keep up with the reading, even though manga is not like your strong suit in regards to like media consumption. So like the fact that like you just read like literally, like you haven't read 100 chapters in 2 weeks literally since like Bleach, I'm pretty sure. And even then those chapters are totally way different. like faster to read. You deserve props as well. But yeah, I think I don't know how much longer.
It helped that the reading was so hype, and I just wanted to keep going.
Yeah, no, I had God, I love Wano. I thought great discussion, and I hope people liked it, because I know I was like, we're gonna have 7 to 8 hours of just Act 3, and it's like, no, it's more like 8 to 9 hours of Act 3 discussion. Like, holy fuck. So yeah, I think as much as I'd love to like keep talking about Wano, I also feel like this episode's gone on too long. So thank you for listening, and we will see you next time. And I guess just a tidbit is, as far as like when are we next going to talk about One Piece? Like I said, based on literally like the most recent chapter, a week ago I might have said we might have talked about it this year. I don't think that I'm starting to think that might not be the case anymore. But you need to catch up, Mathwiz, because you're going to be reading it weekly. And it's going to be insane. So anyway, thank you for listening. Goodbye.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, this is the last arc that I'll be like going into in full blind.
So from this. So yeah, I guess that's important. Is next time when we're talking about it, we'll be able to talk about everything that's out in One Piece alongside what we're reading. So that'll change discussion, kind of. I mean, it didn't really for Hunter x Hunter, I guess, at the end of the day, even though we were like, we can talk about what anime goes to, just because like what we were talking about was so interesting, not so much what we talked about later, but we'll figure it out. So
yeah,
all right, thank you for listening, and I very much look forward to discussing more One Piece, whether it's sooner or later. So goodbye.